What's up, sports fans? It's your man D back. Speak your mind sports talk. All right, check it out, man. I'm talking Canelo Alvarez versus Terence Crawford, pound for pound number one. Well, this kind of talk is already starting to surface, and um, I don't know, man. I thought it was maybe something we should talk about. I will tell you this, and not really from bias, it's just from my criteria. I have Canelo over Terence Crawford. So I'm pretty sure there's a lot of Crawford fans that have him at number one. And that's pretty much what we're gonna discuss today. See, I don't think that a win over Kell Brook moves Terence Crawford anywhere. Like I don't think it would move him up. I don't think it would move him down. I don't think it would do anything for him concerning the pound for pound list. I'm not really sure why some of these channels are starting to come out with this talk and how he's hands down over Canelo and everything like that. I just really don't understand it. I mean, what are you accomplishing beating a Kell Brook? Like, how does that? Why are the pound for pound talks actually happening because you beat a Kell Brook? Intangible. What's up, Ronald Finkley? What's up?
Yo, how's it
Good
going,
afternoon,
folks?
D Jefferson. How you doing, bro?
Oh, I'm good. I'm good. So I'm pretty sure you guys get around got your few channels. I hear to talk about Crawford pound for pound number one over Canelo. What y'all think about that?
Uh, First of all, how's it going, D? How's it going, Ronald? Thanks for having me on. Now,
How you doing?
I don't have Crawford number one pound for pound. I don't have him number two pound for pound. I don't have him number three, not number four. I have him number five pound for pound. I believe there are four guys above Crawford pound for pound. I have Canelo above him. I have Inoue above him. I have Usyk above him, and I have Estrada above him. I think Estrada and Usyk are pretty much interchangeable at the 3 and 4 spots, although I'd probably lean Estrada at number 3, Usyk at number 4, Crawford at number 5. Uh, I don't think Crawford has an argument above Canelo. If you want to look at Crawford and say, yes, he has a great undisputed run, sure, fine. Well, he doesn't have a great undisputed run, but he has an undisputed run nonetheless. Sure, that's fine too. But Canelo had a tougher run to 3-belt unified than Crawford did to 4-belt unified. Canelo beat Golovkin and Jacobs. Crawford beat Delorme, who was not a champion. He beat him for a vacant belt. He beat Julius Ndongo and he beat Victor Postal. Okay. Juan Francisco Estrada. Let's go through him. Of course, he does not have the achievements that Crawford has. He's a 2-weight world champion, one-time unified, never undisputed. Crawford's also unified, but also did become undisputed, was a 3-weight world champion. But look at Estrada's resume. Estrada arguably has a top 15 all-time flyweight resume. I mean, the guy has defeated Brian Valoria, Giovanni Segura, Milan Malindo, Juan Carlos Sanchez. He also would end up moving up and beating Carlos Cuadras, who was a former probably number 1 flyweight. He would also defeat Srisaket Sor Rungvisai, who was the number 1 super flyweight at the time. Cuadras, I meant number 1 super flyweight. That's far superior to anything Crawford's done. Not like I wouldn't even say even close. That's his run at flyweight is much, much better than Crawford's run at 140. Usyk's run at cruiserweight, definitely better than Crawford's run at 140. Not even close there. I'd say Usyk's the greatest cruiserweight of all time. And Naoya Inoue really needs no introduction. 3-weight world champion like Crawford, of course, was 2-belt unified, but had a better run at the 118-pound weight class than Crawford did at 140 as well. Annihilates Jamie McDonnell in 1 round, annihilates Payano in 1 round, annihilates Rodriguez coming off a Maloney win in 2 rounds, and then defeats Donaire, a future Hall of Famer, then goes on to defeat a top 10 level bantamweight in Jason Maloney. I'm sorry. Look, Crawford has great achievements, but the resume there is just it's average. It's not good enough. His best win is Victor Postal. And there are plenty of guys on Inoue's resume, on Estrada's resume, and on Usyk's resume who have accomplished the same amount of stuff as Victor Postal. Victor Postal hasn't been seen as an elite 140-pounder since, and wasn't even an elite 140-pounder for more than probably about a year. So, no. I can't see how Crawford's number 1.
That was great and tangible. See, this is why I follow guys like you on Rival Boxing Talk because you basically broke down how you felt that Inoue, who I don't follow that often, and the other
Yeah,
guys.
all of that was great. Besides Usyk being the greatest cruiserweight ever,
Yeah,
I don't know
yeah,
about
yeah.
that, but
I would say Victor
everything
all
else, everything, yeah. A lot of people would, but
yeah.
I guess there's a
It's
discussion on that.
it's close between he and Holyfield, but I think the cruiserweight division was a bit stronger when Usyk was there compared to Holyfield. Even though there were some good guys around Holyfield's time, like Huawei and Carlos De Leon, the tournament that Usyk entered was stacked. I mean, the worst guy probably on that list was maybe Krujiashov or
Yeah,
Krujiashov
but
had
in
an
the tournament was stacked. I agree, but in the tournament, she don't fight every guy in the tournament. You fight the winners of the previous fights, right?
yeah.
So, I mean, I get it, and a lot of people go to that. Agree, the tournament was stacked, but you're not fighting every guy in the tournament. You know, people are getting knocked out of the tournament. You are fighting the guy who won that battle, but then, you know, as the old adage go, on any given night, some of those battles were good. So could he have been facing this guy, the next guy? Then styles make fights and so forth and so on. But I mean, I get it. I get the argument with Usyk, but um, I don't know. Like you take a cruiserweight that goes on the heavyweight and does what he do, you know, accomplishes. Let's see what Usyk does, because
Yeah.
you could somewhat factor that in too. Like Holy Vanderfield was a cruiserweight that went on to be a heavyweight. Will Usyk do that? And if he doesn't do that, then can you still call him a greater cruiserweight than Holyfield? You
Yeah.
know, it's like it's a lot to take in.
Not to digress, but even before the tournament, look at the guys Usyk beat before then. He beat Krzysztof Glowacki, he beat Michael Hunter, and he beat Tabiso Makunu. If you look at Tabiso Makunu, I'm sure a lot of you guys may not know who he is. He beat Denis Lebedev, who's a bit past his prime, definitely, no doubt about it, but still a good name to have on his resume. And he was probably outboxing Makabu before Makabu knocked him out. So I don't know.
Yeah, but Makabu, I mean, well, yeah, I get it anyway. But back to the Canelo Crawford. Uh, First off, Jose Martin Machine, Lydia Dawes, what's good? Julio Martinez, Shiz Biz in the building. Yo, DC, what's up? Raider, LaRon, what's going on? Marcus Maxwell, what up? Coco Tyler, MXBC, what's good with you? Let me see Mike from Boston up in here. Junior, what's
Shout,
good?
shout out to the boxing heads. Shout out to
Yeah,
the
no
boxing
doubt.
heads.
Appreciate y'all coming through. So, Ronald Canelo Crawford, pound for pound, number one. How you see it?
You know what? The more and more I look at Terence Crawford and compare it to Canelo Alvarez, I see a actual like a artist in the ring when I look at Terence Crawford. Like you learn so much by watching how he fight, how he switches stance. I've never really seen that with Canelo, so I got to hold Terence Crawford at a higher level because I look at it like this: even though Canelo moved from 160 or 147 to 152, 154 to 160, whatever he did, to 168 to 175. I feel like his style would not beat everybody in that division. The thing about Terence Crawford's style, his skill set is that his style can match up with anybody in all those divisions if he was that big. So that's how I rate him as pound for pound. Better than Canelo, if you can understand what I mean by skill set. His style can beat everybody that's a top contender in each of those divisions if he was at that weight. That's how I rate pound for pound.
I mean, what in 160 or 168? Who can Canelo style not beat? Like, I don't see none of these guys at 160 or 168. So, if you're going to rate that, I feel you. But we're gonna say 147 and 154. Crawford beats everyone hands down. No, I don't think that style gets past Jamel, Jared Hurd, you know, maybe
Okay,
even Rosario. You know what I mean? But Canelo,
that's interesting.
his slip and move, body punching stuff, you get past all of those guys at 160, 168.
I don't
I'm
think Crawford would get past.
logic is what I'm saying.
I don't think Crawford would get past Jamel at 154. I think he'd get caught because Crawford does have leaky defense at times. It can be
No,
good.
I
Like
said he wouldn't. I agree. I said he
Yeah.
wouldn't. Yeah.
Canelo, I think also he does have some stylistic flaws that could, for example, I picked Dimitri Bivol to beat Canelo Alvarez in a heartbeat. but also at the same time, I mean, I feel like Crawford's a bit more versatile stylistically, but
yeah, but I did say 160 and 168. Dimitri Bivol at 175. So
yeah, 160 and 168 are favorite Canelo over all of them.
Yeah.
See, but
Dimitri Bivol, I think he's the guy to beat him if he fights him.
But you could say the same for Canelo. Like, I don't think his counter, like once he counter, I don't think he get back far enough with defense where he can't get caught. Like we seen how Terence Crawford.
Yeah, he could get caught, but Canelo has a granite chin. Crawford's been wobbled, been dropped. It's different. So Canelo can get caught. He can afford to get caught. Crawford can't really, especially by not some of these guys at 154. Ain't no getting caught. He get caught, he might get slept. If Gamboa giving you the stinky leg, imagine what Charlo gonna do.
Oh yeah, no question.
Yeah, nah, fuck that. Canelo just took clean flush shots from DDD. I'm like, okay, damn, all right, but he just still took them and kept coming. So we talking two different guys as far as chin. Like that's all a part of the. I mean, it might be an attribute. Some guys got power, some guys don't, but they still can win. So it might be an attribute, but Canelo's attribute is that goddamn chin, and we got to account for that. And then look. I was just saying all of that, Ron, basically to try to go on like how you were looking at it. But then if we take it to another level and then look at level of competition, what they've been doing for the past few fights. I mean, let's keep it real. Terence Crawford beat Jeff Horn, and who after? You know what I mean? Canelo beating champion after champion in different weight classes. I don't know, man. Like I just my guy Canelo gotta be up there. Like gotta be number one, man. Fuck that. I just don't think that.
Spot, hold that spot down, D.
I mean, it's just like, okay, the people that don't have Canelo number one, their reasoning is he's a cheat. Okay, so the computer what the fuck does the computer has to do? Like that's the thing with these freaking double standard superficial motherfuckers with this he's a cheat. Come on with that, man. They don't. Canelo Alvarez, there's a lot of athletes that have been caught doing this. You get caught for computer or something one time, and now you're a cheat for the rest of your career. This is just the dumb shit that people do, right? And I guarantee you they revere other players in other sports that got caught cheating, but they don't take that same perspective. But
you know what?
Most of the people that don't have him there, they talk about the computer all shit. Not because of the lack of what he does or the opponents he's faced. It's just that computer all shit, which is bullshit to me. But it is what it is. Each and everyone's own individual.
Maybe Canelo should have disclosed that he was eating tacos before the fight.
Let's just be honest, though. When it comes to drug testing and ped use in boxing, it's kind of hard to read that sort of circuit because it's pretty corrupt and hard to take seriously anyways. The fact that Victor Conti is one of the biggest movers and shakers in as far as drug testing and all that kind of stuff goes in boxing that says it all. Victor fucking Conti is one of the most corrupt members of sports in the last 40 years.
Yep.
Was at the head of the Balco scandal.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Good morning. So I came in. Hey, what's up, man? I came in and resembled a part of your remarks, right, and then part of it didn't. I didn't, right? So I don't have Canelo number one, and it is because of it is because he popped dirty, but it's really the difference between the two guys. Like I actually think Terence Crawford is a more skilled fighter, but I think Canelo has a better resume, right? So that's really all it is. It's a thing that just separates the two. If Terence Crawford had been busted somehow, then I'd be like, okay, yeah, Canelo. Because then at least at that point they've both been busted. And even though Terence Crawford, I think, is still the more skilled fighter, Canelo would win because he's proven his skill set over, I think, a much higher level of competition, both recently and no matter how far you go back.
Right. Well, he's fought Floyd, and fucking Crawford will never fight nobody like that. As many people as tried to. Yeah, he lost.
You can't tell that.
hold on, Ron. He lost, but he took something from that. Like it's different just to lose from a fight, you get your ass whooping, you move on. He took a lot from that Floyd fight, and it's evident in the way he fights, right? But
he fought timid though.
what?
I don't think T Buck would fight Floyd that way. He won't fight him timidly.
Listen,
Like Canelo
Terence Crawford would get his fucking ass whooped by Floyd Mayweather, and that's just what I was about to talk about. I don't know why people are starting to even talk in this foolishness with Terence Crawford and Floyd Mayweather. Look, don't even start comparing them. Floyd Mayweather would beat the
I'm not
shit out of
comparing.
Crawford. No sweat. Guaranteed, no fucking sweat. These fucking Buff fans are going way too far with this dumb shit. He beat Kell Brook, a drained Kell Brook. Slow your fucking rolls. Pump the brakes, man.
Oh, shit.
Don't let, like I didn't like it. I didn't let this shit slide when they started talking this Lomachenko foolery and Floyd Mayweather, and I'm damn sure not gonna let it slide with Crawford either. This motherfucker has just beaten Kell Brook. Like, what the fuck are we talking about here?
Good though. It looked real good.
Man, look, Ron.
I didn't even see
Please
the
don't be
fucking
the
punch,
one.
bro.
Please don't be the one, fan. I mean, no, you can talk, but just please don't be the one.
I apologize for the coach words, but I didn't even see that punch, bro. It was so short and quick and fast, bro. The way he stumbled, Brook, man, I was like, God dang. That was awesome, the way he did it, though.
Yeah, man.
See, I don't think it was the issue with Floyd and Canelo wasn't Canelo's aggression. His feet and his hands are not fast enough.
Yeah, not at all.
Like he wasn't. He didn't have the IQ. He just couldn't do it. Like he was way. It was different levels and different talents. Right. It was just a nightmare matchup for Canelo, especially then.
Yep.
Even the Canelo now. Even the Canelo now, and I'm not talking about the size, but even the Canelo now with that Floyd he faced, he still loses, fam.
Oh, no question.
And I don't care what these Canelo fans say. That Floyd, I'm not talking about Floyd now, Canelo now, but I'm talking about Canelo now. Now that he's gotten better, now that he's learned, I still think Floyd gets him. Because Floyd schooled him, fam. It's not like Floyd had a difficult time with him. He schooled him. So even awesome. Now that Canelo's gotten better, it'll be a tougher fight, but Floyd still wins. Floyd still wins.
Yeah, he had a unified champion punching the ropes, like where Floyd used to be 4 steps ago. Like,
yeah. We got some people stepped in the house.
Don't get the smoke. What you mean by that? Like,
hold on.
I'm saying Canelo threw a punch trying to hit Floyd. By the time that punch landed, it hit the ropes, and Floyd was 4 steps away.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Blues boxing. What's good with you? Chopstick in the building. What's good? Hamza, what's up with you? What's up? Appreciate you. T-Tone Toledo in the building. Douglas Allen. Boston Nick. What's up, Boston Nick? My man Boston Nick from over there at Pub Sports. Appreciate you, Boston Nick.
We in here.
In the building. What's up? What's up, Daniel, huh? What'd you say, Ron? Mike
from
Boston in the building.
All the boxing heads is up in here. That's what's up.
Yeah, no doubt. So, but I don't know, man. I just don't want this Crawford nonsense. Listen, man. You know, Jose, I don't know if he was trolling or not, Jose Yepes, but maybe he was just trying to say silliness to get up under my skin. Well, he just said it earlier in the chat. I just let it fly by. But I think people are actually starting to believe this. That Pernell Whitaker shit, Jose, you know, you smoking on some real good Chiba over there, talking about Crawford beating Pernell. Pernell would have beat Crawford's ass. I don't care what you say, Jose. Pernell Whitaker was too nice, too elusive. Floyd would have beat Crawford's ass, man. I think y'all giving Terence Crawford too much credit.
Pernell Whitaker would have probably beat Floyd's ass. Keep it real.
Yeah, Pernell Whitaker was a fucking beast. Jose done, like I said.
I think Jose is just trolling.
Yeah, he's trolling.
Because Crawford tends to get overrated in these fantasy matchups. Like people saying that he just washed Chavez. Like that's just ridiculous to me.
Right. Jose slipped some extra tequila in his coffee this morning.
A lot of the younger fans. A lot of the younger fans think that these new guys can beat the old guys because they just see the old guys on tape or stuff, and they just weren't there, so they don't know.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I know that I mean, again, somebody can make the argument without the clenbuterol. Make the argument for Terence Crawford because with the clenbuterol, I mean, whatever, man. I don't. Uh, I can't tell anybody to have or not have somebody on there. Unless a prior drug PED situation. I mean, that was a prior situation. Like I said, that's like somebody doing a crime, going to prison, and then being still held accountable for that shit the rest of their life. Like, come on, man.
Yeah.
Like,
Yo,
you
DJ,
punishment, it's over with. You can't fucking hang that over somebody's head forever. Like,
hey
when it's,
DJ, do you have Cash App? I
huh?
mean to cut you off. Do you have Cash
Oh,
App?
yeah, I'll put the banner up. I got
All right. I gotta start getting used to that more often, yo. Because that's
you.
where it's
You
at.
can see it on the screen, right?
Uh,
It's a ticker going across the bottom. It's
oh
my
yeah, yeah, yeah,
PayPal
yeah.
and my Cash App and shit. What's
You know,
up, Ray?
Okay.
it is hey, what's up, man?
Yo, what's up? What's cracking? What's up, my boy?
What's good?
What's up, fellas? How's it
I
going?
was, I was just gonna
Morning.
say, man, and maybe this is just a function of being in the lower weight, like the weight class that he's in, right? And the bigger weights, you have to do this less, but middleweight should fit this category also. I think Terence Crawford can just do more things in it, like just point blank, period. Like forget Clint Billiard and resumes and all that stuff. If you just strip the two guys down and you watch what they do in the ring, I think Terence Crawford just has more ability.
Did you see how he went to Southpaw and how how natural it was, like and how he executed that position and like got him out of there right away? I thought that was like the turning point of the whole situation with him and Brook, you know. It was just like a masterpiece, bro, to me.
Yeah. Canelo to me, his resume just too stacked. It's too deep, man.
Yeah.
That's all. I don't know, man. I really want one of these diehard Crawford fans because I would like to entertain the fact, but the problem is with me, I don't even have Crawford, to be perfectly honest, as number two anymore. Just because,
Come
I mean,
on,
look
B.
at,
Jefferson.
oh, look. This is my thing because again, bro, it's just based on my criteria. Crawford's last four fights, fam. I mean, let's look at them. And this is
It
a
was
pound for
boring.
listen. This is a pound for pound guy. Now I know that there are circumstances in the fact that he can't get certain fights, like with these PBC guys that wouldn't fight him. However, he hasn't fought these guys. So if we look at his pat, he won the belt from Horn. Great. He steps up. He wins the belt from Horn. Let's look at the fights after that. How is this? How is this
Yeah,
incumbent
I
of
thought it
keeping
was
you on the
good.
pound for pound list?
Yeah,
What was a Jose Benavidez? Is that a fight to
that's
keep
what
you
it
there?
was.
Is it the con that scared the death of you? Is that a fight to keep you there? Is it a devious Kavaliauskas who is a fighter coming up? Was it a old a weight drain Kell Brook? Are these the fights that keep you there? So that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying. Like,
You made Kovalev look like a superstar. Kavalauskas.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. And Kavaliauskas, yeah, he put him down. So my thing is this: like, Leo Santa Snooze, what's good with you? What's good? I
What's
can't
up? I like the
I can't keep leaning on what Crawford has accomplished at 140 to keep him number one pound for pound. That's my problem. That's what I feel like a lot of people. What is his accolades? You have a guy in Jermel Charlo, and I'm talking about in the time frame that we talking about Crawford's last five fights. You got a guy in Jermel Charlo, the 3-belt unified champion now. We're just gonna have Crawford just sitting up there, number one. We got Errol Spence within the same division, who's a 2-belt champion. But we just gonna have Crawford sitting up there, number one, right? Pound for pound, just sitting up there, chilling, number one. With his past four fights, and even though he won the belt off of Horn, let's be
yeah.
honest about the level of competition of Horn. He can't box. That's not
Damn.
even a shot at Horn. He can't box.
Manny Pacquiao look like a scrub then if you said he can't box?
No, the size was too great. In this sport, sometimes the size is too great.
Too big, too strong.
Yeah, that's right. Ron, when you say that, do recognize that after Horn, after Pacquiao, with the Horn fight at 160, fam. So he went from Pacquiao, little old Pacquiao, to 160. Sometimes the size is just too big, too great. That's all he did was rough Pacquiao around that ring. When he got in there with somebody who had arms was a little longer, who was a lot taller, like Terence Crawford, he beat him like he stole something because the size wasn't too great against Crawford, right? Errol Spencer beat the shit out of Jeff Horn. I believe Sean Porter, Danny Garcia, they'll beat the shit out of Jeff Horn. He's not a good boxer.
Sean Porter's a beast. He's like really going to be in this game in 2021, yo.
Fuck, I believe you guys beat the shit out of Jeff Horn. He's not a good boxer.
This is the thing with Crawford. While I do think he's very versatile, he also does have flaws. So you kind of, I don't really know how to balance that out when it comes to his skills because he has flaws. He can get hit and he can get hurt. There are times where he makes has sort of leaks in his game plan at times, and I don't know. Skill wise, I think Crawford's more versatile than Canelo, but skill wise, I don't really know, to be honest. It's a bit close.
Yeah, that's the key word.
For example, I think Canelo is the best at parrying punches in boxing, like slipping off, parrying, and countering. I think he is the very best in boxing at doing that. I also think he has the best upper body movement in boxing.
His upper body movement, I think, is excellent. But I think Tank has some great parrying. Chocolatito can parry his ass off. Yeah, there's some good guys that can parry, just like right off the start. I mean, even Errol Spence catch shoot is parry. Like I wouldn't say he's as good as Canelo, but yeah, nah.
Hamza, serious? You talking Beltran? Hold on, guys. Beltran, Posto, Burns, Gamboa. Didn't I say 147, dude? What are you talking about? 147. We're not talking about. See, this is the thing. That's what I'm just saying, Hamza. How long can we lean on what Crawford did at 140? He's at 147, fam. When do we hold him accountable for what he does at 147?
He's been doing some smooth selling at 140.
You put all of those names up there, and the only two names you have at 147 was Horn and Khan, which, by my assessment, was the least of his two competitive fights at 147. Those were the worst two fights you really could have put up there. I understand you putting Horn up there because at least he won a title off of him. But as far as level of competition, Khan quit before he went in the ring. And Horn had nothing for Crawford. Benavidez was a much better competitive fight than Horn or Crawford. He took Crawford to 12, and Crawford barely got him out of there.
Yeah, he was really.
And Canelo's knockout of Khan is like a poster, right? He posterized that guy. It's indelibly etched in boxing fans' minds.
Canelo gets rigged, fought off decision, elite guys in their prime, throw belts away, uses catch weight, rehydration clause. Canelo does not deserve to be on the pound for pound list, period.
Talk to him, yo.
That's just
Hold on. Floyd did all of that. But none of you guys argued about him being on the pound for pound list.
Yeah, actually, Canelo knocked Amir Khan into
every bit of that.
Canelo knocked Amir Khan into a nymphomaniac state, but yeah.
Daddy also.
Mayweather and Pacquiao did that same stuff. Typically, when you're the A side, when you're the money man in boxing, you're going to look for the most advantages that you can get in a fight. It is what it is. I don't know.
I mean, that's the thing. The things that people accuse Canelo of. I was a Floyd fan. That's the problem with freaking hating ass boxing fans. I don't hate one side or the other. It's not Pacquiao or Floyd for me. Floyd or Canelo for me. I was a big fan of Floyd Mayweather. A big fan of Pacquiao. I'm a huge fan of Canelo. But you can't let it ride for one side and then sit here and bitch and moan about it now. Floyd, all of that shit they cry about Canelo, let's be honest, man. Floyd did a lot of that shit, fam. the catch weights, the clauses. Y'all stop this nonsense. And ain't
You know
none of
what?
y'all
You
ever
know
had
what?
a fucking problem with Floyd being on that fucking pound for pound. Shit we hold against Canelo, the clenbuterol. Okay, whatever, PD, I get it. But any of those people that say that, they better not ever let me catch them giving slight to anybody who had PED use. Just better keep it the same, or everything you say don't fucking matter. But outside of that, fam, like, come on with this shit. I don't even think the clenbuterol shit is even fair. Because like I said, man, all these motherfuckers, they got family and cousins and shit who've been locked up, and I bet you they don't treat them no differently because of what they did in the past, but they just want to hold it over Canelo. To me, man, it's like it's crazy. It's just crazy to me.
You know what? I admit that Canelo has fought like certain people that I wanted to see him fight. Like he fought Danny Jacobs, and Danny Jacobs was consistent at the time. But it's like we just expect more from Canelo. Like I wouldn't mind seeing Canelo fight or Jamal Charlo, of course, but that's past time. But I feel like him and Jamal Charlo might even match up good if Canelo came to 160. Because I can see Jamel moving up to 160 and fight him. That's a big fight.
My
You see what I'm
thing is
saying?
this. My thing is this with the whole Canelo and uh people, because I hear this and you can see the expectation from people that, well, we expect more from Canelo. And I'm like, okay, we expect more from Canelo. And I always ask myself, you talk about, see, this is what they do with Canelo. You look at his last 5 fights, right? You look at Canelo's last 5 fights, and this is what they do with Canelo. They sit there and nitpick and bitch about the fights that he's already had. You got Golovkin twice, Rocky Fielding, Daniel Jacobs, and
Rocky
Sergey Kovalev.
Fielding.
Yeah, hold on, Ron. Hold on, Ron. For the love of
All
God, let
right,
me
all
get
right.
to the end. I said his last 5 fights. Rocky Fielding is within his last 5 fights, so I have to mention his name. But you have his last 5 fights. Those are his last 5 fights. Golovkin was a champion. It's not like this was some bullshit. Not only that, Golovkin was a tough opponent for Canelo, and you could tell with the 2 fights, right? Because
Yeah,
a lot of people thought Golovkin won the first fight. Hell, there are some people that actually thought Golovkin won the second fight. I'm not one of them. I believe that, the first fight, you can make your argument. The second fight, I believe Crawford won that. I mean, Canelo won that. But these are his past 5 fights, okay? That's it.
yeah,
That's just it. That's it. Simple. Those are his past 5 fights. Now, with Rocky Fielding, especially get this smoke because he doesn't care about the belts. But with Rocky Fielding, a lot of people don't care about the belt that he won, about him being champion in another division because wasn't a major belt.
it was
It
a
was
regular
the
belt.
regular belt. Okay, and they knew he was going to beat Rocky Fielding. I gave him some flame. I was like, that Rocky Fielding fight don't mean shit. He just went there to get a belt. That was a bullshit fight. Rocky Fielding was no competition. Now, Daniel Jacobs and Sergey Kovalev is where it gets ridiculous with Canelo. Daniel Jacobs paid to lose. Sergey Kovalev took a dive. The fix was in. Like, okay, if you're gonna do this to Canelo on these fighters that he fight, then of course you're not gonna see him as pound for pound. But these are the same people. When we look at Bud's last 5 fights, Kell Brook, Egidius Calvillasquez, Amir Khan, Jose Benavidez Jr., and Jeff Horn. They don't say anything about those fights. It's like they're all valid. These guys not even in the top 5.
You know what?
Like,
I
let's
think
be
it
real.
depends on like I think it depends on which division that people watch the most worldwide. Like, because believe it or not, I feel like that a 147 has a microscope on it, but maybe the division that Canelo fought in didn't really have a bigger microscope on it. So that's why I think that Canelo gets the more, the more hate, I would say. You know what I mean? Because we expect so much from him, you know, as fighting the right individuals there. So of course, 147, nobody's really looking at T Bud and who he fights in the resume
Look at
as his
this. Look at
weakness.
this nonsense. Look at this nonsense. Kovalev took a dive. So if that's what you're gonna do to Canelo's resume, okay, of course you're gonna have Crawford up top. But just like Intangible gave example, I don't even believe. Listen, if we go off these fighters' last 5 fights. I don't even believe Crawford deserves to be number 2. And I'm
Well,
being
at least he's in
honest.
the top 5 with you. At least he's in the top 5 with you, D. I'm
I
gonna
mean,
say
he can
this.
be in the top 5, but a lot of people are just holding too much weight on what he accomplished at 140. What is he doing now? You know, even when Lomachenko moved up to 135, he only had 4 fights. Granted, Crawford has 5 now. When Lomachenko moved up to 135, which was outside of his comfort zone, he unified titles. He won 2 titles. Fucking
3.
Canelo, I mean, fucking 3. Yeah, 3 titles. That's right. My bad.
He got a good management team or whatever, because he damn
Right.
sure.
I mean, man, fuck all of that, Ron. Fuck all of that. Again, I can't go by what they were afforded. Talking about what was accomplished. I don't care about the ins and outs about why Crawford didn't get the fights. I understand that. The facts are he didn't get the fights. But when Lomachenko stepped up, everybody cried, why Lomachenko even up there? He fighting this guy, but he's fighting champions. He unified 3 fucking titles. Crawford gets up there and he just gets to dingle around because of what he did at 140. This shit was ridiculous, man.
You know,
Ridiculous.
one of the things is Luke Campbell wasn't a champion, right? So that's why I think people get mixed up. Like unifying how many times? Like, yeah, it's a unification, but it's a unification of a vacant title. It's kind of a weird one, right?
Yeah. But still, he unified 3 belts. Did Crawford even unify for a vacant title? No. So I mean, even still, bro,
Crawford's been
I
undisputed, right?
understand that
I
there's
mean, if you're
circumstances
gonna go through the
behind it.
guys over, and like Crawford's
Okay,
been
That's a
undisputed
good
himself.
thing he didn't
look,
vacate.
this
That's
is
a
my
good thing he
thing,
didn't.
Smoke. I understand that there are circumstances behind it. It's just like I said, I understand there are circumstances behind him getting the fights that from the PBC guys, but he didn't do these things. These other guys at least accomplished. How long are we gonna ride on what Crawford did with guys at 140? When is he going to have to continue to prove that I'm still that guy? Because these past 5 fights, that's not proving that I'm still that guy. People are putting him at number 1 for nostalgia purposes because of what he did before. What about what he's doing now?
I'll tell you, man, Sean Porter looking good and good more every day, bro. It's so hard to keep him out this argument as the elite gatekeeper at 147 to me. Like, I feel like everybody need to go through Sean Porter at this
Yeah,
point.
I mean, I feel like, listen, sure, there's an aspect of the pound for pound that's like a power ranking. What have you done for me lately? But I also think like if you're still the same fighter, right? If you're still as good, then you're still as good. And if your skills are better than somebody else's, they're better than somebody else's. But these days, a lot of more people are they're interested in the what's your last 3 fights, 4 fights kind of thing. They're not trying to
Yeah.
hear like a Gary Russell who's super skilled but is not that active, right? They're like, nah, the activity alone disqualifies you, right? It's just
Yep.
criteria.
And just like Chicano Prophet said, people hating on Fielding, who was ranked 6th by Boxer, 9th by Ring, 10th by ESPN, while Brook is nowhere to be found anywhere. Exactly. He's just a name from the past, basically. That's it. But at least Rocky and he had a belt. Regardless of what you think about the belt, he still had a fucking title. Brook didn't bring shit to the table. Nothing. Nothing. Nothing but a drained body.
He
That's all
bought
he
his
brought to
chocolate
the table.
brownies, did he? He bought his chocolate brownies.
I will say I'll say that super welterweight and welterweight is deeper than super middleweight.
What the hell is he talking? Shut the fuck up. I was saying that he shouldn't get slighted for the fucking clenbuterol. Damn, dog. It's like you don't listen sometimes. I was fucking protecting Canelo. I'm not talking like shit, T-Tone. Open up your ears, dude.
Yeah, I heard what you said.
I know what the fuck is T-Tone even talking about, bro. Dude don't listen. He just want to argue about Canelo. I'm not arguing with you, T-Tone. Intangible boxing. Oh, the tangibles up here. I'm not putting that shit up here. Another day, but this is no bud bashing, Martin Machine. It's no bud bashing, fam. You tell me, come protect him then. Come on the panel, protect Bud. We talk about his last 5 fights. Protect him.
Pardon my language.
That's why I'm here.
Oh man, please don't come up here bitching about Floyd. That's all I'm telling you. You can say what you want. Don't come up here bitching about Floyd Mayweather. Because you ain't decided to ask me to drop the link until you heard us talking about Floyd. Next thing I know, I look over in the panel.
Crawford.
You asked for me to drop the link. Crawford, a 3-division champ, undisputed champ, cleared out 140. Hasma, are you fucking? Am I fucking Chinese? Take out 140. Take out 140. Hamza, and then
we'll
what did Crawford
do?
Take out 140. Okay, which would leave 5 fights. This is 5 whole fights. People sit there and talk about Kell Brook, his past 5 fights. One of them was 3 years ago. He was fighting Spence. So they actually utilized that fight and comparing him to this Crawford fight. So let's go by his last 5 fights, Hamza. 140 don't fucking exist, fam. So I don't know why you keep talking about all of this undisputed and what has he done? What have you done for me lately? That's the thing. What have you done for me lately? Willie Boy slipping with super chat. Appreciate you, Willie Boy. Said, "What up, D? There's JB Winnings, humble pie." I appreciate you and JB, man. Y'all two quiet guys. They made a bet and donated it to speak your mind. That's what's up, man.
The thing about Brook is that he hasn't done anything since he fought, like you said, Earl Spence. You know what I mean? Like, and we know Earl Spence is the truth. So I ain't gonna front on Earl Spence. His pressure game is ridiculous. That'd be a great fight if him and Bud fought. I swear to God, I'd be on that shit. The bet odds would be sick. They'll be sick.
Raider, what do you think about this Crawford? Troy, you have to Raider because Raider didn't really speak on it yet either. What do you think about this Crawford Canelo pound for pound number 1? Who do you think should be there, Raider?
Come on, you guys know Canelo's number 1, man. There's no doubt about it. Look who he's fighting compared to who Crawford's fighting. Just like you were saying, you know what I mean? Crawford hasn't fought anybody like in the top 5 since like probably Horn, maybe, if that. How can you be pound for pound if you're pound for pound for me is how your skills do against people in your weight class and above your weight class. How would you do against those fighters? Canelo, we know what we can do against 160, 168, and 175. His skills are enough to beat people in those 3 weight classes. Crawford, he started at the low rankings. I mean, at the lower weight classes, and he's been proven. Yeah, he's been coming up and beating everybody. But he's at 147 now, and he hasn't fought anybody in his last 3 fights. So how are your skills? How do we know how good his skills are at 147? If he's not fighting anybody at his level or even above his level, we don't know.
I have a question for the panel. I have a question. Sorry. Yeah, sorry, right. Go ahead.
And then you got 154. How would he do at 154? Who knows? We don't know yet, right? Even at 160. So I mean, does he have the skills? It looks like it, yeah, but you don't know. You won't know until you fight those fights. Look at Haney. Haney, we all thought we saw the eye test, and what happened when he fought Gamboa? Everybody's like, whoa, wait a minute, you know? Let's take a step back. If Crawford was to fight like a Porter, a Danny, and then win, then maybe we can be like, you know what? Yeah, his skills are enough, but we don't know yet. At least that's my way of thinking. Until you prove it, not just eye test.
Bro. Exactly. And then people take away from Canelo fighters he fought, but they don't say nothing about Crawford fighting a Drain Brook. They want to give him all the credit for fighting a Drain Brook, but they want to nitpick Canelo. Kovalev took a dive. Jacobs was paid to lose. Come on with this shit, bro. But Kell Brook, I guess he was healthy and not weight drained, right? Like, come on, really?
Even if you go off those metrics, even if you go off those metrics, like say Crawford fight Kell Brook, right? He looked pretty good against Kell Brook. He knocked him out, yeah, but he lost two out of the 3 rounds. Where Canelo, when he fought a Fielding, which nobody really liked that fight, he fucking dominated Fielding so bad every round. So I mean,
all right. So
and that was going up in weight too. So
let me ask a question. Who is more proven? Is Canelo more proven at 168 and 175 than Terence Crawford is at 147?
Oh, good
No,
question.
At 175?
No.
At
no, he's not.
175?
175, yes.
175.
He's
Look,
more proven by beating Kovalev at 175 than Terence Crawford is from the 5 guys he's fought at 147.
No,
Yeah.
I agree
Yes.
with you. I agree with you.
hey, hold on. Everybody can't answer one. Canelo Alvarez. Let's be honest, guys. Canelo Alvarez in one single weight class is probably not more proven than Terence
Terence
Crawford
Crawford.
at 147 because he's jumping around. He's going from 75 to 60. You know what I mean? If anything, you could say that I don't know. I can't even say he's more proven at 160 because he ain't even had a 5-fight stretch at 160. Let's be honest. But I will say he's more proven at 160 smoke because of the level of competition. So he's more proven than Crawford at 160 for sure.
I feel like that's
But
kind of
maybe not 68 or 75. No.
I feel like that's sort of a comparison, though. It's kind of hard to compare that because both guys have different careers with how Canelo's bouncing around and Crawford is sitting at 147.
Yeah, but he's
It's just
staying at
different.
147 and
Crawford is
ain't doing
3-division
shit.
champ and
You
undisputed
know
at
what? He might
140.
not be doing shit, but he damn sure laying the fucking foundation.
Like for real. Like both
147.
of those guys have legitimate titles in 3 weight classes. Both of them.
Yes, they do. But Canelo, listen, Crawford is at one weight class, so he may be more proven at 147 than 168 and 175. Because I don't think so at 160. No, but Canelo's still doing more because what he did at 160 was more
He's
impressive.
still doing
But this is what I'm getting at. Their last 5 fights,
and he won a belt at 167, and Crawford is not doing much at 147. Whether
their
he's
last
staying
5
there
fights,
proving something or not.
all of
Well, we need
Crawford's
to
last
go-
5
we need
fights
to-
were at 147. Canelo's last 5
Right.
fights, 3 have been at 160, 1 has been at 168, and 1 has been at 175.
175, exactly.
I'm not talking about their whole careers. Because if you want to get into that, Canelo started at 140.
It's weird to me to think that Terence Crawford has to go up 3 more weight classes to prove his skills.
He doesn't.
Nobody said that. Nobody said that. We're not going down that fucking rabbit hole.
Oh, that's what I heard. Maybe go up to 154, maybe even 160.
No,
That's what I'm saying.
no,
I'm saying it's a
hold
bad
on
comparison.
Hold on for a second. I don't want to start doing the 154 talk right now. We could do that later, but that's going down another rabbit hole, and nobody was saying that that's a requirement. I'm talking about what Crawford needs to do at 147. I was specifically said 147, so I don't want to go down this 154
No, I thought that's what Brady was
rabbit hole
saying.
because that's another whole argument.
I said he hasn't even proved. I said he hasn't even proved himself at 147 yet, let alone 150 and 160.
Yes, he has.
He's proven himself at 147.
Yes, he has.
No, I'm
But
talking
Yeah,
about
look,
best.
all right, hold on, guys. Let me let Boxing Learner get in here. All right. Let me let Boxing Learner get in here before y'all start going back and forth.
Hey man,
Go ahead,
appreciate it. I think it's like, the last 5 opponents, like who have you fought? Even though Canelo has jumped around, I think that he fought better competition than Crawford, in his last 5 fights. So that's why I put Canelo above Crawford. And if he fights Colin Smith, that'll be his 4th. He'll finally win a real world title at 168, and he'll be a 4-division champion. So
Boxing Learner.
Right. I agree with that, Boxing Learner, and I already have him over Crawford down one. But once he does that, then you look at their last fights, Kell Brook and fucking Colin Smith. Get the fuck out of here. Crawford's not doing. Look, he's not getting it done at 147. Whether it's Bob's fault, whether it's the PBC and Al Heyman's fault, Crawford ain't getting it done at 147, and that's the fact. We can't lean on 140 forever. We can't.
Let me jump in here, because when you're talking about making fights and what he's doing and what he's not doing, you can't put all the onus or all the blame on Crawford alone. Making fights is a two-way street, because if everybody's saying he's not fighting these guys, hold on now. They're not fighting him. They're not fighting him either. Okay? They're not fighting him either. I've never heard. I'm not done. I've never heard. Hold on, man. Hold on. I've never heard Crawford say, "I will not fight so and so." I've never heard that come out of his mouth. Now, I heard him say the stupidest thing, the dumb thing with Porter and friends and all that. Damn that, fight, right? That's the only one that I have an issue with. Anything else is doable, but if you come at him and say, okay, you pay me 10 million, and then you won't ease up off that. That ain't gonna happen. And then all the other stuff. Come on, man. If all these cats wanted to fight, they would have fought already, man. So you can't keep putting the onus just on one man and say this is all his fault. It's a two-way street. Them cats ain't trying to fight him either. They're not even fighting each other.
All right, so everybody, just like I said about the 154.
Give us a rotation.
Hold on. What the fuck, bro? Like, give us a rotation. Okay, now here's the thing. We're not going down that rabbit hole. Everything Troy said was 100% irrelevant to this conversation because Troy, stop it, bro. Because I just said earlier before you jumped on, we're not going to get into who won't fight and why they won't fight. What we're talking about is what he has done. So forget about why he's done what he's done. We're only talking about what he has done. That's why it's irrelevant. That's why I wanted to stay away from that, because that's a whole different argument. And I don't think anybody up here is denying that those guys wouldn't get in the ring with him. But that doesn't have a goddamn thing to do with us assessing him or measuring what he's done at 147. We're measuring what he's done at 147, and we're applying that to pound for pound. I don't think you get on pound for pound and take into account that, well, those guys didn't want to fight him. You don't take that into account for pound. That those guys over there across the street didn't want to fight him. It's about who he's fought. That's what we're going to stick to. We're not going to get into the argument about why Danny Garcia didn't take the fucking money. Like, we're not going to get into that discussion because it's irrelevant. He didn't fight Danny Garcia, so we can't put him on his resume to say this is who he's fought at 147. Let's talk about what he has done inside the ring at 147, not the politics that he's faced at 147. Because that's what you're talking about, Troy, the politics that he's faced at 147, which is irrelevant.
What he's done is knocked out all his opponents at 147.
Okay,
we can say that.
Let's go with that.
Okay?
Let's go with that.
You can say he's knocked out all his damn opponents. That's a fact.
We can. Yes, we can.
Okay, well, who did he not? I mean, he fought Kell Brook. Like, what was Kell Brook ranked at? Like, people give Canelo fucking shit for fighting Yildirim. Yildirim is ranked number 2.
That's all politics. He said he don't want to talk politics. That's politics.
No, Troy. You ain't gonna come disrupt this live. That's politics, but that's concerning the fighters that he's fought. Your politics was concerning fighters that Crawford never fought. So again, you're not gonna come disrupt this live with semantics, fam. Like, come on, let's keep it real. So Yildirim
is not the second best super middleweight.
He said ranked. He didn't say second best, Smoke. He said ranked.
Ranked where? By whom? What? Just say that out of nowhere when
he
you
was
got
ranked number 2 by the WBC, but I don't.
Yeah, by WBC. That's for the bacon.
Then Amir Khan was ranked. Then Amir Khan was a top 10 ranked in the sanctioning body when he fought.
We're talking about Kell Brook. We're talking about Kell Brook.
Yeah, but we were saying that. But you said earlier that Terence
Crawford.
Crawford.
Yeah, but I said top 5 ranked, Smoke, not top 10. 5 ranked.
No, but we were saying earlier that Terence Crawford hadn't fought a top 10.
No, I said a top 5. I didn't say no top 10. I don't know. I don't know if I know somebody. Okay, Smoke. I don't care what somebody said.
I'm not accusing you, D.
Hold on, Smoke. Hold on.
Right?
My point was Smoke. My point was top 5. Raider just gave an example of top. Ranked number 2. I don't care if you agree with it or not. That's where he was ranked. Okay, so let's skip the fucking semantics and the bullshit you and Troy trying, and let's keep it to the discussion.
Bro, it's not semantics. Somebody said that Terence Crawford hadn't fought.
But it wasn't me, so we're not gonna keep going.
I didn't say it was you. So why you say it wasn't you? I didn't say it was you.
It wasn't me either. We said top. I said top 5. I said top 5. I'm talking about right now with Canelo.
Top 10.
No, Rocky Fielding was not ranked top 5.
We're not talking about Rocky Fielding. We're talking about.
Said Rocky Fielding. Okay, I'm out of here.
We're talking about Kell Brook.
I got you. I got it. I can switch it up. Go ahead.
We're not switching it up.
Hold on, Raider. Nobody's switching it up because I read a comment, Smoke, and in the comment I read the numbers, and it says 6, 9, and 10. So even the comment that I read didn't have Rocky Fielding top 5. So stop trying to make an argument here, Smoke. Because that comment, I can pull it back up. It didn't even say top 5.
That's not the point. The point was it was top 10 when it came down to Rocky Fielding. It was top
5, fam. Smoke.
Yo,
Let's just stick
if
top
you stop
five,
interrupting me,
and I
first
keep
off,
going
when it
back
came
to
to
your
Rocky
bullshit,
Fielding, it
man.
was top 10. Now, when it comes to
No,
somebody
no,
else,
no,
it's top
no,
5.
no,
But when
no.
you're making this
Smoke.
argument for Rocky Fielding, when you said
All right.
everybody's panning Rocky Fielding, you said, but
Smoke.
Rocky Fielding is ranked top 10,
Smoke.
and I said that division is weak, right? That's the
Okay.
No, I
Okay.
think he, I
Now,
think he,
Smoke.
I think he
Hold on, Ronald, hold the fuck up. Smoke and Troy, y'all not gonna disrupt this conversation. When I said Smoke, when I said Rocky Fielding, I said regardless of what you say about Rocky Fielding, he had a belt. And I said,
exactly.
Smoke don't like belts. And then I read the comment about 6ix9ine. So please, Smoke, stop taking what you, I guess, heard from somebody else, and let's keep it to the context. So here's the context, Smoke. Top
Go back
5 fighters, okay? No one's caring about top 10. I agree with you. Fuck the top 10. Top 5 fighters. Like, let's not make petty arguments. That way we can actually talk about the topic. Because that shit with Troy talking about who wouldn't step up and fight him, you going with this top 10 and all of these semantics. Come on, fam. Like, that shit just gets in the way of the discussion. And it's not even relevant right now. It really is not.
Are we including the holders with the
Hold
top
up,
five
because
fighters?
I got to understand what's going on, right? Because before I'm not accusing anybody of saying anything, because I'm not trying to write down everybody who said what, right? I'm just saying that somebody on the panel, we were talking earlier, right? And part of the discussion was but Rocky Fielding's being panned. What I heard that you say that it was about a title. Cool, that's what you said. Somebody else was saying how he was still a top 10, I was still ranked top 10, right?
Okay.
So that's what I was
I already
addressing.
explained that,
That's all I
Smoke,
was
but you're
addressing.
not listening. I already explained that, but you are not listening. I read a comment from the fucking chat. Okay. And what he explained is that he was ranked number 6 by a box rank. He was ranked number 9 by someone else and number 10 by someone else. That was just from the reading of a comment from the chat. Wasn't anything anybody on this panel was saying. Like I was just reading a fucking comment out of the chat. Now you're mixing that in without fucking discussion.
No,
Is
you
what I'm
just
trying
think
to
that,
tell
dude.
you.
That's just what you think. That's not
Okay,
what I'm
well, please
referring to.
don't
That's
mix
what
the
you're
number
referring
10.
to.
Well,
You
okay,
keep
well,
referring to
please
what you
don't
said.
mix it
I'm
in.
not talking about what you said
All right, well, just don't
or what
mix
you
Rocky
read.
Fielding being ranked 10. Okay, Smoke, just don't do it. Because him being ranked 10 was irrelevant. It just came off of a comment I read. That's all it was. So let's not make it a point of this discussion, Smoke. Jesus Christ, bro. Now go ahead, Ronald. You was about to say something.
My bad. I was talking to somebody, but I'm back. Well, I wanted to, cement my place in this conversation as far as what we're talking about. That's basically Canelo versus Crawford is pound for pound. You know what? I think Canelo. You made me think a lot about this, D. Jefferson. Yes, Canelo has went to different places, and his resume is better as far as titles go. But like I said, I base pound for pound on skill set to beat everybody in their respective division, whether they're a title holder or whether they just somebody he's just fighting in that division. So I feel like his skill set matches his pound for pound than Canelo. That's just my opinion.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
yeah,
it's cool. Like,
I don't know. I feel like Canelo's best work and all of his stuff is really about 154. He has good fights. He's got definitely good wins at 160. But 168 and 175, like if you want to start talking about proving your skill at the highest levels, I don't think Rocky Fielding and that version of Kovalev does it. I think it's great for your resume, but I don't think it's great for like, hey, you know what? Now Bud needs to show and prove something, right? I just don't.
All right, but was Kovalev a top 3 fighter at 175?
he was a champion.
I mean,
That's what I'm
of
saying,
course,
bro.
Yeah.
He was
he was a
fucking
champion. I don't know if he's a top 3 guy.
Oh,
Of course he
man.
was. I'll tell you
Listen,
what.
he was
I'll tell you
actually
what.
ranked there. He was
At
actually
the
ranked
time,
He
there.
was number 3 in my
No, I mean, I get
no,
it. All right,
three
so
behind
let
both.
me
he
ask you
was
this.
he was not 3.
Let me
He
ask
was
you this.
either
number
he was
2
either
over
Smoke,
hold on.
smoke,
He was
chill.
either number 1.
Hold on. Guys. We can't all talk over each other. Smoke, Intangible, and Raider, all y'all was trying to talk at the same time. Smoke, you started the confusion. That's why I muted you first.
Okay,
So
so
come on, let everyone talk because you did cut them off. You cut one of them off. They were talking first. One of them cut each other off, but you dumped right in there. So guys, don't cut each other off because they can't hear y'all in the chat. Like, come on, man. It's like Sunday school teacher over here. Just let everybody talk. So Raider, Smoke, Intangible, whichever one of y'all want to go first. Just let the other guy talk.
I just have a question. I just have one question. Can we name 3 light heavyweights at that time better than Kovalev?
No.
At that time, no.
There's only 2.
No. Maybe only one. I'll tell you guys what happened, right? So at the time that the fight was announced between Canelo and Kovalev, Avadzik and Better Beef have not fought yet. They have not. They did not fight yet.
Yeah.
So Better Beef was not. He was around the same as Kovalev around the time. The time that Better Beef went above Kovalev is when he beat Vatzik.
That was
The time that Kovalev and Canelo was announced, the Better Beef and Vatzik had not fought yet. So Kovalev was a number 1 or number 2.
So Bebo don't
I would have
exist?
personally had him
So
3
Bebo don't
because
exist?
Bolshevik did
Bebo
come off
was
a win
above
against
him.
Adonis
He's number
Stevenson
2.
and was a
Okay.
ring champion.
Y'all
Also
go.
did defeat. Also, Dmitry Bivol I would have put above Kovalev, considering Kovalev did lose.
Yeah.
But that would make him still 3.
No,
Yeah.
that would make him 4.
He was a
Because it would
top
be
3
Vazic,
fighter for
Better
sure.
Beef, and Bebo.
Oh gosh.
What?
Smoke.
That would make him 4th,
Okay.
at least 4th, right?
I'll tell you
We're
this
not
much:
talking
nobody even knew who. A lot of people didn't know who Better Beef Beterbiev was before that
Canelo's
Vatzik
ducking,
fight.
bro. He ducking. He ducking all the smoke. Y'all
What's
know
up?
he ducking.
Like this is the
Canelo-
thing. That's why I said people want to nitpick. They just want to sit and nitpick Canelo. That's what it is.
Yeah.
And then when
No,
we talk
no,
about
okay, bro.
there you
What's
go,
the time?
Smoke. What the fuck, fam? Y'all was just going back and forth. The only thing I was going for was stopping you from cutting motherfuckers off, and you just cut me off. What the hell? I'm not talking about you, Smoke. Damn, if I say get this Smoke, you know I don't have no problem saying people's names. You know that. I would say Smoke. I said people, goddammit. I didn't say Smoke. Jesus Christ, bro. Stop taking everything internally. I said people. You're one person, not people, Smoke. So,
Yeah, and
like
I
I
don't.
was trying to fucking say, people want to sit here and give Crawford credit for a fucking Kell Brook that we know was drained. It's a speculation about Kovalev taking a dive. It's a speculation about Danny Jacobs being paid to lose. These are speculations, but we know Kell Brook was drained, and we giving him credit about this. Come on.
He barely
What the
made
fuck is going on here? That's all I'm saying.
Another thing I don't get too, people are saying that welterweight is deep, deeper than the 168, 160, whatever it might be. But even so, if it's deep, why hasn't Crawford fight any top 5, at least top 5?
He needs to go to Dazzin. He needs to go to Matchroom with some real shit. I think
that's where the Raider. That's where the politics will come in. That's where that argument will come.
Yeah, like one more thing too, like
because we know why he hasn't fought.
Yeah, like his skills, we do see him. Or nobody's denying that. We do see the skills, but we just want him to prove them against a top 5 fighter. It's like I don't know who said it. I think it was you, D. You're playing on easy mode or on normal mode. What happens when you go and play it on hard mode?
Right.
I honestly feel like we all agree on the facts of the situation. Canelo's fighting better opponents. Crawford may be more versatile or skilled than Canelo.
Yeah.
Shouldn't we be arguing the merits and how valid skills and resume are in comparison to one another on a pound-for-pound basis?
Hello?
Instead of trying to pick apart Canelo's resume, even though we all agree that it's better than Crawford's anyways.
But I'm saying, even if we go on that metrics that you're talking at, Daniel, Crawford still Canelo's still proving more. He's still proving more based on that metrics. Because listen, Crawford's opponents, whether the politics allow them to have the right opponents or not, they weren't competitive, fam. Like these matches, and like with Benavidez, it wasn't supposed to be competitive because we're talking about a pound for pound number 1 guy. He's supposed to really go 12 rounds with Jose Benavidez? No. He's supposed to demolish him.
D-Dub credits to the credit of Crawford though, he took his time with Benavidez. He didn't want to get caught out there. He didn't go in there and like just try to rumble with somebody bigger or taller than him. He picked him apart slowly but surely, bro. So I give him credit for that fight, even though it was boring.
Check this out, Ron. It's interesting you say he didn't just want to go in there with somebody bigger and taller than him. When he went in there with somebody way bigger and taller than him before he even got in there with Jose Benavidez, which was Jeff Horn, a 160-pound guy. Like, come on, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, how many we gonna be misogynistic and pampering over Terence Crawford now, one of the toughest guys in boxing? We get ready to coddle and pamper this guy? Really? Like, he's one of the biggest dogs in boxing. Like, this dude got dog in him. He don't need no pampering, fam. He don't. Let's just stick to the facts. The facts are, whether unfortunate or not, he hasn't shown us these guys. It doesn't matter why he didn't get to fight him. He hasn't shown us fights against them.
We want to see the best fight the best. You're right.
Okay, well,
Smoke.
okay.
I mean,
Okay, go ahead.
D.
Yeah.
I think the problem with Canelo is that, like, because he moves up and down so much, there's so many different fighters that people want to see him fight. You know, when he moved up to 175, people like, okay, go fight Beterbiev and Bivol. I'm like, even though he was just going up there for that one fight, you know, I think he should just find a schedule or just
happy medium.
Pick one weight class until you could clear him out, and then move up. So, you know, people, because everybody's coming from every different direction saying fight this guy. You know, I think it would just be better, you know, instead of giving so much confusion to people, because, you know, people want to see him fight Jamal, but also a lot of people want to see him fight Caleb Plant. So I think he should, like, just say the guys that he want to fight in the specific order. I think, you know, that'll take a lot of pressure off him.
Okay, you know what's funny to me is, I'm saying,
okay, let me jump. Okay, go ahead.
Real quick, this won't take long. Troy, you go next right after this, and then let IBT get in there. But look, what's funny to me is how people say he should just clear out a division. But we understand how hard it is in boxing to clear out a division. I think I look at it sometimes like this with Canelo. Although I still hold him accountable for 160 because that's what he told me. But I look at it like this. Instead of fucking around with the politics, DDD saying he wants a tune-up, Jamal Charlo running from everyone. Instead of me doing that, let me just go up and achieving weight. This is the thing. When has it become a curse or a crime to move up and get a fucking title? This is only a crime in boxing with Canelo Alvarez. Anybody else in fucking boxing moves up a weight class, shoots right to a champion, and take their belt, it will be fucking celebrated. But with Canelo Alvarez, it's somehow a fucking crime. Are you kidding me right now? Let's think about what we're saying here, guys.
What's Canelo's favorite saying, though? He be saying something that I remember he always saying. I can't think of it right.
I'm just saying, Ronald, just think about the concept of what I just said. If anybody else in boxing moves up a weight class and defeats a champion, it will be celebrated. If Jamal Charlo went right up and defeated Caleb Plant, it would be celebrated. If Boo Boo Andre went right up and defeated fucking BJ Saunders, it would be celebrated. If Errol Spence just jumped right up and beat fucking Patrick Textera, it would be celebrated. But Canelo does it twice and it's shitting on. Like, are we kidding ourselves here?
So I don't think anybody I think there's a couple of different things, right? First off, the legitimacy of Rocky Fielding as a champion, right? So that's one thing that's just glaring, right? So when you just move up and beat somebody for a regular title, you could get celebrated for it, or you could pass unnoticed because people don't really recognize the belt, right? So Kovalev has, like, while he's still a great name and maybe going into the Hall of Fame, right? And has a good argument to get into the Hall of Fame, we still saw the Eliter Alvarez and the Anthony Yard. I don't know if Anthony Yard was ranked top 5 in the heavyweight division. I mean, in the light heavyweight division.
I like that kid. I like that kid a lot.
But if he was ranked top 5, it shows you the weakness of that particular division, right? And that's really the point, right? It'd be a different thing if he beat Kovalev and sat around and, like, beat some of the young guns in there. Then I think people would legitimize him at least at 175. But it's not about whether I don't think it's about not celebrating Canelo, because I do celebrate it. As a matter of fact, I didn't think he was going to win, but the way Kovalev looked before that fight, and the fact that we didn't see the best Kovalev during the fight, we saw a pretty good Kovalev that boxed well and all that stuff, but we didn't see the crusher in that fight. It also is a little bit of a letdown. Like, if you would have seen Canelo take one of Kovalev's shots, walk through it or adjust or whatever the hell, see what Kovalev reacted to the Kovalev we're used to seeing, then I think he would get even more credit for that win.
Get the smoke.
Okay. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Because with the Kovalev situation, because he brought up the fact of Alito Alvarez, he came back, took his title back. He also brought up Anthony Yard, but he beat him. Okay? With the Rocky Fielding situation, what I'm saying is every time Canelo does something, it's criticized. But when fucking Tank Davis goes up to beat a Gamboa for a same bullshit belt, it's fucking celebrated. So once again, when it's Canelo that does these things, it's always a fucking hash on it. But Smoke, not you. Because a lot of people from the PBC and the LDPC celebrated it. So I'm not going on your own singular fucking thoughts about these belts, okay? So don't even come in with that shit. But when Tank Davis did it, it was fucking celebrated all around. Floyd Mayweather made it like it was a big fucking thing. But Canelo does it with Rocky Fielding. Nah, it doesn't mean nothing. It's just Canelo. Even though he moved up a weight class to fucking do it. Like DeMar Charlo. He ain't even moved up to 168. Demetrius Andre, he ain't even moved up to 168. But people say Canelo gotta go fight them. Like, this shit is ridiculous, bro. It's ridiculous.
Okay, so
Jesus Christ, one at a time.
Let me jump in because I was supposed to go and then I got
No. IBT is on the panel. That's not spoken yet. So let IBT speak for the first time, Troy. For the first time ever, let IBT speak and then you can jump in there. Go ahead, IBT. Jesus.
Yeah. I just I wanted to join at a different part of the conversation, but I want to add something here as well. I'm glad you brought up the Gamboa Tank thing because I think that's very relevant, and I also want to bring up Yard was not top 10, but he was a young gun. So when you say Canelo should have stayed around and beat a young gun, Kovalev did that, but he doesn't really receive credit for that. And in terms of Alito Alvarez, he'd been beaten by Alito Alvarez, yes, but he'd also come back and just outboxed him decisively. So to me, I don't really take away credit from guys when they lose and then come back and win in dominant fashion. In fact, I like to celebrate that because not a lot of people are able to make those types of adjustments. And when you say if we'd seen the old Crusher in there, if we'd seen Canelo face more, right? I feel like he had the right skill set and tools and game plan to shut down some of Kovalev's biggest strengths. And I feel like if we saw Kovalev give him a difficult fight, I don't know. I feel like when Donaire gave Inoue a difficult fight, it means Inoue is overrated. But if Kovalev gives Canelo a difficult fight, now it's good. I don't quite understand it.
It fits their narratives. That's all.
All right. Can I respond?
Cool.
It seems like that's 2 points.
Troy, what's next? Troy, what's next? Smoke.
Okay, cool. I'll just keep writing it down.
I'll go after too. I'll go after.
No, let Smoke go after Troy, fam.
That's what I said. That's what I said.
Go ahead, Troy. Jesus Christ, these two guys.
Hallelujah. Okay. What I'm saying
don't
is
circle the airport 10 times.
What I'm saying, I haven't spoken yet, man. I have not spoken yet, so don't tell me to get off when I haven't spoken yet. Nigga. All right, damn, I haven't said one word yet. But what I'm saying is this: you keep saying that we can't. He hasn't done anything at welterweight and yada yada yada. I come in and I'm saying it's a two-way street. You tell me my points don't mean anything. How you ever going to rate the man if the other people who are the top guys don't want to fight him, and then you complain about he ain't fighting nobody, and then when somebody says, okay, well, they're not fighting him either, and you say, wait a second, that's not the point. What is the point then? How do you go about saying that he hasn't done anything at 147 when all the things that he needs to do at 147 are someplace else, and they don't offer him no damn contracts that he's turned down, as far as I understand. You understand me? And nobody offered him no damn contracts that he's turned down, from my understanding. Okay, so how do you come out? Let me finish. How do you say, okay, he's not proven at 147 because he hasn't proven it against the top guys? Them top guys ain't proven against him because they ain't trying to fight him. Go ahead.
Those top guys have already proven it because they're there. They're the top guys. They don't have shit to prove. They're ranked top
He
five.
ain't got shit
They
to
don't have
prove
to
either.
prove.
Prove amongst
Hold on,
each other.
Troy. You just said go ahead, so chill with that shit, fam. It's not when you're at the top five, you don't have to prove it to a guy coming up. He has to prove it. What the fuck are you talking about? The Porter and those guys were sitting at top five. Crawford came up to 147. They don't have to fight him to prove they at fucking top five. He has to fight them. What the fuck are we talking about here? They don't go up to Crawford. He came up to them. And like I said, it's unfortunate he can't get the fights, but we can't assess him off of something he did not do. He did not fight the top guys. So when we talk about pound for pound or make an assessment, if he hadn't done it, woe is me. Too fucking bad. He hasn't done it. Nobody cares about the reason why. He just hasn't done it. So we can't make an assessment because he hasn't fought the top five guys. It's that simple.
Okay, so I'm gonna address IBT first, right? So when I was saying offset, he may have what it takes to offset and all that stuff. When I was talking about Anthony Yard, the point was the boxing public had seen that 8th round against Anthony Yard, and so everyone was like giving Canelo a bunch of credit, a chance because of the difficulty that he had against the guy who wasn't even ranked at that time, right? I wasn't suggesting that Canelo fight Anthony Yard. We're just talking about the way that we saw him. The reason why, even in the second fight, it seemed like what Canelo was able to do was take the best of Triple G and give out more, right? So that's why he won. That's why in a lot of people's eyes, he won that fight. In the Kovalev fight, if that is the best of Kovalev, then that is a shell of the Kovalev that is actually the crusher, right? So he still has the name Sergey Kovalev and that hit and that record, but he's no longer able to produce the same results in the ring that we've become accustomed to, right? That was the only point. And when it comes to Tank's belt being respected, yeah, it was respected by his promoter, but nobody else. As a matter of fact, nobody was mentioning Tank's belt when it came to the undisputed. At the most you got was a Devin Haney belt. But when it came to this undisputed at lightweight, nobody was saying Tank is a champion at lightweight.
So they're not calling him a 2-division champion.
Not outside of his promotional outfit? Who?
No. His fan base. Smoke. Get the fuck. See again.
Okay.
Hold on, Smoke.
Fans can say whatever the hell they want.
Stop that. You're not doing it, but a lot of fucking channels and a lot of these fucking idiots out here are. So just stop that shit, Smoke. People are saying 2-time champion all over the fucking place. So cut it out, fam.
I can even cite an example. We had a discussion earlier with another channel, Tony's review. Remember?
Yes, I totally know that. I referenced that earlier in this conversation, right? I know that.
So don't say this is promoters,
but we're talking about the boxing public, right? The entire boxing public doesn't even recognize this dude as a champ. They're talking about Teofimo being undisputed.
Listen, Smoke. A lot of people are recognizing Tank as a 2-division champ. No matter what you and your fucking personal preferences are about these fucking belts, fam. But there's a lot of channels. I don't fucking sit here and make these you idiot videos up all off of Smoke's fucking perspective. There's a lot of fucking people running around clamoring on about Tank being a 2-division champ. So ain't nobody gonna sit up here and listen to only his promoter thinks that. That's a load of shit.
Okay. Again, I was talking about in the boxing public. I was talking about the boxing world, not Tank fans, right? Some fans are real fans of belts and they don't give a damn, right? But those people are the people that celebrate Canelo the same way that they celebrate Tank, right? There's no disconnect between the two. What I'm saying is the boxing public, the way they pan Canelo's 168 belt is the same way that they pan Tank's 135 belt.
Okay.
They don't recognize it.
I feel you.
All right. Well, yeah. Well, that's all bullshit because people recognize shit differently from the way Smoke's seeing it. Well, I sit here and argue with people time and time again, and it's 2-division champ, no fucking question. Nobody takes none of that shit in account what Smoke is talking about. I'm not saying that it's not true. Smoke is the only one that does this bullshit. He comes up here and say, "I don't look at this belt like that." Now, those are your perspectives, Smoke. But the boxing world, yes, the boxing world are looking at this little fuck as 2-division champ, and I always say why. Why is he being looked at? When you got people putting him on a fucking pound for pound list, that's because they're considering a 2-division champion. Regardless of what you think, Smoke, you must be missing or under a rock somewhere with all of these fucking yahoos running around talking about he's a 2-division champ. And then you see it and say the boxing world don't look at him like that. That's complete bullshit. That is complete bullshit. It's the Tank facade that they done built up. And I'm always fucking arguing.
I hear a lot of people saying that Teofimo is the undisputed champ.
All right, y'all, you just cut
me off
again. I want you to know that.
Tank gonna be champ?
Hey.
It's not about Teofimo. I'm sticking the Tank right here. A lot of people calling him a 2-division champ. And you talk about the boxing world don't look at him like that. That is that's a dishonest fucking assessment because a lot of people around the boxing world are calling him a 2-division champ, fam. So stop that nonsense. Stop it.
Yeah, so not only is this Tank's promotion calling him a 2-time champ, but also Tank fans. So I mean, who's not calling him a 2-time?
Yeah, just the same thing with Canelo. Canelo's promotion is calling him Canelo's promotion is calling him a 4-division champ, and Canelo fans are calling him a 4-division champ. So
look, Smoke, you full of shit. They said on Fox Network this Tank was a 2-division champ on a mainstream network. So stop your bullshit, Smoke. Stop it.
Yeah.
That is a BBC contracted network.
Shit half the time, just to make an argument.
You're full of shit right now. Okay, so you're trying to say Fox is not PBC?
I don't care, bro. You said the boxing world.
Okay,
now you trying to fucking backtrack and fucking use semantics. You
I'm
said the boxing world. You were trying
to split hairs that aren't the same thing. When I said his promotional outfit, that also includes his network.
Yeah, listen, man. You also said the boxing world, and you're incorrect. The boxing world. More of the boxing world is looking at him as a fucking 2-division champ, and less of them are like you. That's the facts of it. So stop it.
Okay, because you said so. So when I come up with all these,
because that's the fucking reality, man. Cut the bullshit.
So you're gonna just keep muting me when I'm talking? That's what it is now. I can't get my mind. It's just you speak yours.
Well, come with some real shit.
Listen, I get you think that I get that you want me to be full of shit, but listen, just like Canelo's promotional outfit and Canelo fans call him a 4-division champ, and most people don't recognize his 168 pound champ. It's the same thing with Tank. The same thing. There is no one standard for Canelo that's for the other. This is a bullshit line of reasoning. Nobody thinks Canelo's 168 belt is relevant to being undisputed. Nobody thinks Tank's 135 belt is relevant to being undisputed.
Nah, but here's the difference. I don't think
can that just be the conclusion we reach, please?
Hold on, Chaddy, when you just cut him slam off, fam. Let Raider go, and then you go.
Yeah, I don't think most people know that Tank is not a 2-time division champion because he's being promoted that he is. His Tank fans think they are. So there's only a few people that don't consider him. Only people that are like hardcore boxing fans that are not Tank Davis fans, probably. So it's not most. That's not true. It's not most.
And who doesn't think Canelo's a 4-division champion?
Who doesn't think who's a 4-division
Canelo?
champion?
Who you said that it's Tank, that all these Tank promotional outfits are pushing him a 2-division champ, so people think he's a 2-division champ. The same thing is happening with Canelo. That's the same thing. He is also being promoted as a 4-division champ. Not just Henry Armstrong has been a 4-division champ.
Let him finish, for the love of God. Let him finish. Hold on, Smoke. Let me stop this one right here, Raider.
Hold
on, Raider. This is why I don't want to go into these stupid fucking arguments that Troy and Smoke are pulling out of the bag. Because here's the reason why. Now he's sitting here saying, who doesn't look at Canelo's like that? But where all of this started from, I said this specifically. How are we going to sit here and dig at Canelo's, right, win over Rocky Fielding when these motherfuckers celebrate Tanks? And then Smoke went down this rabbit hole of all that shit. He's saying that they are looked at as the same, right? He's saying that they are looked at as 4-division and 2-division champions. But on the Tank side, it's not disrespected. But on Canelo's side, it is disrespected because it's Rocky Fielding and it's not a real belt. That was the main fucking point. Then Smoke took it down this rabbit hole. This is why I'm stopping him and Troy from bringing these stupid fucking conversations in this discussion. Because we go down that rabbit hole for no fucking reason, fam. Just throw right back to the point where Smoke is basically saying, yeah, they are saying that he's a 2-division champ. they are saying Canelo's a 4-division champ. The problem is they're not looking at those belts the same way. Tank's being fucking celebrated and Canelo's being condemned. And that was the point that I made in the beginning.
Yeah,
no,
whatever, man.
I'll put. I'll say
Nobody's
this. Hey, hold
so
on.
Tank is not being condemned.
Go ahead,
Smoke.
Raider. Go ahead, Raider.
Hey, Smoke. Have you ever said that Tank was a 2-time champion?
Never in my life, and I don't understand when everybody forgot that Tank was heavily derided for fighting Gamboa. Both his performance and the pick.
You never
I don't know
said
what
that, bro?
alternative universe you guys are living in, but Tank got total heat for that fight.
You never said he was a 2-time champ?
Dude, like,
No,
will you stop
no,
trying
I'm
like
asking
me,
you.
dude?
I'm
Like,
just asking
of
you.
course
No,
not.
he didn't. No, he
No?
didn't, because Smoke doesn't look at belts until Wilder gets them. No, I'm playing. No, that was just a shot. But he don't look at the minor belts. So you're not going to get him on that argument because he said that time and time
No,
again.
I'm
That
just
he don't
asking
look
him.
at the
I'm
minor
just
belts.
asking him.
But my
I'm just
thing is
asking him
this,
a
though.
question.
Yeah, but this is my thing. Smoke can take that ideology that he doesn't look at the minor belts. The problem is the casuals and most of the boxing world don't look at that shit like Smoke. So he takes his arguments because he doesn't put this belt here and I don't put this belt there, and then try to apply. Bro, that shit don't apply to the casuals and what Floyd is doing and how everybody else is looking at it. That's your personal preference, and I get that. But that's not how the boxing world is looking at the shit. That's how Smoke is looking at it. And they're counting these fucking belts. And yeah, some diehard fucking fans like myself and Mark, yeah, we did mash up Tank. But the thing is, I mashed up Canelo for the Rocky Fielding. Me and IBFP got into it over it. But on the grand scheme of things, you got all of these people that run around hating Canelo. They celebrate Tank's win. They celebrate him being a 2-division champion. That's the majority. That's what the majority do. They celebrate Tanks and they disrespect Canelo's. I'm not talking about Smoke's personal preferences. Come on with that, fam.
Okay, well, since you did call me twice, you did say I was irrelevant and stupid, at least my conversation. I don't understand how making
the stupid shit y'all was talking about. I ain't say you.
Right. I don't.
Yeah,
but I don't get how my points are stupid or irrelevant. But thank you for the upgrade because now I'm stupid. So that's going to lead somewhere. Because no, because how do you rate it? No, because I'm simply trying to figure out, D, because you're having a conversation about Crawford needs to prove himself. If he can't prove himself because he can't get the fights, and I'm saying that it's a two-way street why he can't get the fights, how is that irrelevant or stupid? Why don't you break that down for me?
Okay, because Troy, I never said Crawford had to do a fucking thing, dude. Stop it. What I said is Crawford has not.
I didn't say you said he had to do anything.
Hold up, Troy. Don't ask me a question and keep cutting me off, fam. Just listen. I don't care what you. Okay, you didn't say that. Crawford cannot be assessed because he has not fought the top 5 champions. That's where we are, Troy. We can assess him because he has not fought not the champions, but the top 5 welterweight guys. We can't assess him. We can't assess him on his last 5 fights because they weren't the top 5 guys. Now, where are you going to go from here?
They won't fight him either. It's a two.
Okay,
I said
so
it's a two-way street.
Okay, we still can't assess him though. It doesn't matter that they won't fight him. We can't assess him because it hasn't happened. Where do you go from here?
You can't blame him for that. That's not his fault.
Nobody's blaming him. Nobody said blame him. I said we can't assess him. It's not his fault. These guys.
I'll tell you how you assess him.
Can I get one thing in?
I'll tell you how you assess him. Okay, go ahead.
What you can do is stop fucking cutting me off. Nobody's blaming Crawford because you keep saying you can't blame him. So nobody's blaming him. Nobody's denying the politics. Nobody's denying that Danny and those guys wouldn't step up. What I'm saying is we can't assess him off the top 5 guys because he has not fought them. And no one's blaming him for it. So where do you go from there?
You assess him off of the folks that he's fought. That's how you assess him because you're absolutely right. You can't assess him off. Okay, no. You can't cut me off either. You can't cut me off either.
Yeah, okay.
Because you just said you assess him off of who he fought, which is what we did, and then you came in with that argument, which is why it's fucking irrelevant, man.
No, I came in to say that because you were saying He's not fighting them. And how do we assess him? That's why I came in and said what I said. You said he is not fighting them.
All right, Troy, stop it. There it goes with the semantics. I just told you what the point was, and where do we go from there? So don't go telling me what I said before, because we just laid it out. The point was he didn't. Okay?
You
So
must
don't
have a
go
dual
run back to
personality.
that I not or will or couldn't. Don't run back to that. Those are the silly arguments that's irrelevant, fam. See? That's the game I'm not going to play. That's not the game. That's the game I'm not going to play, fam.
I got you, but just stick to who he's fought, and then when you stick it to who he's fought, you can't be tearing down his resume, because that's who's stepping up to fight him. That's my point. You assess him on who he's fought, but y'all have sat here and tore him down, saying he ain't fight that one, he ain't fight that one. I come in and say, because that one is not fighting him either, and I'm irrelevant, right? Stick to who he's fought and how he's looked against those folks, and go from there. I have nothing to say at that point. You can say 1,000 things. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Excuse me if I cut you off, but Canelo was actually put in a similar situation earlier this year. Saunders turned down the fight and said he had insufficient time to train. Callum Smith stated he wanted $10 million. Caleb Plant said he had insufficient time to train too. Those are all guys, or not Caleb Plant, but Saunders and Smith were all guys at 168 that were on Canelo's side of the street. And Canelo effectively couldn't get a fight because DAZN needed premier opponents. Canelo got his way out of the contract, and he's now opened things up for himself, which Crawford hasn't done yet.
Charlo turned down the fight. GGG said he needed a tune-up, right? But again, it's not equal playing field. Ronald Finkley, True Media Worldwide, appreciate you, Ronald Finkley. That's my thing. It's not even playing field. Like, they don't keep it consistent. They talk about, Canelo didn't do this, Canelo didn't do that. But the facts are, if, just like Intangible said, Caleb Plant wouldn't take the fight. BJS wouldn't take the fight. GDG needed a tune-up. Charlo won't take the fight. But then we got to sit here and listen about Bud Crawford. Well, those guys wouldn't fight him. What the fuck is the difference? So we can only go on what they did do. We can't cry and bitch and moan about whose fault it is and what the other people wouldn't do. Let's look at what they did do. And when we look at their last 5 fights, it's not about tearing down the level of competition. If it sounds negative to you, change your fucking perspective. Because the facts was, Horn can't box. That's a fact. That's not tearing anything down. He's a C-level fighter. Those are the facts. He's a big guy, and he's a C-level fighter. Not tearing nothing about Crawford down. Benavidez had limited mobility. This is not tearing anything down. Those are the facts. Kell Brook was drained. That's not tearing anything down. That was the fact. Khan was fucking scared. It's not tearing anything down. Those are the facts. Tell me when I'm not spitting the facts. I'm not tearing anybody down. This is just the actuality of what fucking happened. Just because you don't like to hear it doesn't mean it's tearing someone down. Those are the facts. Oh, smoke, Troy, nothing? Neither of you?
Yeah, for me, I could jump in, but I mean the thing for me, I mean you guys are having a different conversation than me and you, right? So the problem that we're having is you're just critiquing my comments, right? You're not actually even blocking any of it. You're just calling it dumb. You just basically you're just making baseless fucking claims in my eyes. If you think that there's some double standard going on with Canelo and Tank, I don't see it. I see the same kind of heat and the same kind of praise for both of those fugazi ass belts. But whatever. Right. Outside of that, I don't have I agree that Terence Canelo's competition in the last 5 fights have been better than Terence Crawford's competition in the last 5 fights, and I also think he's had a better overall resume than Terence Crawford, even going through these divisions, right? Even going, if you go back to 154 and 135 or 140, right? Bud has great accolades, but when it comes to level of competition, that specific conversation, just looking at it through that lens, it's still Canelo.
Yes, exactly. And that's my point. You can't sit here and cry about who they didn't step up to fight him. I get that. We got to still go by what's on their resume. What's on their resume is not consistent with who didn't step up to fight them because they don't matter because they're not on their fucking resume. They never stepped up to fight them. So we can only go by what's on the resume, not what could have been or should have been or fucking hypotheticals. Yeah, Danny should have been on the resume. Sean should have been. Spence should have been already. Win or lose or draw, these guys should have been on the resume. Thurman should have been on the resume. But wasn't those Thurman, Porter, Garcia should have been on the resume for 5 fucking years while Spence was waiting? And only Brook was willing to step up? What, did we forget all of that? It was the same shit with Spence. But what kind of talk did Spence get? Were they giving Spence the fucking benefit of the doubt? No, they were trashing the fuck out of Spence. He ain't fought nobody at 147. He ain't did shit. He ain't did shit at 147. Even after he fought Brook. He just fought a broken down, beat up Brook. He still got more to prove at 140. He didn't get shit at 147. But then when Crawford gets to 147, nobody won't fight him. Nobody won't fight him. What the fuck was that with Spence? When Crawford won't there yet. Was y'all giving him that same excuse? Probably not. Come on with this bullshit, man.
How you doing?
Up,
How you doing?
Roger? What's good with you?
How you doing, D? Yeah. I had just came in because for some reason, like, I need to unsubscribe and subscribe back to you because I almost never know when you going live. I always know after the fact, like when you're an hour in. So yeah. I gotta do that. But yeah, I think from what I heard just coming in like a couple of minutes ago, y'all concluding that Canelo was number 1 pound for pound.
Well, it's the discussion is about which one of these guys because it's starting to be talks that Crawford is hands down number 1 pound for pound, and of course, there's a lot of these channels that's coming behind this Brook fight, but we're just having a discussion like who deserves to be pound for pound, and I just started up by saying let's look at their last 5 fights, right? And we look at their last 5 fights and what they done, not who could have been there, but if you take their last 5 fights and what they've done, let's start from there, right? Talking about pound for pound. And to me, it's a wash. It's because when you look at Golovkin twice, Annie Jacobs, look, if you made it 4-5, like Canelo's 4 fights to Charlo 5, like not Charlo, Crawford's 5, take Rocky Fielding out of it. Make it 4-5 fights, right? Canelo still wins. And then you got Golovkin twice, Jacobs and Kovalev. And then you got Jeff Horn, Kavialaskis, fucking Benavidez, Amir Khan, and Brook. And most even UK fans think Amir Khan and Brook are finished. Let's be real. UK fans think both of those 2 fighters are finished. These are 2 guys for Crawford at 147. Guys that's appeared that's considered finished fighters. Like, come on with this shit. Are y'all kidding me? His own fucking fan base in the UK considers fucking Brook and Khan finished. They were just saying on a rap star this morning, like these 2 guys are finished. And these are 2 guys on Crawford resume at 147. And we're having this fucking discussion? Get the fuck out of here, man.
Hey, Amir Khan was finished when he fought Canelo. Remember that? They were saying?
And Brook was finished after the Spence fight. But these are 2 guys on Crawford's record, and we're having this fucking discussion, man.
Well, my number 1.
You know what I mean?
The person I picked Canelo out.
The left that people will go, fam. It's amazing to me.
Yeah, I mean, Amir Khan did take a really long layoff, and I don't think it has a signature win since Canelo. And Kell Brook has been in the 154 witness protection program. I don't know, but Bud's still. I don't know how you're going to defend the level of competition. I don't think it is defensible, really.
You can't defend this shit. This is what I'm saying with these Bud fans, bro. Like, listen.
So to me, Bud is an example. If I just finish, one last sentence. Bud is an example of the belt making the fighter, not the fighter making the belt. His competition, not him, but his competition.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. Like we Americans got American fans, Mexican fans, whatever. This is like I hear so many UK fans, like the fans with these guys, these British fans, say that these 2 guys are at the end of their ropes. Brook and Khan. And these are two opponents for Bud Crawford. And we're actually talking this, fam. Like, this is like, it shouldn't even be a discussion, really, to me. Why? This is why I can't put Crawford #1 pound for pound. Because, yes, it was great what he did at 140. I never take that away from him. But look at what he's doing for at 147. He's fought a Jeff Horn, and this is not bashing the guys he fought. This is the reality of the sport. He's fought a Jeff Horn who's proven that he's not a great boxer. He's proven that. Okay, he's fought two guys who are considerably finished. This is not me making this up. Your own fan base believe this. And then you got Javier Lasquez, and you got Javier Lasquez and Jose Benavidez. These are his 5 opponents, bro. So we got this. Just got to be taken into consideration when we're talking pound. It's got to be.
Well, my pound for when we had this discussion last time, I had my pound for pound Pacquiao, D Jefferson. That was my #1 for a while, but it might change up because if he's not fighting no time at all next year, then I probably have to go for Canelo. And Canelo wasn't on my pound for pound. I explained that too, but I eventually changed it.
Yeah, man. I think like some people just use their pound for pound list as their favorite. That's when you start going there. Okay, so what's your criteria? That's what I ask people. That's why I want to, BFTB and Fanon with that silly shit. Tank Davidson, Errol Spence being #1, or Gary Russell, I think it was. He said BFTB. Gary Russell and Errol Spence being pound for pound. I just wanted to ask them their criteria because it gets to the point where if you're just doing it because they're your favorites, they say that my pound for pound list is created off of who I like. Fine. Okay, we could go somewhere. So you don't have to have a criteria. You're just doing it because of who you like. Whatever your pound for pound list is in that case, it's totally acceptable. I don't give a fuck if you had Devin Haney #1, Tank #2, Spence #3, right? I would agree with none of that shit. But because your criteria is just who you like the most, fine. But don't fucking sit here and argue my pound for pound list or anybody else's pound for pound list when you don't even have a fucking criteria. Now, if you give me your criteria, we can talk about this. And there'll probably be holes in it if you got guys like Spence #1, because you can't give me a criteria that will put Spence at #1 and knock everyone out. Like, if you're going to say something about pound for pound, it's got to make some kind of sense. Okay, like even with Smoke, I said, all right, I'm not going to argue with Smoke because I know how he feels about the clenbuterol situation. So if he has Crawford pound for pound over Canelo, fine. But if we're not talking clenbuterol, how the fuck do you justify Crawford being over Canelo? How do you do that? Somebody, that's all I'm saying. That's what this discussion is about. Justify it. Don't just tell me
It might just
tell
be.
me I'm a fucking hater. Don't justify it.
It might just be people who have a criteria that undisputed is way more worthy than anything Canelo could have got. It could be that too.
Okay, well, Battle Rifle, in that sentiment, that's why I said before you jumped on here, what have you done for me lately? So how long Battle Rifle does he get to ride on what he did at 140, at 147? Because Undisputed happened at 140. How long does he get to ride on that at 140 when it comes to 147?
I don't know. That's a good question. I'd say maybe a year or two, but it's
okay.
been
Well, it's
been
past
2 years.
that. Then it's past that, fam. It's way past that. He's 5 fights
Okay,
in at
that's a good point.
147, so he shouldn't even get that credit no more. By your assessment, right there. By your assessment.
Yeah, and even by saying too, you wanna take out Pacquiao for not fighting. It's almost it's the same. It's 2 years ago. So.
I mean, but Pacquiao still ended up being Keith Thurman though. He might have lost to Jeff Horn, but I mean, but he still came back and beat Keith Thurman, which was a good win.
Yeah, that's a good win. Yeah, for sure.
So I mean, like I said, go ahead.
Overall,
what I'm saying is,
career, I was gonna say overall career Battle Rifle. I would agree with you. Like if we talk about overall, I'm gonna go with Pacquiao. Right? I'm gonna go with Pacquiao.
Right.
I wouldn't argue with nobody with Pacquiao because he's like a active legend to me. But if we're gonna talk about what guys have done lately, because I mean, if we look at the last 5 fights, if you look at Pacquiao's last 5 fights, he don't qualify battle right.
Right.
He don't qualify. And that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like my criteria, I can give you my criteria, but it's going to be based on a time frame. And generally, it's going to be like 6 to 7 fights. So I just went 5 so that we could talk about it. But mine is going to be generally somewhere between 6 to 8 fights. That's the time frame. I'm not going back to what they did fucking 6 and 10 years ago. Like, come on with that. Like, what are they doing now? I can't call a guy pound for pound because back in fucking 2012 he was great. Get the fuck out of here, bro. I ain't doing that. What
Yeah,
is he
no,
doing recently?
no, where I was going is now you were saying that you're willing to take off Pacquiao, you know, or not take him off, but put him down the list because of something he did a while ago, you know, inactivity. Same thing with Crawford. I mean, how long ago was that undisputed? Just like D said, you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Like the dude ain't been on, that's 140. And what the fuck does 140 have to do with 147 anyway? Especially after he wins a belt. When you win a belt at 147, then you have to go on from there. Why are we talking about 140? He's a champion at 147 now. So let's talk about his title defenses of that belt at 147. It's mediocre at best. It's not that's just the facts. His title defenses are mediocre. Not like he defending that title against top level competition, because he's clearly not. I mean, bro, I'm not trying to be cause disservice to fucking Crawford. I don't have anything against Crawford. I like I said personally, guys, I don't even have him at number 2. And if I don't have him at number 1, I know it'll piss people off that I don't have him at number 2. Well, I don't.
So you got it number 2.
Oh, look, let me put this up real quick. Because I said before that this list was acceptable to me because I know how it was generated and how it was created. So we're gonna go with this list right here. And it has not a goddamn thing to do with tell Fimo. Troy, get your goddamn phone straight. Every time you come on here, I try to put you on and you disappear again. All right. So this top 10 was comprised. Marco Rival did an exercise. I think he said 18. Was it 18 or 19 channels involved? Intangible. You remember?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So it was like 18, 19 channels involved on this. We all sent in a top 15 list, and the top 30 was comprised mathematically. Mark, he put a mathematic equation to this from everybody's list, and this is how this was derived. Okay, he had a top 30. This is the top 10 of the top 30. This list, to me, I said when I did the video on this, that I accept this list more than I accept my own, and this is the reason I said it, because it was comprised off of many ideas and not just mine. So I give this list right here more validity than I give my own list. So I'll go by this list: Canelo first, Naoya second, Crawford third. I will go by this list.
Yeah, I contributed to that list, and I do not think I don't think Monster Inoue is the second best fighter in the world.
I know.
Just can't get behind that.
I get
that's
that.
Okay.
I get that. But see, that's the thing. That's the thing. Like, okay, that's what I was just saying. I go by this list because I'm taking what I think out of it.
No, I hear you.
Smoke just no, okay, Smoke. Jesus Christ, bro. It ain't always about you, Smoke. It's not. Because I was just about to say, Smoke's opinion is that he doesn't go by this list because he doesn't think Inoue is there. So I get it, Smoke. Right? Ain't no shots at you or nothing. I'm just saying.
No, I know.
I give this list more validity because I get to take my opinions out of it. This is more people involved in it. Somewhere I got it. It was more people involved in it. So I think it's easier for me personally to just take this list. I know Intangible was involved in this. Smoke was involved. Boxing Librarian, Beats and Rhymes, Mark Unrivaled. and it was all of our ideas about this pound for pound list. And you know what? Out of those 19 people, I do remember this because I went and looked at them. Only 2 people didn't have Canelo as number 1. It was only 2 people that did not have Canelo as number 1. And this is all reputable channels, man. All knowledgeable boxing fans, not no fucking casuals. And Smoke don't even have a channel. But he added in on this, right? It was no fucking casuals that added in on comprising this list, fam. Monty Brown said the list is cool, the order is trash. And I can respect that. I can respect that. He said the list is cool, the order is trash shit, which means he probably have a different order. But at least he respect the names that's up there.
Yeah. The only and I can definitely appreciate this list. And I appreciate I really appreciate the list. Like I said, I wouldn't have Monster in that spot, and I probably wouldn't have Usyk on there at all. But those are, I can live with it. I can definitely live with it. I think all those fighters are great.
Well, ask Monty Brown who he would change around.
Why don't you ask him yourself? Shit, Monty, I'm gonna put the I mean, you can put it in the chat, Monty. Either way, you can either drop it in the chat what your top 10 is, or you can come up here and give it. But I can guarantee y'all this before he get up here. Spence and Charlo is in there, and they hired in on this list. Me personally, Errol Spence I had higher on my list, and Jamel Charlo I had in the top 10. So they're not even there, but I had them in the top 10 on my list.
That's who would be there over Usyk, I think.
Yeah. See, that's why I was saying, but that's my personal opinion. I give this list more respect because it came from many different minds. That's why I give this list more respect. But me personally, this ain't even my list. My list ain't like this. I got Spence. I got Jamel Charlo at number 7 over Errol Spence. Vasil Lomachenko's in a different place.
Honestly, what you did interesting with the list. I have a hard time rating people that lose. I'm not trying to be green about it. It's just something I did. So when people lose, they're usually off my pound for pound. But you put Vasil Lomachenko there.
Oh yeah, I have losses in my criteria, but I don't think that I put as much weight on losses because it depends to me on how they lost and who they lost to, right?
Yep.
That's how. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why also Vasily Lomachenko wasn't there, but I can feel it if he is, right?
Right.
But yeah, he wasn't in my top 10.
Yeah.
Teofimo, I like him, but he was not in my top 20 before that fight.
Yeah, I know that myself, I can admit that 4 is high. I can admit where I have him on my list 5 is presumptuously high as well. I won't even deny that, whether Teofimo's my guy or not. But and I have him at 5, but that's why I take my shit out of it. I just take my list out of it because to me this is a little more fair because it was comprised of so many different minds, right? But even on this list here, based on 19 different reputable channels, boxing minds, guys that know this fucking sport, Crawford is not number 2, but he's damn sure not number 1.
Yeah. I've done lists under numerous different criterias. Like I actually did one under an automated criteria. It was really ordered weird. I had Rung Visai at like 8. I had Joshua at 6. I had Kayaguchi at number 10. I had Canelo at 2. I had Loma at 1.
Wait, who was this? Who was the second guy? Who was the second guy intangible?
Number 2.
Yeah,
I had Canelo.
See, yeah, Kenchi. Ray Robinson Lawson was number 1 pound for pound, and that's because it was based on the criteria. And Ray Robinson had accomplished so much, beating so many fucking champions and shit. By the time he did lose, they probably still considered him the best A lot of people probably figured shit he could come back and win that fight he lost. So I can understand, but it depends on the criteria. Maybe they didn't put as much weight into that loss because of who he lost to and what he done before he took that loss. It's all about the criteria, fam.
Yeah, but let's be honest though, it's just two completely different eras. Like if someone loses, like especially a top 10 pound for pound level fighter loses today, they'll probably take a year off to regroup and get mentally right.
Right.
Robinson came back after the Turpin loss like a couple months later and beat him again.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And which is why people still have him as number one pound for pound. Because they felt even though he took that loss, this guy is so good, he could come back and beat him again. And guess what he did? He beat him again. Right? This is how it is. But let's be honest about it.
I got a question for you guys.
Go ahead.
Just sort of imagining, and you don't have to get too deep into it, but it just occurred to me, in my lifetime watching boxing has gone from two sanctioning bodies and one champion for every division to 4 sanctioning bodies and a bunch of champions and secondary titles. And now and a bunch more divisions. And they're talking about creating even more divisions. In the next decade, do you think that there's going to be at least 4 new divisions and at least one more sanctioning body?
Who knows, man?
No.
It probably will be. And the IBO will probably be next in line. So we'll have a 5th sanctioning body. And it could be a couple of more divisions because it's all about generating income. Like fans tend to forget, it pisses you off, but shit, this is a sport that needs to generate more income. And introducing more belts and collection sanctioning fees and building more of these fucking narratives about certain champions is shit that gets people interested. That's just how it is, fam. That's why the NBA changed all the rules up so that everybody can score easier because they realized the algorithm showed that fans like to see points being scored. They don't like to see the defensive battle between teams. It was boring to fans. They want to see more points being scored. Why they changed the rules in the NFL so that long bombs could be scored. The secondaries can't even touch these guys barely, right? But they did that so the passes could be caught. The excitement, what fans like. And this is what's going on with boxing. Fans like to hear he's a world champion. And this is how they can sell because he's a world champion. Even if he's a world champion that don't fucking deserve to be it. That's what sells. That's a part of the business.
I'd say a fair way of doing it is like if we had like a point system. That way you couldn't really argue who was number one once it got down to it. If you had like a point system based off, maybe resume.
Guess what? Battle Rifle. That's how this list was comprised. 19 people turned in the list, and this one was done on a point system. That's exactly how we comprised this list. That's what you said.
I can kind of explain how it worked too. At least just the way the points are assigned. It's pretty simple to follow.
Yeah.
If you got a number 1 on someone's list, like Canelo, for example, he got number 1 on my list. He was given 10 points, and by the end,
15.
They're all added up.
Who's given 15?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, 15 because there's a 15 list. You're right. Then it would be added up, and then they got everyone's numbers, and they'd get all of Canelo's numbers. So it'd be like a 15, 14, 15, 15, 14, right? And then those sum totals were added up in order, and this is the top 10 order you get.
Yep, out of 19 different lists. So, out of 19 different people, Crawford came in 3rd, fam. And this was all done on a point system. Out of 19 different people, Crawford came in 3rd.
And how do you this is a little unrelated, but how do you get the ring belt? That one like I struggle with. How do you get the Ring Magazine belt?
Basically, if the 1 and 2 in Ring Magazine fight each other, the winner is awarded the ring belt.
The lineal champion is awarded the same way when 1 and 2 fight.
So it's basically who the
lineal champion
in your division or just all around, like
division.
In your division, man. What the fuck is number 1 in the lightweight gonna fight number 2 in the heavyweight battle? Come on, dog. You know it's in the division.
I mean, heavyweights are usually not on the list, but I was just saying sometimes.
I'm just saying you were talking lineal though. So if lineal, it's not like number 2 welterweight is gonna fight number 1 middleweight. Nigga, they're gonna be in the same division, man.
Canelo and Triple G fought each other, and they was in the pound for pound list at the same time.
What division did they fight, fam? Come on, battle. This is not a This is the rabbit hole here, guys.
Wait. I think we're just misunderstanding him. What are you asking?
No, we're not misunderstanding him. He's just being difficult, fam. They gotta be in the same division, but that's cut and dry that they're in the same division. It's no nothing around that. I just think like this, man. If you set a criteria, to me, it doesn't really matter how many belts they bring or how many belts they don't have. If you utilize your criteria, then you'll always have some type of consistency. If you're just picking on your favorites, then you're going to have all of these arguments like, well, I like him better, or my eye test tell me he can box better. Like, get the fuck out of here, bro. If your eye test is a fucking measurement that you're using for your pound for pound list, then it's no more than just it's not really based on the criteria. An eye test is not a fucking criteria. What the fuck kind of criteria is that? Use how many champions they beat, what the level of competition was, where they were ranked. Like, use a solid criteria. Your eye test is weight. The damn lists are already subjective as fuck. When you throw your eye test in there, because I think he boxes better than this guy. Get the fuck on, bro.
I do think you can measure that as in the fashion in which you beat someone.
Yeah, but we talked about that, like how they beat the champion or how they lost.
So we can
about that. Just based on saying that. No, I think this guy's better than this guy because of what I see. Is what I'm saying.
So we can kill that argument that if a fighter doesn't look as good in his fight, he can't be pound for pound. Because that's what a lot of people were telling me about Terence Crawford, like how he pound for pound, he get knocked over by Mean Machine. I was like, dude, like he still stopped the guy. I mean, I don't get what you're saying. Like he still beat the guy. So that was a lot. That was a lot of the narrative.
To me, battle rifle, that would be based on a criteria, right? That's why I said, but you just got to stay consistent with it. You can't utilize like how he lost or who he lost to, and then with the other guy, yeah, he lost to him, but he's still great. And people do that shit. Like they abandon their own criteria just because they favor a guy. I don't like. You ain't gonna never get any consistency with your list like that. You gotta have some type of criteria. That's why I ask people, well, what's your criteria then? If you have this guy here and that guy there, what's your criteria? Well, wouldn't it be fair to say, like, if some people say unifying belts, right? But then they got Spence at number 5 and they got Jermell Charlo at number 9. Well, if your criteria is unifying belts, Jermell Charlo unified 3 belts where Spence only unified 2. So under your criteria, you would have to have Jermell Charlo over Spence. That's why it's good to have a criteria, not just wing a fucking pound for pound list because of a fighter you like more than the other. You got to have some type of criteria for it.
Yo, what's good, D?
What's up, fam? What's good?
I want to say, like, social awareness. The coronavirus is actually coming back, guys. So everybody stay safe. Like, keep your hands sanitized. And, like, make sure y'all understand, like, we got to be safe out here.
Yeah, they got our ass on lockdown again in St. Louis. They locked our shit down again.
Yeah, bro. I don't.
Even if you're around people that you know.
Guys, but yeah, I get into that.
Even if you're around people that you know, still
let's not get into that because
demonetized.
Yeah, I don't mean to be facetious, but that just reminded me, like Ronald Finkley, you reminded Trump what Trump said about Biden, the biggest mask you ever seen.
All right, look, guys, look. Let me explain something to you, all of you, right now. And I don't really give a fuck. This live is demonetized, but when y'all start talking about that shit, YouTube is censoring shit. Every time y'all go on some fucking bodies panel and start bringing up COVID and the mask, they demonetize the live, fam. They do, which I'm cool with it, Ronald. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Yeah, they demonetize the live when you do that shit.
Man, I didn't know that.
That's why I don't really want to talk about it. And then the difference of opinion here, because I don't fucking believe in those masks, and I said it a whole bunch of times. I don't believe in medical science. I believe the fucking virus is no more than a super flu or a super cold. That's it. No more than we need a mask for influenza. Do I feel we need a mask for this fucking corona shit? And I'm just being honest. But before we go back and forth and argue about that, like I don't even really like to talk about it because it.
Yo, D, I apologize. I didn't know they would do that.
Oh yeah, we've been going at that one for hours. Shout out to Jalik.
So
Oh
it's
my
open
God,
season. You can
he
say what the
gonna start
fuck
it
you
off.
want to say. But what's your top 10? What's your top?
Cut out.
Oh, I'm still here.
I think D did. But yeah, I think he was gonna ask Monty, what's your top 10?
Oh my bad, y'all. I was never looking at this shit. Yeah, I would go say about the pound for pound list, man. It's like everybody gonna have a different. I respect everybody pound for pound list as long as they got the fighters that's supposed to be on it. But I got Bud number 1, man. I got Bud number 1. I got Canelo number 2. I got Spence number 3.
Yeah.
I got I put it Nui number 4. Out there, Nui.
Don't hate, bro. That's a good list.
Let me see. I mean, it's my list. I don't worry about what nobody else got to say.
No, I'm not hating. I'm laughing that Smoke's going, yeah.
I like Uzi. Like after that, it get a little tricky, man. But I ain't got Pacquiao on my list. Pacquiao a legend. He in his own lane. I don't even consider Pacquiao a top welterweight. I just consider him D welterweight. But I do got Josh Taylor. I got T.O. Like the bottom of my list, I could just miss and match though. But my top 5 is Bud, Canelo, Earl, and Nui. And I'm gonna put Usyk at 5 because I like what Usyk did at cruiserweight and what he doing at heavyweight. Even though people said damn boy gave him problems, he did, but he still adapted to that shit.
Yeah,
Yo, Money Brown TV. I like that list.
That's respectable.
Yeah. The only two names that I would put on there that's not there is Ramirez and Mel.
Hey, look,
I got Mel.
I had to
I
switch
just ain't
my
talking about
internet
it.
real quick. Monty, what's your top 5? What was your top 5?
My top 5 is Bud, Canelo, Earl, Inouye, and Usyk.
Oh yeah, that's fine. That's
Yeah, because they all like. That's a great list. I like that list.
yeah, that list is acceptable, bro. I mean, see, that's a reasonable list. That's a reasonable list. I don't give a fuck about the orders, man. When you start caring about how people got their order, then you moving into what their criteria is, and it may not be yours, but at least those are respectable names to be in the top 5. I don't like when people come in here with names like Gary Russell, fucking Devin Haney, and Jamal Charlo. And trust and believe that was a list somebody actually gave me. Somebody who's in boxing, who's a trainer, right? Yeah, gave me that list.
Not
Right?
neither one of them on my list.
You know, it's probably if you're trying to pick apart a trainer's mind, he's probably going off the prospects more because I think the trainer's mindset is he just wants to see what young guys are picking up, what the old guys are not. So that's probably
Yeah,
the
it's
trainer
not that
mindset.
deep, Battle Rifle. It's not that deep. It was fucking Bill Haney that said that shit. And Devin
Yeah.
Haney was on there because it's his son.
Oh,
Okay, so it's
Devin
not
Haney.
that deep, and he wasn't
Yeah,
I
thinking
thought
that
you
deep. He was
I
out
thought
of
you was
his
asking
fucking
like
mind when he told me that.
I thought you was
Devin
asking
Haney.
like Bomac or something.
Hell no, Devin Haney ain't on nobody pound for pound list. And if he is,
Exactly, fam.
they
It was Bill
smoking
Haney
guns.
that said that dumb shit.
Oh yeah, I know. He
Speak,
probably had Devin number
No,
1
you
top
know he's on
heavyweight.
H Money's. You know he's number 1 on H Money's. He's probably
speak,
all he's
Well, Monty, he didn't give me. He said no particular order, but he had his son there, and he gave me 4. So I was like, yeah, whatever.
speaking of personal lists, did anybody see Spence put Clarissa Shields as top 5 pound for pound?
I did. I also saw he put Roman Gonzalez number 2, himself number 3.
Ooh, I forgot about Roman Gonzalez.
And then he
Spencer
put
is
Bud
crazy.
number 4. It was an interesting list.
Spencer is
I think
crazy. But listen,
I think
I
if
want to say,
you mix
go ahead, dude.
women's boxing and men's boxing together, which I don't like to do, I don't mind Clarissa Shields being up there on pound for pound, but I don't mix the two. Women's boxing is women's boxing and men's is men's. So that's how
I
I look
agree.
at it.
I agree, D. And listen, with Roman Gonzalez, I'm gonna tell y'all about Chocolatito, dog. He took two losses to the same man, right? And I will say, okay, they probably knock him off a lot of people's list. But before that, dog, people would look. That's what I hate about people that let other people, influence their minds about fighting. Chocolatito was beating ass, moving up weight class after weight class, dog, giving exciting fights, dog. At once upon a time, even Mayweather had to get that motherfucker his credit and say Chocolatito is probably the best fighter in the world. Like that motherfucker was doing some amazing shit moving up. He took his losses, but to come back and become world champion again, bro, and the class and the humility that dude got, man, I love the fuck out of Chocolatito to where
that's the other guy that's missing from my list, Chocolatito. I didn't even notice he wasn't there.
Yeah, Smoke. You just cut him off, right?
Sorry.
Cut him right off.
It's
right?
all good.
All
It's
right,
all
go ahead,
good.
Monty.
But yeah, I was just saying that. But Chocolatito, he ain't on my list, but I won't be mad if anybody got him on that shit because his comeback and becoming world champion and just overall what he did in the sport, But I see where Spence coming from, but not no damn number 2.
Yeah. Go ahead, Smoke. Smoke.
No, I was just noticing that that Chocolatito is not on that list. And I'm like, oh damn, Chocolatito's not there. He was definitely on my top 10.
Yeah, but he had a lot of votes. He had a lot of votes, and he did make the top 15. I just put up the top 10.
I believe I had him 11th.
Yeah, he came narrowly behind the top 10, but he's definitely one of those guys that's mentioned there. I just think right now, people mention Estrada more.
Mm-hmm. I like Estrada.
So is like when you're grading the list, is it mostly because Estrada is more popular? Or
No, it's at this point, if you want to look at, like, for example, this discussion was about recency and how do we rate Crawford's undisputed run, like how much weight does it hold now, and should it hold this much weight, right? Estrada's on a better run now than Chocolatito is, but overall Chocolatito's legacy is better, right? At this point, it's like 1 and 2, or like 1A, 2B kind of thing. But the person who's on a better streak at the moment is Estrada. He beat the guy who beat Chocolatito. You get it?
Mm-hmm.
Right. That's a good point. That's a really good point. So
you need to write you down the criteria so you can be consistent.
I usually am really consistent. I like going off resumes and like I like to go off a number of things. I like to go off what their last recent fights, and I like to go off like like unifying belts and whatnot. Become undisputed, stuff like that. I like to unify it all. That's why you originally had Pacquiao number 1. So I go off a number of criteria.
See, I don't got a mind with nobody having Canelo number 1 because I like Canelo. That's my guy, dog. I ride for him. But I got Bud because I like Bud, like his overall skill set. Canelo got an overall skill set, but I think Bud is better. And I heard D say, he don't go off of what he did back at 140 and shit, but I take everything into consideration. And when I look at Crawford, though, that motherfucker got 8 stoppages in a row, dog. We can say the competition went this and that, but if we go back, the competition was stiff competition. It was competitive. Not American. I take his ass off the list. But even Brook was having success. My guy was having success. Benavidez was having success. So it's like they want the top echelon names, but they still was names at once upon a time. They was credible to me. I'm gonna say it's credible to me. But the way Crawford finished their ass off, dog, and the way he fighting at 147 right now, like he fighting. Bud used to use his legs, but right now he fighting these cats, dog. And everybody that say, "Oh, you too small," this and that, he go out there and knock their ass out. I'm like, man, the dude, he's a dog, man. Bud's a dog, man.
My only thing, Bonnie, with Khan and Brook is that they're considered over the hill past it fighters. Like their own fan base considered them past it. And even when they fought Crawford, they were considered past it. So yeah, he beat him, but if you're talking about a guy who's arguably number 1, 2, or 3 pound for pound, he's supposed to beat the shit out of these guys. He's supposed to, because they're finished fighters. Like their own fans consider them finished fighters. They're past it, right?
I don't even.
Yeah, he beat them. He beat them, and I get that. And then you couple it with all of his knockouts straight. I get all of that, but these are 2 finished fighters. Like they're finished, man.
Sorry if I can interject really quickly. I don't even necessarily think that it's past it, right? Because I'd say Kovalev's not in his prime and Donaire's not in his prime, but those are still 2 very highly rated wins. It's the severity of how far past it, right? It's like these guys are actually entering the level of people are calling them like shot or that they should retire, right? And that's not necessarily true for the other guys. I'd say maybe with the exception of because Kovalev was stopped so brutally, people are telling him to either, he's not quite, he's probably not going to become a 4-time champion. But who knows, right? But with Kell Brook, it's like he wasn't really a player at 147, whereas the other two were. And Khan wasn't really a player at 147 like that. He's not really even in talks of troubling any of the top guys. They're more at the level of someone like and this may sound harsh, but like Yuri, they're more comparable to Yuriokis Gamboa than a Donera Kovalev. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. Because they passed it. Like those guys are like, listen, we could take Kell Brook. We could take Amir Khan, right? And I could give you 6 guys easy at welterweight that beats him. Easy. Even Brook, when he drains down the welterweight, I can give you 6 guys easy that beats him at welterweight because they're not like these guys are not competitors at welterweight. They're never going to win a championship or even really beat the top level guys because they're too far gone. What they would have done before, yeah, I'll give them that. But right now, nah, bro, they're not going to beat a Spence. They're not going to beat a fucking Ugos or Sean Porter. I don't think they beat those guys at all.
I don't know, dog. Brook was giving Bud problems. Bud just caught his ass with a nice counter. So I know how y'all look at Brook and things of that nature. But he lost to Triple G, and I know he lost to Spence, and he got his eye socket broke. But after that, and we're gonna talk about the level he fought after that. But he went on a 3-fight win streak. He was in good shape. So I still give him like when I look at Brook, I still consider when he came down to 47. You can't name 10 welterweights that was better than Brook. I can't see 10 welterweights that's better than Brook to me. You know what I'm saying?
Back then.
No, I'm talking about right now. When I'm coming to 47, I don't know, dog. I don't know, but I still I gave Brook, a shot in this fight, and I said he's gonna have success, and he was. Bud just caught that boy in the shit like that and finished him off. But I can see y'all points. I can see what y'all saying.
My main issue for Brook at 147 in like a theoretical matchup with these guys like a Thurman, Ugas, Porter, etc. Right? Even like a Virgil Ortiz, I feel like Virgil just because of his power and ferocity, right? But to me, what was worrying about Brook is going into this fight. I knew Brook has a chin, right? He's proved it against Triple G and Spence. He's got a chin, he's got a heart, and even though he lost by TKO or stoppage, technically, he went until his body physically couldn't keep up anymore, right? It wasn't that he'd given up or that he'd gotten tired. It's that his face was actually broken. But the punch I saw him get hurt by in that Bud fight, I just feel like maybe I don't want to say chin, but his actual just punch resistance, his punch resistance isn't there anymore. I don't think that counter punch would have done that much damage 6 years ago, 4 years ago. You know what I mean? I'm worried that at 147, his brain and his body doesn't have enough water to absorb damage like that.
It doesn't. That's what I was saying earlier on Rapstar. It's like this is when you drain down the weight, more things are affected. You can still have a chin, but your punch resistance is going to be affected because you lose fluid on the brain, right? The amino acids eats on those muscles that fucking protect you, that coach you, right? Because you drop too much weight, man. So I don't know, man. Like again, even when he gave the top 5 list, I don't mind Crawford being on someone's. I'm not going to argue that. I'm just going to say the reasons why I don't have him on mine. But I'm not going to argue him being number 1 on somebody's pound for pound list. It's reasonable. But when you start putting guys like fucking Tank Davis in the top 5 and fucking Gary Russell Jr., come on, bro, like getting insane with that shit. I'll argue those lists. I don't care what kind of fucking criteria you give me. Tank Davis ain't no goddamn number 1 pound for pound. You can't give me a criteria to make this dude number 1 pound for pound. You can't.
Yeah. Tank my guy, but I ain't even got him on my pound for pound list.
Yeah, for real.
I wonder if anybody
top 15.
Does anybody got Burchell on their list?
Hell no.
No.
I think Burchell might have been in the top 30.
Top 30? Oh.
No, I'm saying the list that I'm talking about, the one on screen, right? The one that was compiled from a bunch of YouTubers and just people on the platform, and then add it together. I think Burchell was on the list, but I don't think he was top 10. I could find the list. Give me a second.
Yeah, because I know it's some people that's going to get in ahead of him. Like probably, I don't see Jose Ramirez is not on that top 10. I don't think. You said Josh Taylor. So Jose Ramirez, obviously. Then you probably got.
They made the top 15.
Who did? Jose Ramirez.
I know somebody.
Yeah,
got, I know somebody got Jose on their list though.
Burchell, I think he can definitely be top 10.
No,
he doesn't have the like accomplishments necessarily to do that. He'd have to beat like a couple champions at 130 in order to be in that discussion.
That's a good point.
Screen share the top 30 list when you pull it up in tangible. I'll put that one up.
Burchell got feature prestige.
Watch I see they got Burchell as number 28, number 29.
It might be, but that's probably where
Burchell is 21. He's 21 on the list. That's not bad.
Oh my gosh, what?
Well, he's 21. He's 21 on the list pre-Davis fight, so he would probably be 20.
So who's above him on as far as 21 and under?
Okay, so it goes. 10, so. It goes. Top 10.
Do you have it? Do you put it in a screen share so everybody can see it?
All right. Give me a second. IBT.
So you just got to name the 10 ahead of him. I'm pretty sure it might be heavyweights on that list too if you got Usyk there. So.
I think the 30. I think Tyson Fury and Joshua made the top 30 also.
Okay, yeah, it might be heavyweight.
There are heavyweights. AJ is above Burchell by one spot.
Oh, okay, gotcha. And who else y'all got?
Let me get the
battle rifle. You know, we get ready to put the list up for everybody to see it, right?
Oh, my bad. But yeah, I think that
Apology in the building. What's up, Apology? He said, you are being too modest. No way Crawford is even top 5. I mean, see, that's what I'm saying, fam. Like, bro.
Apology.
A lot of people feel that way.
Apology.
I want to ask Apology, man. Why not?
If Bud ain't top 5, boy, you out your mind. You really out your mind.
Apology. Put your top 5. Put your top 5 in the chat. Who's your top 5 pound for pound guys?
Why'd he say Ted Cheeseman, and then he say
hell no.
Robert
Apology, no boxing, man.
I'm just joking.
Robert Helenius is my number.
What that dude that always talking about Herkovich that be pissing D off?
Oh,
you talking about L Dog?
Yeah, Herkovich at number 1.
I mean, Herkovich ain't bad. It's just that you. I mean, has it been talks of him getting a title shot yet? I don't even think it's been
slower than molasses.
Listen, after his last fight, bro, he's a 4.
But no, I'm saying like, has there even been talks of him getting a title shot lately? Because I don't think there has. Like,
no,
I don't think.
No.
Yeah. So
listen, the reality is nobody's getting a title shot besides 3 people right now: Wilder, Pulev, and fucking potentially Usyk. Those are the only people getting title shot. Ain't nobody else getting no fucking title shot. If your name ain't Wilder, Pulev, or Usyk, forget about it right now.
Povetkin maybe sooner or later.
No, well, yeah, if he beats Dillian White, maybe, because Tyson Fury could say, "Hey, fuck you, I'm getting ready to go fight." Like, we gotta see. Like I said, Wilder, Usyk, and Pulev. But anybody else in the heavy, not Dubois, I don't give a fuck who y'all feel deserving of it. The politics and everything else ain't gonna allow it. It ain't gonna allow it, right?
Watch Jarrell Miller come back and be ranked. Be the mandatory. Big pharmacy.
Especially when they want Fury and Joshua, and nobody else.
Exactly. Like, come on with that.
You pulled up the list?
I heard it.
Yeah, give me 1 second. Sorry, I don't know what's going on. I can't screen share. I can't screen share this one where it's at. So I just opened up a Google Doc and I'm typing it. Or I'm pasting it so you guys can see it.
Yeah. It was like I said, man. If you're gonna have this is my thing. If you're gonna have a pound for pound list, just make some sense out of it. Like Monty Brown said here, he got Crawford number one, but he broke down why. Okay, he has some sense with it. You don't have to fucking agree with it, but at least he has some sense with it. But don't come up here and tell me the fucking Errol Spence is number one, and this is my dude. This is Monty dude. We don't agree he's number one, so make some sense of it. If you got Errol Spence number one, make some sense of it to me. If you got him in the top 10, I'm not going to argue because I do too. So, I mean, that's how it is. People just, like I said, they go L Dog right there. L Dog, who's your number one? Is it Hergovich or is it Lomachenko?
He might have
He
Usyk.
said that my
He might have
favorite
Usyk.
heavyweight got sparked by a cruiserweight in the amateurs. My favorite heavyweight isn't Yoka. It's Povetkin.
Your favorite heavyweight's Povetkin? All right, there it is. Here's the list. Here's the list. Hold up. Let me pick that up. If that helps.
And then the comments kind of covering the bottom part.
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is.
All right.
It's a little
There you go.
scuffed, but here it is.
I can see it as Canelo, Inouye, Crawford, Teofimo, Usyk. Go ahead, read it off.
Pacquiao, Estrada, Lomachenko, number 9, Josh Taylor, number 10, Errol Spence Jr., number 11, Roman Gonzalez, number 12, Kazuto Ioka, number 13, Jermell Charlo, number 14, Tyson Fury, number 15, Kosei Tanaka, number 16, Artur Beterbiev, number 17, Gennady Golovkin, number 18, Jose Ramirez, number 19, Leo Santa Cruz, number 20, Anthony Joshua, number 21, Miguel Burchell, number 22, Gervonta Davis, number 23, Navarrete, number 24, Kyoguchi, number 25, Ahmad Aliyev, number 26, Bivol, number 27, Russell, number 28, Breedis, number 29, Smith, and number 30, Rungvisai.
There we go. And who is the honorable mentions?
And the honorable mentions are Mikey Garcia, Josh Warrington, Luis Neri, Cesar Martinez, and Donaire.
There you go.
That's a good list, man. I forgot about Marius Breedis, man. Did he win that fight with Dorticos?
Yeah, he beat Dorticos, outclassed him.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I forgot about Marius Breedis.
Look, Marius Breedis, in my opinion, is like right there on the cusp of my top 15. He's close. I don't know if I put him there, but he's like on the cusp. But at the same time, I'm not going to go past top 5 in pound for pound until January the 1st because I'm tired. I'm tired of seeing fighters have fights this year. Tanaka hasn't done anything this year. I'm tired of seeing guys get all this glory while he isn't. Therefore, I'm salty, and I'm not going to go past number 5, where I'm put in a position to I'll have to rate fighters above Tanaka. Again,
I'm saying this though with the criteria they went off of. If T.O. takes Vasily Lomachenko's spot, and he was only in one weight class, he did become unified world champion. Then Tank should have took Leo Santa Cruz's spot because he knocked his ass the fuck out, and Tank was in.
That's what I'm saying. This list is a little outdated because I think this was before the Tank fight. So
yeah, it was.
Tank would probably be somewhere between 19 and 22, which is their current spots. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, Leo would be down on that list, and Tank would definitely be up on that list.
Okay, yeah. My bad. I see what y'all saying. Yeah, it was out before the fight.
Yeah, before it. Well, I think we need to do this exercise again. And then when we do, Monty, I'm going to get your top 15 too. And a couple of other people's. Like, this is a way to comprise. Like, everybody get their input, but it's just done mathematically. So you kind of take any bias out of it when you put it in by number. You know what I mean? Your fighter, whoever you got up there, gets a point. Gets 15. Like, with your list, Monty, Crawford would have gotten 15 points right off the bat because he's number one, right? So if more people put it on for Crawford, and like you get more people on the list, you can see Crawford slide up and Naoya Inoue move down because it's all about different lists and it's going to be done mathematically. Well, I talked to Mark. We're going to do it again, but we're going to get more people involved because he already got the spreadsheet and shit set up for it.
Yeah, let me tell you this, right? Number one is very clearly on this list, Canelo. He's leading 265 points. In second place, Inoue is 228. But Crawford is 225. He's only 3 points behind. So realistically, you get a couple people to join in, and they put Crawford 2, Inoue 3, like 3 more people, and now they're tied. They're even, right? Or Teofimo above Usyk. That's a 3-point gap. Usyk above Pacquiao. 3-point gap. Pacquiao above Estrada. 6-point gap. There's certain tiers you can kind of tell where things get different. For example, 25 through 27. No, through 28. Oh, sorry. 25 through 29 all have the same amount of points, but it was divvied up on how many lists did they make an appearance on, how many belts did they have, right? So that's why Ahmed Ali was the highest of all these guys who got 5 points, because he was on 3 lists and he has 2 belts compared to the other guys who all hold 1 title at the moment.
He was on my list at number 15. I had Ahmed Ali.
Yeah, there you go.
I think we had a few Spence haters in the building, though. My dude was number 10.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, he definitely won number 10 on my list. Yeah, I feel you.
You know I know, D. You know I know that.
Yeah. I don't know the goddamn 10 on my list. And I had to go Charlo on there too. So
I believe Mel should have been on there, though, for real.
Yeah.
Like I say, if you're taking all the biases out, that nigga, dog, he the number 1 dude in the weight class, came back, and he took out the number 1 cat, and he got 3 scraps. That dude got 3 scraps, dog.
2-time champion, 3-belt unified champion. Jamel doing his motherfucking things. Apologies.
And he hunt down all the champions.
Whoever said that, hold on, let me find that. Your list ain't racist, man. Whoever said his list is racist, stop that. I don't know who said that, but I don't even do that shit. Here goes apologies list my top 5. Number 1, Usyk, Loma, Anui, Pacquiao, Canelo. Honorable mentions, Lopez, Gonzalez, Estrada, Taylor, GGG. I'm going to tell you why they said your list is because you ain't got Crawford nowhere, dog. Not even an honorable mention. I now can't agree with that at all. Apology. You would have to do your criteria and tell me how Crawford don't even make an honorable mention. Man. Like you would definitely have to.
You're judging based on resume, and you have Golovkin in your top 10 pound for pound, or if you've even ever had Golovkin in your top 5 pound for pound, seek help immediately, because his resume, like he and Tank Davis's resume, are actually pretty comparable.
I ain't gonna call nobody racist. I ain't gonna call you racist, dog. But that's a jacket you don't want to put on nobody. But you got to be biased, hell, dog. You biased.
Oh, you biased as fuck. Yeah, now that's a damn sure. I'm gonna call you biased. L dog, what the fuck? Hold on for a second. I'm gonna say biased, but shit, I have my own biases, so don't get fucking offended. But you damn sure biased with this motherfucking list. Let me tell you something. Lomachenko just got his ass whipped, dude. And you don't have Lopez as an honorable mention, but Lomachenko still number 2. Oh, it's definitely some bias in there.
You don't like southpaws, man. That's what it is, man. You don't like southpaws.
It's
except for Usyk.
Let L Dog jump in there.
And hold on. No one called your list racist. It's when someone asked,
"Oh yeah,
where are the black fighters?" and you responded, "Slim pickings. It's not my fault. Black fighters suck." That's kind of when they thought that.
Oh, did he say that? Did he say that?
Yeah.
Well, you asked for that one. I don't see that in the chat.
But anyway, no, the message was removed. But anyway, if you want to know my pound for pound list, let me put my pound for pound list up. I got number 1, Canelo. Number 2, Inoue. Number 3, Usyk. Number 4, Crawford. Number 5, Chocolatito. Number 6, Estrada. Number 7, Ioka. Number 8, Lopez. Number 9, Taylor. Number 10, Tanaka.
That's not a terrible list, but one thing I don't like is I didn't hear my boy Errol Spence in there. Who playing that music? Who the fuck playing that music?
Someone has music.
My bad, dude.
I mean, in my opinion, Errol Spence doesn't have a better resume.
Hold on for a second. Actually, it ain't even really no problem, Bonnie, because they already got me fucking demonetized early with that COVID talk. So, yeah, I'm already shut down. Go ahead, L Dog.
Yeah. So what I was saying was, Errol Spence isn't in there because his resume isn't better than anyone else's in there, man.
All right. Well, I hear
His
you.
resume is not better. His resume is not better than Ioka.
No, it's
No.
not even
Definitely
close.
not.
Hell no, his resume not better than Ioka, man. The battle rifle, go look at Ioka's
Right.
resume and then ask yourself that fucking question.
And I don't think he's a better fighter based on eye test than Ioka either. I think Ioka's a great fighter.
There it
I
goes,
mean,
guys. What I said earlier, based on eye test. So here comes the L Dog eye test. And let me tell you something. As good as he think Hergovich is, that's a shaky eye right there.
I mean, I think when you look at his best, I say his best top 3 wins. You got Kell Brook, you got Sean Porter, and you got Lamont Peterson. So those are not no bad wins for you to get.
Don't forget
10.
about the Mikey Garcia win, bro.
That's a weak ass resume
I,
right there.
I don't want to.
Mikey
I don't really
Garcia,
want to count that one.
Mikey, a 4-division world champion, bro.
Yeah, a 4 division, but none of those happen to be a welterweight.
Hey, listen, 4-division world champion. So why the 4? If you said it don't happen to be welterweight, so why didn't he lose at junior welterweight? Why didn't he lose at light welterweight? So
bro, look at who he fought. Who did he fight at junior welterweight?
This is my thing,
I'm not
Monty.
taking nothing away.
This is my thing, Monty. Here's the thing, you can't just put all the blame on the fight. And I'm not saying you do it. It's just in general fighters do this. You can't put the blame on a bigger fighter if somebody smaller wants to fight you. It's a part of boxing. People want to fight bigger fighters all the time. What I do is I give you a modicum amount of credit. I don't give you a bunch of credit because you beat a guy who is, this number 1 pound for pound guy at his weight division, but you moved up in weight. If you move up in weight, you get a modicum amount of credit. You don't get a lot of credit because you fought a smaller guy. It depends on how small he was.
You know what the problem is, battle rifle, is the people that say that about Errol Spence and Mikey Garcia. And I said people, dog, so don't come in with your bullshit. But the people that say that about Errol Spence and Mikey Garcia, they don't keep the same energy with Lomachenko and Rigondeaux.
Yep, and that's another thing though. They making it like it was absurd, like it couldn't happen. Manny Pacquiao got 8, Floyd got 5. So these things happened before, bro. Mikey Garcia was a pound for pound fighter when Earl beat him. You had a motherfucking Hall of Fame fighter in Sugar Ray Leonard picking Mikey Garcia to beat Earl Spence. You had multiple people picking Mikey Garcia to beat Earl Spence. And even myself, I won't lie, I won't sit up and lie. I thought Mikey was going to have some success, dog. I'm like, I say Mikey is a good enough fighter. He's going to have some success in an Earl Spence fight. Earl washed his ass, dog. That account.
Okay.
That count
I also will say,
you want to know something? You want to know something? Most people.
Hold on. You do realize that man won't finish, but I think he okay. But
yeah, he
come on with that shit.
Yeah. Most people thought that Mikey was going to get stopped, and Errol couldn't even drop him. When Lomachenko fought a fighter coming up 2 divisions, he made him quit. When Gennady Golovkin fought a fighter coming up 2 divisions, he brutally fucked him up, and he was never the same.
Hey,
when you mention guys like
Mikey came up 1 division.
When you do mention guys like Mayweather and Pacquiao, who are able to go up a ton of weight classes, you got to realize 5-weight world champions are an absolute anomaly. There's only been 5+ weight world champions in boxing history. So that's a lot to ask for.
Well, that don't mean
that if I could just jump in just with the thing. Mikey Garcia, Sergey Lipinets was a way better preparation than Rocky Fielding, right?
Please don't get into that one. Don't get into that.
Well, maybe he needed preparation and Canelo didn't. So let's let that one die. But look,
no, I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
I know, Smoke. I just said, look, Smoke. You said your piece. I just said mine. Ain't no need for us to go back and forth on that, fam.
No, not on what you were just saying. Or not on what you were just saying. I'm just saying that Canelo moved up 2 weight classes and won, right? And he gets praised, right? So is it just only the guy gets praised if he wins, but if the guy loses, then
I'll give
him credit?
Yes. By me, hell yes.
Ain't no moral victories.
Yeah, no, I'm saying, why would you look, Smoke? With me, I'm just saying, with me personally, hell yeah, you only get credit if you win. Because if you go up 2 weight classes and you fucking lose, you shouldn't have done it. What the fuck I'm gonna give you credit for?
No, I'm talking about the guy who won. I'm talking about the guy who won. It sounds like the guy who won gets no credit. It's only if the little guy goes up and wins, does anybody get credit in that fight? Right? I don't think that people give. I don't think that people give Triple G. I don't think people give Triple G a ton of credit for beating Kell Brook, but they don't give him zero credit for beating Kell Brook.
I'm gonna say this.
Oh,
I'm gonna
come
say
on,
this.
bro. He gets zero credit in my book.
Listen, I give him credit for beating. That was undefeated fight, but I'm gonna say this.
Yeah, right. Go to BDA and say that, L dog. Get the fuck out of here with that.
BDA's blocked me, bro.
Yeah, whatever, man. I'm just saying, people give him credit. Go ahead, Money.
Yeah, I was gonna say this. When we look at Mikey Garcia, people keep saying 2 weight classes. I say he came up 1 weight class. He was a 4-division world champion. He fought at 140. Yeah, he went back down and fought Easter at 35, but still he blew back up. So to me, I don't say, oh yeah, because he went down to 35, then he jumped to 47. That he went up 2 weight classes. AB jumped 2 weight classes. AB skipped 140 all the way from 35 and went up to fight Paulie and Madonna. That's, to me, that's jumping 2 weight classes. He fought at 140, so he put the weight on before. So to me, Mikey came up 1 weight class. And another thing, Mikey Garcia is a skillful fucking fighter, dog. Y'all gotta look at Mikey and understand how he can fight. He fundamentally sound. And he confident as a motherfucker. Like I say, he was a pound for pound fighter, dog. That was for a reason. And Earl beat a pound for pound fighter. Regardless if y'all want to say 2 weight classes, 1 weight class, he was the smaller man, this, that, and the third. And y'all always say, oh, he didn't knock him out. Well, shit, a 12-round masterful ass whooping is better than a knockout to me, if you ask me. And I'm not saying he should have, because I picked him to knock him out, but he went out there and beat Mikey for 12 rounds, dog, a shutout, and outboxed Mikey, dog. Earl outboxed the boxer, he outbanged the banger. So to me, that stands for something. Maybe not to y'all, but to me.
Okay.
Hey,
so
Monty, hold on real quick, dog. Hold on real quick, Monty. Was it Broner and Lipinets at 40?
Yup, he fought Broner.
That was 2 fights at 40. That was two fights at 40.
Yeah.
Okay, so now that you want to do that, Kell Brook was only moving up 1 weight class to fight Golovkin because he had fought at 154 previously multiple times.
Well,
Rigondeaux was moving up 1 weight class because he had fought at 122, 126, I believe, early in his career.
You're wrong. You stop believing it. You're not correct. You moved up 2 weight class.
Get him, Smoke. Get him.
How do you move?
Anyway, like I was saying, like Loma gets credit. I think if a guy wins, he should get credit.
Rigondeaux fought at 126.
And you can discredit it if you want. I think you can give a guy his props for winning, right? You can see talk about how the fight went on, and then you can also see what the level of competition was at the time. Rigondeaux was a great fighter. He was just not in his weight class. Mikey Garcia was a great fighter. It was his first time at 147, but he's proven to be okay at 147, and he was already proven to be a damn good boxer before that, and it was a boxing match. We just saw Teofimo Lopez outbox Lomachenko. Lomachenko came up in weight, but he was unified with the division. So it's not, even though everybody was peaking Teofimo to knock Loma out, and that was the only way he was going to win, what he actually did was just outbox the boxer.
He didn't outbox him, bro. He outworked him. But anyway.
No, he outboxed him. He outboxed him.
Yeah,
but like, for some reason, Teofimo, there's a reason why Lomachenko was social distancing in that fight.
Man, go rewatch that fight.
He was social distancing. That's a
but as I was saying, like, you still didn't change my point at all. What I was saying was Kell Brook moved up 1 weight class because he had fought at 154. So same with Rigondeaux. Rigondeaux fought at 126 on multiple occasions.
Well, call it 1 weight class then. But like I'm saying,
one thing we know about L-Dog. One thing we know. Let me say this right quick. Ronald Finkley, my brother, Ronald. It's all good, fam. Like, I appreciate you on the super chat too. I won't bitch no moaning about that, man. I don't care about the demonetization. I was just telling Monty it was all good because it already happened, so he couldn't do anything worse. You know what I mean? Sife Bud, appreciate
we're gonna start doing like for like, right? We're gonna start doing like for like.
Hold on, smoke. Let me get this super chat right quick. Sife Bud, appreciate you on the super chat, man. He said Mikey ranked number 3 in the WBO. He is a legit, yeah. He is legit. If he's ranked, he beat a fighter here. He fought a fighter and then won a fight. You gotta call him legit. I agree with that. Go ahead, Smoke.
Right. So if we're doing like for likes, right? When you say that Mikey Garcia won a championship at 140 and then fought Adrian Broner at 140, and then you're gonna say Kell Brook fought at 154 at some point, and Rigo fought at 126 at some point. So now it's the same thing. I think that is not the same thing.
I
It's
think
not.
what you're mixing up is regardless of him having a fight at that weight class in the past, right? The fight that he had beforehand was a lightweight competition, right? Before he fought Errol Spence, it was at 135. Regardless of him competing or weighing in at a fight at 140 at some point, the fight before that, he had weighed in at 135, and thus he would be moving up 2 weight classes from the weight he had just fought in. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely, definitely. But I think if you're going to make that distinction, you should also say that he was a champion at 140 already at that point.
Yeah, but I think for most people, the idea is that 135 is an optimum weight class, and 140 was kind of him already going above and beyond, right? I think
Right, but
147
that's what I'm
was
saying.
extreme.
That's an argument that assumes facts, not evidence, right? And that's the whole point: is that he could have moved up or he could have moved down, right? He decided to move down, but he had already been at 140. Who's to say that to 135 was because he couldn't fight at 147?
Yeah, or look at it like this.
Wait,
Tank Davis,
I'm sorry.
hold on,
What?
hold on, right quick. Well, I was saying something. Hold on. Look at it like this too. Tank Davis just fought Leo Santa Cruz at 130, when he was already a 135-pound champion, no? And then with the stupid fucking double belt shit they did, he was an active 135-pound champion fighting at 130. That's basically the same situation with Mikey Garcia. He was an active 140-pound champion just taking a fight at 130. I meant. So is he 135 or is he a 140-pound champion? He was a 140-pound champion that moved up to 147. Crickets.
So
Crickets.
I'm just. No, am I muted? Hello.
Yeah. We hear you. Yeah, we hear you.
Like if Tank goes up, right? Obviously, this wouldn't happen. If he goes up and fights Jose Ramirez, is that moving up 1 weight class?
Essentially, I would say yeah.
I would
Because
say
that's
no.
that's just what I just explained. That's what I just explained, IBT. Look,
Yeah.
he just
Come
won a
on,
belt.
we need to.
Damn, L-Dog, go ahead, L-Dog. Go ahead.
Yeah, we need to stop, praising, we need to stop entertaining the PBC when they get these Mexican fighters to jump up so that they can lose to a black fighter, when they have no chance of beating them, bro. Leo Santa Cruz, Mikey Garcia never had a chance, all right? These are joke fights to build them into pay-per-view stars.
Both of them dudes.
Hey, L-Dog, do me a favor, fam. Do me a favor. Because what you could have said is we need to stop praising the PBC fighters for bringing guys up from 126. Do me a favor and keep that black and Mexican and shit out of it, fam. Because you know that just sparks something else. And I don't really like to hear that dumb shit. You already know this. So you could have made the same point by just saying bringing the guy up from 126. You could have made the same exact point. You didn't really have to throw the Mexican versus the black and all that bullshit.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, L-Dog. Now, I said when that fight was called, it was a joke of a fight. Now, I was talking about, for me personally, I think what we all have to realize is that fighters, when they're fighting other people in other competition, they're always going to have a certain fighter where they're going to be like, I want to fight this guy, but it's going to be a stipulations of weight and what we're going to fight at, whatnot. It's easier for somebody to stack on weight than to lose the weight. It's always easier. So the smaller fighter usually jumps up. Sometimes he fights a weight class bigger, but it's not always because he's a bigger fighter. It's because he wants to fight, and they don't want to always have to do the catch weight. They'll rather move up, and that's essentially what's happening with some of these fighters moving up, fighting one time, and then moving back down or something like that.
Right, dog. And then you gotta think about it. You're talking about PBC pulling them up. No, Leo Santa Cruz called out Gervonta Davis. That's a fact. Mikey Garcia called out Earl Spence. That's a fact.
That's a good point.
And they got their damn call answered, and they thought they was gonna get something, and they got what they was looking for. So yeah.
Man, no, I ain't buying that, and I'm gonna tell you why.
I don't care about you not buying it.
This man Leo named his son after Al Heyman. He's Al Heyman's lapdog, man. This dude's just being told what to say. Hey, call out Tank, Leo. Call out Tank, Leo. We'll give you a big payday.
Come on, bro. Stop with the conspiracy theories, because the facts are Leo Santa Cruz called him out. Stop with the dumb shit, fam.
Yeah, just as a statement of fact.
Hold on. The Al Heyman shit, dog, is your pure speculation. You don't know any of that. The facts are Leo and Mikey called these guys out. Those are the facts. All that other dumb shit you just said, dog, is just something to spark the roots. That's all it is.
Exactly.
Cut that shit
You know,
out, fam.
you know why Leo love Al Heyman? Because Al Heyman changed that man's life. That's why. You know why? If he named the son after Al Heyman, when Leo pops caught motherfucking cancer, and who was there in Leo corner, dog, making sure everything was taken care of. This shit goes beyond boxing. When you talking about, oh, he's nah, man, come on, man. Stop trying to talk about things that you don't know about, man. These fighters, they'll tell you why they love Al Heyman, dog. He makes sure these people are set up for after boxing, making sure they invest and making sure they got something after this, dog. So it goes beyond boxing, dog. So if you
they said this too,
you
man.
talking about things you have nothing, you have no knowledge on. You know what I'm saying? So you just making up shit, dog. And that's
I mean, Al Heyman. That was great. That was great of Al Heyman to put Leo in there with Tank.
Right.
He cared about that boy's health so much, right?
Stop it.
Stop with the bullshit.
Right?
Can I jump in? Can I jump in? So was Adrian Broner a sacrifice for the Mexican, right? Or was what was that?
Smoke. Come on, let's not go down that route, fam. I don't even want to hear that shit. For real,
right?
Don't entertain L Dog with that foolishness. Let's stay away from that. L Dog, spit the facts, fam. Spit the facts, not no hypotheticals or your fucking theories and shit. Because you don't know shit about Leo Santa Cruz or Al Heyman. Personal life. You don't know a goddamn thing about either.
All I'm gonna say is, if I was a manager, I would not let my fighter go into a fight like that where he's gonna get sparked out. You know, especially if I cared for their health.
Man, these dudes are fighters.
Check this out.
What the hell are you
check this
talking
out.
about?
If they grown fucking men, you don't have that fucking choice, even as a manager, because he wanted it. So he's a grown man and he makes his own fucking choice. So cut your bullshit out, L Dog. Cut it out. You pushing narratives, man.
They tell you how they make the fights. Al Heyman give you a list with fighters on there. You pick who you want. Did you just hear? He called out Javante Davis, dog. So you sitting up,
stop that bullshit,
like,
bro.
dude,
You just trying to start shit.
These dudes are fighters. He's talking about don't let him go on there where he's gonna get sparked. What about the people he knocked the fuck out? Huh? Was that nice for them? Man, stop it, dog.
These dudes are fighters, but he didn't want to fight Rigo. He didn't want to fight Gary Russell.
So what? That's irrelevant, L Dog. It's irrelevant. It was his choice. That's the point. You just made up a wild fucking scenario about shit you have no fucking clue of. That's a fact. That's a fact right there. You don't know Al Heyman. You never talked to him or Leo Santa Cruz. Cut this bullshit out, fam. You just came up with that wild scenario in your fucking head, fam.
Yeah, you just fucking the vibe up, dog. That was
man. What's the name? You know, me and BTV got into it because I was talking about he asked me what credit did I give Tank? I mean, well, he didn't ask me that. He asked me what did I think of the Tank fight, and I told him I give him a modest amount of credit because the guy's a smaller fighter, and he was like that's dumb, man. This guy's a 130. This guy's a 130-pound champion. And I was like, okay, let me ask you this question. How many times did he fight at 130? He's like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many times. Like, okay, whatever. So you're trying the games and you're trying to big this guy up. But you asked me what I thought about the fight. And then you just crapping on my opinion, which it wasn't just like a dumb way to assess Tank.
Right. I mean, the thing is though, right. And I'm not saying that, Leo Santa Cruz is an example of this, right? But Canelo and Kovalev is the same kind of thing. Like there is definitely beating Kovalev is a big thing. I now think, but I think it's a bit of a stretch to say he is now proven at light heavyweight.
Who said that? Because I definitely feel like
that was part of the conversation earlier. You weren't here for that part of the thing, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, my bad.
That was part of the whole thing, right?
Yeah, because I thought we was in most in agreement that he decided that he wasn't gonna fight Bivol nor Beterbiev, so it doesn't really matter. He's just not going
to. And I guess Bostic's out of the picture now.
But Bostic, didn't he take like a mini retirement, bro?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's out of the picture now. But I mean, that's just it. It's not, and I'm not suggesting that that Canelo is in any way like a Leo Santa Cruz, right? Canelo's way more proven a fighter, I think, in the lower divisions than I think really it's Abner Mares and Frampton that's Leo's signature wins. So I think that Canelo definitely has better wins, but it's just the idea that now he is a force at light heavyweight. I mean, he could be, but not. I mean, I just can't do it off of that particular performance, right?
I get taking credit for Leo. I don't take credit away from fighters, dog. I said it in my video.
I give him a modicum amount.
So my point of confusion there, Smoke, right, is this is a guy moving up 2 weight classes, 1 weight class, whatever you want to say. He's moving up to a new weight class, uncharted territory. He fights a champion, an established and proven champion. Not only does he beat him, he knocks him out, and he may not be a force, right? But Gervonta Davis's win over Leo Santa Cruz and Errol Spence's win over Mikey Garcia, those are notable. I feel like it should. I just don't understand.
Well,
I'm
here's the thing.
It
It would make more sense if Kovalev won those fights, right? Because then you can make that kind of comparison. But Kovalev lost, so it doesn't really matter. So Errol Spence actually won those fights when the little guys came up.
That's what I'm saying. So this is the the big guy beating the little guy gets credit, right?
No, it sounds like the big guy gets beating the little guy gets no credit. It's only if the little guy beats the big guy that anybody gets any credit. If the little guy loses, he gets no credit. If the big guy wins, he gets no credit.
Can I just speak?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Let IBT retort. Go ahead, IBT.
Because just the way from what it sounds, right? And I agree with Battle Rifle the way he's saying that if the little guy is to move up and is unsuccessful in beating the larger man, I don't think the larger fighter should be punished, but I don't think that they should receive full credit as if Mikey had been beaten at 135, right? So they receive partial credit. Now, Canelo moving up to Kovalev, like those are those kinds of fights where it's a win-win for one guy and a lose-lose for another, right? And that's just kind of how it is going in. But he actually won that fight, so you think he would receive a lot of credit for going up and beating the bigger guy and knocking him out the way he did, right? But it just seems, and especially since you picked against him, you picked Kovalev to beat Canelo, and then Canelo beats him. And it just sounds like, oh, he's not established and all this stuff. But then Mike,
listen, I'm not the one who said he was established.
Let him finish.
I thought he was done. Sorry, I thought he was done.
No, he wasn't because he was still talking actually.
Oh, sorry.
But then my only thing is Mikey can win afterwards, and that counts towards Spence somehow. That's the only part I don't understand.
So Mikey hasn't lost. That's the only loss he has. And I'm not the one who said he was established force. I am just questioning that idea. Somebody else said that because Kovalev won, he's now an established force at light heavyweight. Sorry. And I'm just saying I don't see it that way, right? So if it's the same, it's not that I'm saying that it wasn't impressive, right? There's a lot of people who panned the Kovalev fight beforehand because they were saying Kovalev was weak to the body, and they saw that in the yard fight. And that was Canelo's specialty. Turns out the hook to the body, the body work didn't really have that much of a factor in the fight, right? So even that part of it is like kind of throws out the window. But I'm saying I give him credit for beating Kovalev. I give him credit for being a lightweight champ. But it's the same kind of credit, and maybe a little bit. It's the same kind of credit I give for Roy Jones beating John Ruiz.
All right, look.
A little bit better than that, maybe.
Okay,
middleweight worse, about the same.
Oh my God. Smoke, are you done?
Yeah,
got a couple of more words to throw in there. All right. So I want to say this about, I don't give a fuck who the smaller guy is moving up. To me, he gets full credit. If Leo would have beat Tank, he gets full credit. I don't care who the smaller guy is going up 2 weight classes. The guy that is the bigger guy, he's supposed to get, in my opinion, he's supposed to get the scrutiny because he's fighting a guy coming up from, I don't care if it's 1 weight class. You're fighting the smaller guy coming up. The challenge is the guy coming up, not the guy sitting on top of the mountain. He's not the challenge.
Common sense.
You challenge the guy. You challenge the champion. The champion don't fucking challenge you. So these are guys coming up and wait to challenge a champion. They supposed to get all the credit. But when you look at it in reverse, how the fuck can we give Errol Spence and Tank Davis more credit than we give Canelo? It ain't supposed to work that way. They were the bigger guys. The bigger guys is not supposed to get more credit than the smaller guy that's challenging himself. Not at all.
The smaller guy has to overcome in order to win, which is why they receive more credit.
I give Canelo all the credit. I give Spence them all the credit.
But I am betting with Smoke.
Yeah, I don't think this is a question about Spence credit versus Canelo credit, right? But of course, Spence hasn't even moved up, so it's not really a like for like. It's just for the only point is there's a big. What kind of credit do you give the bigger guy for handling his business? I guess that's really where how you value that. Is really
the bigger guy to me gets credit, but he gets minimal credit. The bigger guy does.
Yo, D, what's up, man?
Shit, when you fight
what's up, apology?
When you fighting a good ass fighter that's good. All right, but when you fighting a good fighter, dog, that's skillful like that you know if you slip up, you can get your ass beat. I'm giving the bigger guy all the credit. But go ahead, man.
Go ahead, apology.
Yeah, man. Thanks for having me on. First of all, I'd like to say whoever timed me out, it's a little bitch. I'm sorry. Like, can you not take a joke? Really? Like, I was being tongue in cheek. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, man. I'm over it. I just want to say that, man. It doesn't matter. But it was a little tongue in cheek joke. And as for the pound for pound speak, the reason why I was playing myself, the reason why I have certain fights in and out of pound for pound list is because of a couple of, because of my pound for pound list standards. And I think some of the standards should be, it should be more like universal and everyone should have a similar standard. I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but I feel like these standards are at least reasonable, even if you don't have them as your own when you're making your own pound for pound list. And the reason why I don't really have Crawford in my top 5 or top 10 is because a couple of things. First of all, he's not objectively the best in his own division. So if you have a guy who's arguably number one, how are you gonna have him in your top 10 pound for pound list when you can say that Spence or Pacquiao are better than him? It doesn't make any sense to me. That's my main reason why I don't have him pound for pound top 5 even.
Okay, so why don't you hold Usyk to that same standard? Because you have Usyk number 1 pound for pound, but he's not even objectively number 1 at heavyweight.
Thank you, bro.
Well,
neither is
hold on. That's my other criteria.
Look, Lomachenko not number 1 neither no more, so I guess he's number 2.
Yeah, he is because of my other criteria. It's based on dude, do you only have one criteria when you're making a pound for pound, or do you have different sets of rules? Do you have different sets of rules? Yes or no?
We need to know
violated
what your criteria. Because you're saying you just said we shouldn't go off of our own criteria, but you're saying off of your criteria. Yours mean your that's your opinion, but we need to know what your criteria.
I was listing them, and then L Dog made a retort. It was a good one. Don't get me wrong, but there's more to just the one criteria I have. The second criteria is just really skilled based, really, and the skills I see certain fighters have versus other fighters, just it's kind of obvious to me. But I know other people see certain things and imagine certain things fighters can do when they can't. But that's a discussion for another day.
So Usyk, I don't mean to cut you off. Usyk and Lomachenko got better skills than Crawford. Is that what you're saying?
By far. It's not. They're not even the same league.
How come when Crawford did everything?
Well,
Crawford did everything Lomachenko did before Lomachenko, but how's he not?
No skills, like actual boxing skills. I'm not talking about resume.
Crawford is a switch hitter. You talking about skills? He's a switch hitter and a damn good switch hitter.
That doesn't mean anything to me. Switch hitting doesn't mean anything to me. I'm talking about punching, defending, and stuff like that.
You biased. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Hold on.
You're just stupid.
Apology.
Yes, go ahead.
Hold on. First and foremost, fam, I ain't gonna let nobody call you out your name, so you can't do that either. That man didn't call you stupid. He said that you're biased, okay? And I said that you was biased. I think that we all have our biases. But here's another thing, apology. This is why I know you was in the chat when I said when we start going on eye tests, that's too much of a personal opinion, okay? Because now technically, I will accept some arguments with Lomachenko. But let's not at all act like just because Anatoly trains both of these guys that Usyk is as talented as Lomachenko, because he's absolutely not, fam. He is absolutely not. Lomachenko is more talented than Alexander Usyk. Number 2, Number two, when you put eye tests in on your criteria, bro, that shit can be broken down. Because there are trainers, there are analysts that would disagree with your eye test. You're putting your eye test in on a criteria. That's why I said a criteria has to be based on something tangible, something that you can lean on. We can all lean on resume. We can all lean on level of competition. We can't all lean on your eye test apology. We can't all lean on that.
Can I respond to that? Do you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you lean on eye tests based on performances?
Yes, you can.
Okay, so let me give you another reason why Crawford's not on the pound for pound. When you guys earlier were speaking about fighters fighting guys smaller than them or coming up in weight or just fighting, let's take Triple G for example. When Triple G fights an overmatched opponent, what happens? He takes them out, right? Even though I think a guy like Brook is a little better than people will say. Well, you could call me biased if you want to. You still took him out of 5 rounds. Someone like Spence cannot knock out Mikey Garcia, and whatever reason you want to give, he didn't have a proper training camp. Garcia's better defensively, whatever reason, he couldn't knock him out. While Triple G, when he's in there with overmatched opponents, he gets them out quickly. So based on performances, which will lead to like you can gauge skills from that, I would say that's a good barometer for a pound for pound.
Okay, could I
so
ask
that's why
apology?
I'm Crawford. Real quick. Can I?
All
okay,
right.
go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Man.
I just want to ask who came up.
Hold on,
guys.
Go
ahead, bro.
I'm finished.
All right. Well, let me ask you a question. You just said, and I'm going with the Triple G analogy that you just used. Okay. You just said based on the opponents and how he beat them, right?
Yes.
Okay, but that was on what you think. If we look at Terence Crawford, right, and we look at the opponents and how he beat them, are you telling me that Triple G's performances was better? And then, like, look at Errol Spence when you said Triple G went in there and he stopped his opponents. Did Triple G go into any of those fights utilizing the first 8 rounds to try to do something differently than what he does to go in there and stop those opponents? Or did Triple G go in those first 8 rounds and boxed him like he usually boxes to stop those opponents? He went in there and he boxed him the way he usually boxes to stop those opponents. The thing with this Errol Spence bullshit, and people keep saying he couldn't stop Mikey. Well, y'all be honest with yourselves and you ask yourself this. The opponents that Errol Spence stops, he goes in there from round 1 with that pressure to the body, beating the living shit out of them. He doesn't go in there for the first 8 rounds outboxing them, staying on the outside. That's not what you've been accustomed to seeing Spence do. But in Mikey Garcia's fight, he went out there to outbox Mikey for those first 8 rounds because Mikey was saying, he just does everything well, but I'm a little bit better. So he outboxed him for the first 8 rounds. But Spence admitted himself, once round 9 came, he went to try to put Mikey away. But this is not what we're accustomed to seeing Spence fight like. We're accustomed to seeing Spence tear that body down, break these fucking guys down, and put them out of there. He didn't fight Mikey like that. And I always implore you guys to be honest with yourself. If he went into that fight with Mikey like he went into the fight with Chris Van Heerden, do you guys think that they wouldn't have thrown that fucking towel? They would have been throwing that towel. They was on the edge of throwing that fucking towel when he just took 2 rounds to actually try to stop him. So, like, people got to stop being dishonest about this.
Hold on. Yeah, exactly, L-Dog. Exactly, L-Dog.
Exactly, I will kick you off the fucking panel the next time you cut me off, fam. Because I'm making a great point here, whether you like it or not. There's no coulda, woulda, shoulda. I didn't say he could have and he should have. What I said is he didn't. He didn't. He went in there to outbox Mikey. He said this. Okay? So forget about if he was trying to prove a point. I don't give a fuck about all of that. That's what he was trying to do. Shut his mouth up because you're a little fucking chihuahua. I want to fight Spence. Okay, come fight me. And you think you're such a better boxer than me? Then I'm going to outbox you for these first 8 rounds, and then I'm going to put your ass away. But something else that is taken away Errol Spence and Mikey Garcia fight when we just say he couldn't stop Mikey. So I gave you the first 8 rounds, but here's another thing. You guys are discrediting Mikey Garcia totally because you're acting like he's not a boxer that's smart enough to keep himself from being stopped.
Thank you.
But you guys are not taking none of this shit into account. You just sitting here and say,
thank you, D.
Come on,
so
that
D,
bullshit, fam.
so D,
I'm not being honest.
So you're saying no top fighter that these other guys fought are smart enough to protect themselves? It's only in case of Mikey Garcia.
Man, the dudes
what
that
comment to you, man? Comment to you, man. The dudes that Triple G
fought ain't nowhere near Mikey class. The only one that came up that was good was Kell Brook. He
What?
got his fucking ass socket.
Canelo.
But name
hold
some
on,
fighters that
hold
came.
on, dude.
Wait a minute. Name some fighters that came up that fought Triple G.
That's
that
not the point.
They had
That's
a
not the
better
point.
technical style than Mikey Garcia that was on
The
the
point.
Canelo.
And
The
he
point-
lost to Canelo. Canelo beat his ass. He lost both times.
No,
See,
he
you're not being honest. You're not being honest.
That's the only person.
See,
that
this is
came
why I can't have a conversation with people like you. You're not being
bro, I
honest.
don't
You're not
mind-
giving
listen,
no
bro.
context. You're just going off official, and you know it's
Okay,
bullshit.
so
You're
hold
giving
on,
no
hold on.
context.
Apology.
This
is bullshit, man.
Name the fighters that came up. Name the fighters that came up.
Well, that's not my point anyway. My point was
Oh man,
the
now
performance.
You got
the
1,000
point,
points.
no, the point was my
1,000 points.
performance.
One at a
You
time,
moving the
guys.
goalposts.
One at a
Garcia
time.
Let him
and
go. Let him go, dude.
Spence.
Go ahead, homie.
No, I'll let you go,
Go
man.
ahead, Apollo.
No, I was talking over you, man. Go ahead, man.
Okay, well, I'm gonna say this. Mikey Garcia is a very technical fighter that was on the pound for pound list. The only one Canelo that fought that came up was Canelo, who was a big boy, and to me, Canelo beat him twice. So that shows something to me. That said a lot to me. But with Mikey Garcia, you can laugh. With Mikey Garcia, you ain't gonna name none of them fighters that came up that fought Triple G that was better than him. And then you had some of them fighters that came up that was nailing Triple G motherfucking ass, busting his goddamn face up. Because Gabe Rosario came up from 154 and was and bust his ass open to where Triple G wanted the man to come and spar with him. You see
He
what I'm saying?
landed one punch.
Hey, he ain't landing on one punch. Cut it out.
He landed one good punch, and then
Gabe
everyone gets excited.
Gabe Rosario came up and bust his motherfucking face up, and had Triple G wanting the man to come to his gym and train with him. So at the end of the day, Mikey Garcia was on the pound for pound list. Only now, who else did Triple G fight that you talking about that came up? Oh, Triple G got rid of them. That was on the pound for pound list. The man that came up that was on the pound for pound list beat his ass. You see what I'm saying? So go ahead, make your point.
D, can I quickly jump in?
This is so dishonest.
Hold on, apologies. Let Eldon jump in there.
Yes, yeah, go ahead, Eldon.
Yes, since you said Canelo beat his ass twice, I'ma just say, Sergey Lipinets actually beat Mikey's ass there. Mikey was never a champ. See, you can't just go off bullshit statements like that. If we want to be factual about things, Triple G beat Canelo in the first fight, and the second fight was really a draw. If anything.
Okay, no, Eldon, you just contradicted your fucking self. Hold on for a second. You just contradicted yourself. That's why I don't like the dumb shit you say. If you want to be factual, the first fight was a fucking draw, and the second fight was a loss to DDD. That's the facts. It's in the book. So stop your bullshit. Stop.
All right, so let's keep it consistent then. Let's keep it consistent. Because if he's going to say, Canelo beat Triple G's ass twice, I'ma just say outlandish shit and say Sergey Lipinets beat Mikey's ass, and Adrian Broner beat Mikey's ass, and fucking Salido beat Mikey's ass. Like, come on, man.
Do they got the win on their resume?
Okay, hold on for a second.
See, this is the problem. You're going by official stuff.
Hold on, guys. Don't start that. Let Eldon finish, and then let him finish.
My point is, if you're going off of what you've seen, and you say that, Canelo beat Triple G's ass twice, which is incorrect. There was a draw, and the second fight was a majority decision. Both fights were actually controversial, where the majority of people thought Triple G won. I can say stupid shit too and say Sergey Lipinets beat Mikey.
Okay, well, look, Eldon, and apology, you go next right after this. But Eldon, here's the difference in what Money just said and what you just said. And that's why I corrected your ass and didn't correct Money. What Monty said is he won both of those fights, in my opinion. What you said was some bullshit fact. Well, the facts was, and then I corrected you. So what you and Monty said was totally different because you tried to make it as if it was a fact, which made that stupid shit. And what Monty Brown said clearly was in my opinion. So once again, stop the bullshit, L Dog.
I think the point is flying over people's heads here.
Yeah, whatever, fam. It's Apology's turn. Whatever. Stop that bullshit you doing. Go ahead, Apology.
No, I'll actually let L Dog take my turn because I'm interested to hear what he has to say.
I want to say this one thing before L Dog start rambling again. Brook was a guy who came up in weight to fight GGG. Now, even you fucking Donati Golovkin fans have to admit that Brook came up and he fucking won rounds. Mikey Garcia did not win one fucking round. Not one fucking round, and that is facts. Okay, Brook won rounds. Mikey did not. That's a fact.
And Mikey was a pound for pound fighter.
Okay,
go ahead, L Dog.
You want facts? Triple G went 5 rounds with Kell Brook.
Exactly.
Spence went 12.
It doesn't matter.
That's a bad performance.
He won rounds. And again, hold on. Because here's another contradictory, and I've actually heard L Dog say this shit. There's another contradictory. Knockouts doesn't mean a better performance, because you can have a masterclass or one-sided fight, and if you guys are boxing minds like you claim you're boxing minds, then when you have a masterclass or one-sided fight, the sweet science, don't just sit up here and say knockout when you lost fucking rounds. It's all of a sudden just more impressive. Of course, it would be more impressive if you're a DBG fan, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's more impressive, right? No, it doesn't, because this is the sweet science. This is not knockouts. This is the sweet science.
But to get a knockout, you need to have sweet science. You need to have some sweet science to get a knockout.
I didn't say you didn't.
You can't say, and you can't say going 12 rounds with an overmatched opponent is better than knocking them out. Like, that's you're a pound for pound fight. You're supposed to get these guys out of there. Whether you think Mikey Garcia was on the pound for pound list and Brook wasn't, if a pound for pound fight is as good as you say he is, you should be getting these guys out, whether he decides to box them or not.
Spence wasn't a pound for pound fighter. Mikey was. So
no, that's what I said. That's what I said. I said Mikey. I didn't. If I said Spence, that was an accident.
No, but
that's what I meant.
As a pound for pound fighter, you're supposed to be getting these guys out. Spence was not a pound for pound fighter.
Can I reiterate what I meant? If you want to be considered a pound for pound fighter, you get these guys out of there, whether they're on the pound for pound list themselves. They're coming up 2 weight divisions. They can't punch at that weight. They never fought at that weight before. You have all the advantages, and you go 12 with them. To me, that's not impressive performance. And can I say one quick thing before I leave? Because I'm just going to get off this and let you guys talk. I'll go back to my Crawford thing and try to explain myself a little bit better. I feel like I might have gone on the wrong foot, but I'll try to explain my list and why I have him top 10. It's quite simple. First of all, he's not the best in this division, while someone like Canelo is, because he beat GGG in the second fight. It was close, but he did. Number 2, his performances against overmatched opponents like Benavidez, Kavaluskas are not impressive when you're going life and death with them. And you say someone like Triple G, someone like Kell Brook took a round from Triple G, but Triple G stopped him in 5. It took Crawford like 12 to stop one and then 9 to stop the other, while getting knocked down and getting hurt multiple times. And other fighters from other different divisions have better performances and are just better skilled. I'll just say that and leave. But you guys can feel free to disagree.
Didn't Lomachenko get dropped by
Lenore?
And Gary Russell Jr. too.
No, but like
false narrative.
Struggled with Luke Campbell.
I'm gonna kick your ass off, bro.
Everybody fought at 135 pretty much, and he got dropped by Lennart. If you're gonna say that, then you kind of need to keep it consistent.
Man, look, I'm gonna tell you like this: having fucking Lomachenko at number 2 after he fucking lost is a fucking problem. Now, I can respect Apologies, ideas, and everything, but bro, you got guys up on that list there that you got Usyk #1, fam. Come on. You in the same breath, you say you have Usyk #1, and in the same breath, you talk about performance. So his performance against Chisora was great. Like, come on, dude. This dude transcended in weight. You don't have Crawford, who has transcended 3 weight classes and performed greatly. But you have Usyk that dumped 1 weight class and performed mediocre in both fights. That's the truth. He performed mediocrely in both fights, but Crawford, who performed fantastically, I meant, and 3 different weight classes, he don't deserve to be there. But you got Usyk #1, fam. Over Canelo, over Annoy. Come on, apology.
And don't even get me started on Golovkin, who went life and death with a completely shot Kasim Uma.
You know what? I want you to figure out how to combine fantastic. I want you to figure out how to combine spectacular and fantastic. I think you're onto something.
Yeah, that was pretty cool, right?
Triple G got his ass beat by Sergey Derevchenko.
Yeah, that was a rough fight. That's another thing. That was a rough fight, and he's in an honorable mention. I mean, this is a guy that just fucking fought Steve Rose before he fought a tumultuous fight with Derevchenko, but he's an honorable mention, and Crawford's not even around. You don't see how people don't see bias in that. He fought Steve Rose, fam, and he handpicked him. It wasn't like he was a mandatory or anything. DDD went out and handpicked a fucking Steve Rose, and then he struggles against a Derevchenko. Crawford performed spectacularly. There you go, Smoke. And you mean to tell me that Crawford's not even mentioned? Come on, dude. Come on.
You gotta
that's the shit. That's my new one, man. That's two in a row.
Spectacular.
You gotta admit that, bro.
Yeah, I don't have Triple G on my pound for pound list, but I can see what apology means. I think people like D, Monty, etc., people like that are haters of Triple G. But it is what it is.
I ain't no hater. Let me tell him this, D.
Yeah, go ahead, Monty.
I knew Triple G was way before you knew who Triple G was, and I was telling people that he was coming over here. That Kazakhstani was coming over here, beating. He was gonna have success, and he was gonna beat motherfuckers' ass. And I can prove that by calling my homeboy Red all the way back before Triple G even came to America, dog. So don't give us that shit. You putting your own theory on what you believe, dog. We just speaking facts to y'all. The thing is, y'all with this bias shit, y'all the ones up here, y'all liking y'all certain fighters, and these motherfuckers getting pushed out the door, and y'all trying to keep them around, dog. It's out with the old, in with the new one. Facts are facts, man. It's just a boxing game, dog. Come on now.
Now, L-Dog, this is what I'm gonna say. Hold on, whoever that is. Hold on. L-Dog, you already know my rules, fam. I don't give a fuck what you call me. You already know that too. But when you slid somebody else in my panel on there, stop your bullshit. This is the last time I'm gonna tell you. No. Hold on for a second. Stop your bullshit, L-Dog. Okay? Because you breaking the rules. Some of the new people on the panel might not know it, but you know them all too well. And you keep sliding little slick shit in there, fam. And I'm refraining from kicking your ass off of here because I could have done it like 3 times already. Take shots at me all you want. But that fanboy shit or that hater shit, you know, is disrespectful. It ain't disrespectful to me because I don't give a f for real. But don't be taking charges like that at people coming on this panel because I got respect for Monty Brown. And I've said this shit before. When he says something, at least he offers some validity to it, okay? Which means that it's not coming from a form of hate. It's coming from boxing, fam. So you can't sit up here and call this man no fucking hater because he don't like your fucking Eastern European fighter. You've admitted your bias to Eastern European fighter. So you've admitted your bias. But you're going to sit here and call him a hater? Stop it.
Yeah,
Stop it. I like Triple G. D. I thought this man pay-per-view fight. So how the hell I don't like the man?
But hold on. Let me that'd be cool. Because Monty Brown took a shot at me, man. Monty Brown, he said my fighters get kicked out the door. But listen, when my fighters lose, I don't make videos about their fucking gloves and you know, rockets being in the gloves and you know.
Don't even go there, L-Dog. I had a hangout once, right? And all I said is that this guy looks a bit heavy, Hergovich. Oh, you ride the candles and things. I had to block him off them. He's acting like a fucking idiot. Yeah? And for
Exactly.
a start,
He
like,
always does, bro. He's fucking
listen,
being
and
hypocritical.
somebody said they're gonna rank Triple G above Crawford because Crawford got floored by Kavalauskas and Triple G never gets. So basically, you're putting Triple G in your pound for pound list because he's got a better chin. What about all the other attributes? Like beating, like wiping out a whole weight class.
Yeah, and also his last couple of fights, bro. He looked like Josh versus Derevyanchenko. Let's be honest, man. Come on.
So I just have one thing to say, and I know this may be poking the bear a little bit or touching a raw nerve, but one of the things about the Canelo Kovalev fight, right? And I think one of the reasons why Canelo doesn't get as much credit as maybe he should deserve is because people still are looking at his signature fight as the Triple G rematch. It has nothing to do with his light heavyweight moving up and fighting the Hall of Fame. Like people just say he did it and knocked him out, but they really talk about the Triple G fight.
I wonder how Triple G gets to be up there ahead of Crawford, but he turned down the trilogy with Canelo. Like no one, I need a tune-up, but he still gets to hover up there above Crawford. But he's turning down fights while Crawford's trying to get him off. Like, come on with this Triple G shit, man.
In Golovkin's resume,
come on, bro. Like he's playing Steve Rose, getting pieced up by Steve Rose.
That's what I'm talking about, man.
Bro, Matthew Macklin is one of his.
And how did that work out for Steve Rose?
Hey, you fighting Piece of Rose?
Like, come on.
How did that work out for Steve Rose?
He got beat like he was supposed to, bro.
Yeah, I'll give Kovalev definitely fought better competition than Triple G. Say what you want about Anthony Yard, he's better than Steve Rose. Say whatever you want about Alito Alvarez, he's better than Vanis Matarosen.
Is he better than Jacobs?
Is he better? Jacobs is a long time ago, and I can tell you that he certainly. I can tell you that Jacobs is better than Jacobs is no Bernard Hopkins. You want to go back in the day?
And did Triple G really beat Jacobs? Is the question.
Yes, he did, man.
All right.
That was close. That was a close fight.
Did he really? Like, I give it to him because he won it, but it was close. It was close. But the thing is, like, you think we hating on Triple G, dog? We just point out facts. You want to come around here? You want to keep this man around on a pound for pound list, bro?
He ain't on my fucking pound for pound list.
Wherever you got him at, you want to do this and do that. He ain't above these fighters, man. Triple G is on his way out the door, man. And I like Triple G, but the man is on his way out the damn door.
I agree. But what I'm saying is people they disrespect Triple G. They try and take all his best wins away, and it's funny because, the American media, they want to hype up certain fighters, but it's always the Eastern Europeans that cop the blame for being hyped up. But
the American media hyped up Triple G. What are you talking about?
Man, this
bro.
man,
What I'm pointing out is that Errol Spence was on the pound for pound list after beating up Triple G's leftovers. One world title fight, and he was on the pound for pound list. Triple G had to beat how many? Yes, he was. He was on the Ring Magazine pound for pound list. He was on the transnational boxing pound for pound list. He was on ESPN's pound for pound list.
You ever heard about being an Olympian?
L-Dog. How much did Top Rank on American market, ESPN, American media, how much did they fucking pump up Lomachenko? Now let's see how honest you're gonna be.
No more than was deserved.
Oh my god.
No, L-Dog, stop your bullshit. See, that's why I want to kick your dumb ass off. They pumped him up tremendously. But you just sat up here and said American markets don't want to pump up Eastern European fighters. How much did they pump up GGG? L-Dog? How much?
They pumped up Golovkin to #1 pound for pound over Rung Visai.
Now, let's let L-Dog with his American bias market. How much did they pump up GGG, L-Dog?
Now here's the difference. You're talking about a promotional company.
No difference. Answer the fucking questions. No. Answer the question. How much?
How
did
can
they
I
pump
answer
it
them
up?
on mute?
Okay, yeah. Answer the question. how much did they pump him up? I don't want to hear your differences. How much did the American media pump up GGG? How much? A lot. Here's another one.
The boogeyman, the most scariest
How much
man
is
in
the
boxing,
American media pumping up fucking Usyk? You fucking stop
None.
your bullshit. The whole time on this live, I've been saying stop your bullshit. Stop your bullshit, fam.
Right, dog.
Because you're just trying to make differences.
Usyk ain't being
You
pumped up by the American media.
Let me ask you this. This is the last question for you, L Dog. Let me ask you this. Do you have GGG over Crawford on the pound for pound list? Do you?
Bro, I've already told you guys I have one Eastern European on my pound for pound list, and that's Usyk.
Do you have GGG over Crawford for the pound for pound list? Is what my question was to you.
Oh, for fuck's sakes, no.
No, you don't. No, you don't. So here's my thing. Don't fucking sit up here talking about how people disrespect GGG when clearly it's disrespectful to put GGG over Crawford on the fucking pound for pound list. That's my point, Aldog. But you're not defending that. You're just sitting up here clamoring on about GGG, even though he's been put above Crawford on the pound for pound list. What you should be arguing is what's legitimate, that GGG does not belong over Crawford on the pound for pound list because he's not over him on yours. That's what you should be arguing.
No, but the problem I have is that you're just discrediting Triple G instead of bringing up Terence Crawford's accomplishments.
Okay, I would just like to point out that Triple G was ranked the #1 pound for pound guy over Andre Ward by the American media.
Wow.
I mean, well deserved.
Yeah, Andre Ward lost to
well deserved.
Okay, so I thought the American media didn't pump Triple G.
How's it deserved? No, explain apology. How is it deserved?
What Triple G over Andre Ward? Well, it's quite simple. Triple G doesn't need to cheat to win. If you need to cheat to win in every sport, you're not as good.
So when Andre Ward cheat, dog?
See, this is why I can't have a conversation because you guys don't give context. You just go by official. You go by official. You don't give context. Okay. I'll give you context.
I mean, that's jacket. Y'all put a cheat.
Okay, go ahead.
Let him give the context.
So, in the Kessler fight, Andre Ward headbutted him at least 10 times in the Kessler fight, and that's how Kessler got all fucked up when he stopped the fight and gave it to Ward. In both Kovalev fights, he tackled the low blow Kovalev all night, and the second fight, he ended the fight with a low blow. So you tell me that guy who cheats to win is a pound for pound fighter, but Triple G who fights fair and beats guys in his own division without any advantages is not? Like, you see, you guys don't give any context. This is why I can't have a conversation, because you go by official stuff.
Listen, man.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Please let me get in.
We don't mind.
Please let me get in. First off, there wasn't even 10 classes of heads in the Kessler fight, and just because there was one clash of head, not even 10. There wasn't even 3. Forget
there was
10.
More than one. There was more than one.
Beyond that, just because
let smoke talk, y'all. Man.
Just because there is a clash of heads doesn't mean that it is Andre Ward who's initiating the clash of heads. Just because Kessler lost, right, doesn't mean that Andre Ward's a cheat, right? Like the whole thing, your whole narrative seems to be about discrediting one. It seems about uplifting European fighters and only European fighters. The only context you want to provide is for European fighters.
And that's
that's not at all my argument. You just ignored my argument.
Okay,
you
so
can't have conversation with us over a lot of shit.
Who did Triple G defeat?
Is that unbiased?
Question for you. Yeah,
it doesn't matter. His performances against fighters were really good, while Ward had to cheat to win.
What fighters?
Ward had to cheat to win. It doesn't matter. Triple G can beat a guy who's 100, who's 0 and 100. But if he didn't legitimately, Ward cheated. Then what's the point?
Okay, hold on.
He beat him by headbutt. He beat him by beating him.
Okay, hold on, Smoke.
No, he didn't. He cheated.
I just told unbiased to hold on. Not for you to start yelling, fam. Y'all chill out. If I say hold on, that don't mean the next person start yelling. Jesus fucking Christ, fam. Okay. Apology. You can say all of this you want about Andre Ward. Here's my thing with you, Apology. You have a guy. Now, remember, this list that I have up here, Apology, is from channels that you follow and you actually like. Okay, this is what this list was comprised by. These channels, you like some of these channels, and consensus-wise, 19 different channels have Terence Crawford up in the top 5. But you, my friend, you, apology, has GGG as an honorable mention and Crawford not even nowhere in sight. You didn't even have him as an honorable mention. So what I'm trying to ask you, apology, to explain to us, did Crawford fucking cheat to win? Did he cheat to win?
Yes, in most of his fights, he cheats to win. See, this is why I can't have a conversation with you, D, because you're not being honest. You're not being honest. All right, I'll just leave. Because you guys are not being honest.
Listen, man, go on with the baby shit, man. Listen, this is why you can't have a conversation.
Let him go, fam. Let him go, because we all not being honest. But this motherfucker's out of his mind. See, L Dog's mouth was shut because he knows fucking apology is out of his fucking mind right now, fam. That's why L Dog ain't
Apology was speaking facts about Andre Ward. He's a cheater. They robbed the Eastern European. They'll never give Kovalev the win.
You can't have no conversation.
L Dog, you already agreed that GGG should not be over Crawford. So shut the fuck up with your bullshit.
Yeah, but Andre Ward's career was built on corruption because he was American.
Look, fuck Andre Ward because I just shut that down. I told apology I was talking about Crawford, and you came right back and he's making facts about Ward. You already agreed, L Dog. Fuck all of your goddamn Eastern European protection. You agree. You've already agreed that GGG should not be over Crawford on the pound for pound list. You already agreed to that. So stop sucking apologies balls about the facts he's making about GGG. The facts are, you agree he shouldn't even be on the pound for pound list over Crawford. You even agree to that. That's what I'm getting on apology about. Not all of y'all garbage about discrediting Ward. He just called Crawford a cheater. You agree to that too? Dog? You agree Crawford's a cheater? Do you?
Man, I haven't seen.
Do you agree Crawford's a cheater, L Dog? Do you agree Crawford's a cheater?
I haven't seen him cheat, but I'll have to review it. You know, I don't know, man.
Right.
Okay.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Okay.
So the judges were out there. He comes to Oakland, and the judges are scoring headbutts. That's what they're doing now.
Right.
And if anything, if a judge, if a referee, right, is sitting there letting someone get massive headbutts and low blows, is it the fighter cheating or is it the ref in on the bullshit? Is it the ref that's cheating? Because the ref's supposed to call that shit, take points away.
Exactly,
right?
dog.
Ain't that how refereeing goes? Ain't that how officiating goes out, dog? The official's supposed to step in there and say, hey, hold on.
Nah, D, they're American refs, D. They getting paid off.
Yeah, I know. This is the bullshit.
Did I miss the part where Kessler's eye was closed or he got cut or some other thing that would have been the result of because he got headbutted and all of a sudden he couldn't win the fight?
I just wonder,
no, but still, apologies biased as fuck. Just by putting, listen, everybody, I don't think, look, it's not even about this community or this panel. One of the places that apology loves to go, right, is BDA, because I'm over there on the panel. He loves to go over there on BDA. Ain't no fucking body on BDA, even the channel he loves, and they're GGG lovers over there. But I can guarantee you, I will go ask Bucho and Stu Little and fucking BDA, Precise, and all of these well, maybe not Precise, but the rest of them, I will go ask them if GGG deserves to be over Crawford on a pound for pound list, and every one of them over on a channel that he loves because they love GG like him, will say no. They all will say no. Even his guys will say no. That's a little too far. Like that's just absolutely ridiculous to have a GGG over Terence Crawford at this point. That's absolutely ridiculous. It is no fucking criteria. It's no way to explain that. Not even L Dog can explain that. All he can do is just back apology on his points about GGG, but he cannot back the fact that GGG is supposed to be over Crawford.
Go ahead, on my
real quick. Hey, apology.
Good point, D. Good point.
Apology. Are you a fan of Fury? I don't think Fury fights dirty or anything, but he sometimes does, do certain things that Andre Ward does do, which sometimes it causes, low blows or whatever tactics to happen. clinching, etc. Hitting behind the head, it happens because
holding and hitting.
These things happen in contact combat sports. This happens. So if you're gonna, say this about Andre Ward, I'm just curious to see if you're gonna say this about Fury.
Fury's a cheater.
Yeah, go look at the Lennox Lewis Michael Grant knockout. It's like he used two hands. He held my man's head and knocked it. Like look at Klitschko's fight. Like dude, like calling guys dirty saying guys cheat because they fight outside of the lines in a fight is just too far, right? It's not like he's taking PEDs. It's not like he has loaded gloves. The dude, if you want to call him a dirty fighter, then he's a dirty fighter. That doesn't equal cheat. Is this too much? Is this too broad a thing? And just because you think he's a dirty fighter, if he is actually, not only is he, if he is using dirty tactics and he's whooping your boy's ass, then what does it matter that he's using dirty tactics?
Right, because those called boxing tactics. Called boxing tactics in the game.
He said Fury is a cheater, Lennox Lewis is a cheater, and Vladimir Klitschko is a cheater.
And Terence Crawford is a cheater.
All right.
Basically, all you want is amateur boxing. What you want is amateur boxing. You're not ready for the pro game.
We crazy for entertaining this shit because he got us talking about some silly ass shit that we know that ain't even nowhere near true or it don't even make sense. On other people's channels, they probably would have been flicked the switch on his ass. You know what I'm saying? But we sitting up here entertaining his ass because we know this dude. He said himself it was a joke at first, so I thought he was joking, but he dead ass serious, dog.
Man, I mean, Crawford, we all know Crawford's pound for pound number one. It's easy work, you know what I'm saying? And that's
if not number one, like they said, top 5 at best. If you don't got number 1, number 2, I can see why certain people can say that. But man, if you don't got Crawford top 5, dog, you gotta be out your damn mind.
Bro, people
he didn't even have him top 10 on it. Like, let's be honest. The dude did not even have Crawford top 10. He had He had top 5, and then he had fucking 5 honorable mentions, which means Crawford's not even top 10 to him. How the fuck is that honest? Come on, bro. Nobody in boxing. That's a biased fucking list, fam. I don't mean no harm apology, but that's a biased as fuck list, fam. And if you don't have Crawford in the top fucking 10, come on with that, dude.
And you could go get a fighter from Eastern European, from motherfucking the East of Asia, from Ghana, from Africa, from all over the world. When they put their list down, all of them gonna have Terence Crawford on their list, dog. And you talking about Eastern European fighters like they don't get no respect, dog. They get all the respect, man. Cut it out, dog.
Hell, I've seen
boxing. No other sport can you blatantly cheat 10 times and not be scrutinized. Well, apology, yeah. And you know who you're supposed to be scrutinized by apology? Fucking referee officiating that fight. So if you want to fucking point fingers apology, why don't you say that the ref cheated? Because if it was that bad and the man took no points, he didn't reprimand fucking Andre Ward one time, why are you bitching and moaning about Ward? You should be questioning the referee. Was the referee paid? Was the referee in on it? But you didn't say shit about that. Fuck out of here with that, man.
In America, be mad at Ward if he beat all my fighters' ass too, dog. I'll be mad at Ward if he beat all my. I say I'll be mad at Andre Ward if he whooped all my fighters' ass too, dog. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, really.
I think that's what it is.
Yeah, they just come in and get the ass whooped. See, the thing is, in America, we do something called adjustments. That's what you guys don't do. Unless your guy can actually do what they got, unless they fight one kind of way, your guy can't win. So Evander Holyfield uses his head. You know what guys do? Make adjustments and then beat Evander Holyfield, even with using his head.
Hey,
Timothy Bradley,
or body's damn Earl,
Devin Alexander. For some reason, you guys can't figure out how to fight in the professional game. You think it's the amateurs, but it ain't like that.
I mean, grabbing and hitting is against the rules, right? I kind of saw Lomachenko do that a couple times, but I'm pretty sure
Lomachenko just went head first. Lomachenko just went head first like a fucking Brahma bull to my dude Teofimo Lopez and that goddamn fight, fam. He sure did. But you ask these fucking goddamn outdogs and apologies about that. It'll be some fucking reason why he did that. Well, because Teofimo was doing this. So get the fuck out of here, bro. That shit, listen, man. Again, this is why we talking about this pound for pound shit. it gotta be a reasonable list. I'm not gonna argue with anybody's list, but dog, you gotta have some type of validity to it. And not having Terence Crawford in the fucking top 10, dude. And you say that that's not a biased list, and then call Terence Crawford a cheater? A cheater. How the fuck did Terence Crawford cheat now? How the fuck did Terence Crawford cheat now, fam?
Right. I'm saying
Not
not a Mexican, not a Cuban, not an Asian, just a bunch of Europeans.
Oh shit, dog. we know.
And that list is not biased. Like, so only Eastern Europeans fight in boxing now? Is it? If I'm not mistaken, and I'm sure with being safe with this statement, Eastern Europeans here recently have stepped it up in the boxing. If I'm not mistaken, it's not been like they have a long lineage like Mexican fighters and British fighters and American fighters. No, they here recently have staked their claim in boxing. And the only people you have on there is Eastern Europeans. And Crawford not even in existence. Man, you gotta be kidding me trying to defend that bullshit. And L-Dog, you even worse sitting up here trying to piggyback just to defend GGG. Because that's all you did. You don't even fucking agree with him. But you sitting here riding that bullshit just to defend GGG. That's how you know you fugazi as fuck, L-Dog. Because you don't even agree with his point.
He tried to chime in on the Ward hate too. Man, learn how to fight. Make adjustments to fight, man. Just do that. Just like Kell Brook said.
But we're haters. But we're the haters.
Just like Kell Brook said.
We don't believe what they believe.
Yeah, just like Kell Brook said, you're behind the times. We can fight all kinds of ways, all kinds of styles, we can do it all. Figure out how to do it all. Stop making excuses.
Facts. And that was one of the reasons why I said Crawford was gonna beat Brook. I thought it was gonna go longer than that, but I said Kell Brook is not gonna make no adjustments. Once Crawford figure out the 1-2, you know, he's solid and strong, but once Crawford figure out the 1-2 dog and get his time, it was gonna be over with.
That's why, man, I'm telling you now. That's why people talk all of this shit about Alexander Usyk, and apologies, one of them. I'll tell you like this: he ain't beating Tyson Fury, fam. He not. I don't care what you thought because I did live commentary, blow by blow commentary apology on that Usyk and Chisora fight. So you can tell us whatever you see, but we know that you're a little bit biased just from your list there. I'm telling you from what I've seen, Alexander Usyk don't beat Fury. He don't beat Joshua, and I don't care if you don't like it. I don't think he beats Wilder either. I think all three of them beat Usyk for sure. They're too big. And from what I've seen from Derek Chisora, Wilder catches him clean a few times and puts him the fuck out. Period. One thing about Wilder, that timing on that right hand, that's what he got, fam. And he's gonna find Usyk. Chisora was finding Usyk. Wilder finds him and sleeps his ass. AJ and Fury are just too big. They offer way too much. So you can sit here and say all of this shit about Usyk, claiming why he should be on the top 5 pound for pound, and Crawford not even mentioned, when Usyk and Crawford, first and foremost, has done the same thing. They went 4-belt undisputed, and then they moved up in the weight class. But you have Crawford that went 4-belt undisputed, moves up in the weight class and becomes a fucking champion. Then you have Usyk, who went 4-belt undisputed, moves up in the weight class and fought 2 mediocre fights. You got to be fucking kidding me, fam. No way he could be over Crawford. No fucking way. No way. That's bullshit. Mm-hmm. And then the cheater. Since you back, how the fuck is Crawford a cheater, fam? Please explain this to me.
So in the Victor Postal fight, he hit. I'll start. God. No, comedy. You let me finish or not?
All right.
He hit him low below the belt multiple times. He held, he clinched, and he hit him back of the head multiple times throughout the fight. Did he win the fight? Yeah, he did. Was it a good performance? Definitely. And at that time, I did have him my pound for pound. But after that, which was 4 years ago, and he moves up to his natural division welterweight, he hasn't been looking good. His performances are subpar against low-level opponents. So that's the main reason why they have him pound for pound.
And
also, don't assume my opinion about the Fury Usyk situation either. I favor Fury in that fight.
Well, you just ought to. But so You do favor Fury in the fight. See, here's something else I'm getting ready to break it down with that statement right there. Now, Crawford goes up a weight class, and you say he hasn't done anything recently, but he goes up after winning 4-belt undisputed, right? And he gets a championship. But Usyk, who goes up to heavyweight, you actually favor the champion over him. But Crawford's not even mentioned.
So could you repeat that? I didn't understand what you meant.
I surely will repeat it. You have Usyk in the top 10 pound for pound, right? He moves up after going 4-belt undisputed. He moves up, right? And then his 2 fights at heavyweight, they're mediocre. Okay? It's not like he had a fantastic performance in his fights at heavyweight. So you have a Crawford who goes 4-belt undisputed. Then he goes up and actually wins a fucking title, but he's not even mentioned in the top 10. And you say that that's reasonable because he cheated in one fight, or
he
you
cheated
claim
multiple
he cheated
fights.
in one fight of
multiple fights. Well, go ahead.
So Usyk never hit anyone low. Usyk never hit anyone low.
That's not the point, though. That's the point. No.
No. Is he a perfect fighter, fam?
No, of course not. But can I?
So why are you holding these things against Crawford to keep him out of the top 10, fam?
Right.
Because Crawford cheats way more than any of Usyk or any of these fighters do. Usyk might land one low blow, and then so you comparing Crawford. You're paying Crawford. He lands 10 rabbit punches a fight. Usyk that maybe lands 1 punch low. Really? So D, you really gonna do this, D? You really gonna do this, D?
These dudes just make.
All right, see. This is why I can't have a conversation, because you guys ignore fighters blatantly cheating because you want to protect your favorite fighter. But that's fine. It's cool. Boxing will die because fans like you. Boxing will die because of fans like you. That's fine. If you want boxing to die, that's fine by me.
No. You're not gonna couple me with no fans. Yeah, you can go ahead and run. You can run all the fuck you want, because you ain't gonna couple me with no fans. Because I done ran into you over there on PDA plenty of times. So you just like L-Dog, stop your bullshit. Ain't no fucking biases here, fam. You got caught out with that whole fucking GGG top 10 and Crawford nowhere to be mentioned. You can't even defend that shit if you tried. And apology, I can't wait. I'm gonna see you over there on BDA, and we're gonna revisit this conversation. It is no way you can fucking judge Sylvester, not even over on BDA. We're gonna revisit this on BDA. Because ain't no channel apology you could go to, ain't no boxing forum you could go to, unless it's biased Eastern European, and say that GDD deserves to be in the top 10 and Crawford doesn't. Nowhere you can go and justify that. You can call us haters and dishonest all you want, apology. It's nowhere you can go to justify Crawford being under GGG on the pound for pound, especially by just calling him a cheater.
If you personally think Crawford is over GGG, I'll be like, sure, whatever. But don't tell me that's a statement. Like, Crawford is 100% over GGGs. Like, based on what? Beating sub-level opponents or struggling with them? Like, come on, Benavides, Kavaluskas? Really?
Okay.
So Triple G opponents are that much better? Crawford moved up 3 weight classes.
This is what Devchenko and go ahead.
I got one question. I got one question for you. Just one question. This is not just me alone, fam. Okay? This is not just me alone. This is 19 different reputable channels that have Crawford. We all compiled a list. We all sent in our top 15 pound for pound guys. Different channels. Beats and Rhymes, Hardline, Boxing Librarian, Mark Unrivaled, all of these channels that are knowledgeable fans. And we all comprise this list. And Crawford is in the top 10, and GGG is nowhere to be found. So what you're telling me is that all of us are biased and dishonest? All of us? Me, Ring IQ, Floyd, Unrivaled, Boxing Librarian? No, because this is what you're saying, that we're being biased by thinking this way, or we're being dishonest. So you said everybody's being dishonest, but apology is 100% correct. This is what you're telling me.
I'm telling you, you're being dishonest based on Crawford. Who's echoing? Hello?
What? Yeah,
Okay.
we can hear you.
If you guys have, I'll concede if you guys have Crawford over GGG. My main point was that you can't objectively say that without bringing in context and saying Crawford has not looked good in his fights at welterweight. He has not performed, and he cheats in his fights. Whether you want to admit or not, he cheats a lot in his fights. And you can say, "Oh, blame the ref." But why is the fighter resorting to those tactics in the first place? Can you not just box and use his skills and win legitimately? Like, is that too much to ask?
Okay, do you make a distinction between a dirty fighter and cheating?
Is there a distinction?
Do you make one?
Yeah.
Yes, there is one. I'm asking you if you make it. Do you understand it?
Well, it depends on what your definition is.
Right. So there is a distinction. So you agree that there is a distinction?
Not really.
Okay, then that's the issue. That's the issue because there is one.
Let me ask you this, Apology. You don't think there's a distinction? Well, let me ask you this one, Apology. Do you agree that rabbit punches, low blows are always not intentional? Do you agree to that?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Do you agree that rabbit punches and low blows are not always intentional? Sometimes because of how guys are mixing it up, some guys come in bending their head down.
Definitely.
They're not always intentionally throwing
Definitely.
low
Some
blows.
people can throw it accidentally and stuff like that, of course. That happens in all sports.
So you're just going to point Crawford out as this is a guy who's been convincingly beaten.
Hold on. I'll point out loads of fights that do it.
This is a guy, Crawford, who has convincingly beat opponents by most of our eyes, without all of this rabbit punching and low blowing. But you're calling him a cheater, fam. To justify GGG being over him, you're calling Crawford a cheater. Apology.
Yes. Like, there's no other way I can't explain it. If Crawford fights a legitimate fight, which Brook and Kavaluskas, I'll give it to you, were legitimate. I don't think he really cheated in those fights. And, you know, he put on a good showing in the Kavaluskas fight. But the other fights, like, he just punched behind the head, held multiple times deliberately, and not get one warning from the ref. It's like, yeah, we all see what's going on.
Bro, that's a new narrative for me, talking about Crawford a cheater. I never heard nobody call Crawford a cheater.
I never heard nobody call Crawford a cheater. Unrivaled, jump in here right quick. Try to make some sense out of this shit with Apology, because I don't know.
No, that's Apology's volition. He's entitled to. I mean, sometimes I hear people overemphasize like clinches. He clinches like, yo, he's out there clinching him 5 times, hasn't been warned, and they say that's illegal. It's excessive use, and that's down to the referee's discretion. So you deciding what's cheating over what the referee decides to be cheating, then you'll just be like, well, the referee's corrupt, and then you get into other arguments, and then it just becomes a whole rabbit hole of people who either want the rules to be completely followed or not at all. I mean, I remember when Golovkin and Derevianchenko fought, a lot of people brought up like certain slapping punches or going below the belt, but didn't bring up when Golovkin would do the same thing, or leaning use of the elbow on the back of the neck, or anything like that. I mean, there was a lot of dirty fighting going on for both fighters, and people will pick one side over the other and all that stuff, which is whatever. The way I look at it is if you're expecting to watch boxing and expecting it to be clean 100% of the time, then don't watch it. There's no such thing as 100% clean fighting.
Can I really say something real quickly? I agree with that, Mark. I'm not trying to say you have to be clean 100% of the time before anyone misinterprets what I'm saying.
It doesn't matter if you're saying that or not, fam. You're putting GGG over Crawford, accusing him of being a cheater. That's
not my only reason, by the way. That wasn't my only reason, but go ahead.
Yeah, but no, who the fuck was trying to look at Crawford as a cheater, fam? Like, dog, that's extreme. To call a guy that has accomplished and done so much that he's done in boxing a fucking cheater. So that you can say GGG is above him on the pound. Bro, you talk about we're not being honest. We're not putting things in context, and your context is Crawford's a cheater.
So you're saying Crawford fought the postal fight 100% cleanly with no cheating or anything that broke the rules?
No, what I'm saying, apology, is Crawford is a good fighter, not a cheater. That's what I'm
See,
saying.
you did. You see, why didn't see you didn't answer the question? That's all I needed to hear. But anyway, go ahead, man.
It doesn't matter what you hear. You're gonna have GGG over him regardless. It don't matter what you.
Earlier I said I would concede if someone, in their opinion, had Crawford over GGG, but I just gave you my reasons why I have GGG over Crawford.
Yeah, okay. And like,
where do you have GGG rated?
Like 10-ish. Look, Mark, my pound list is open to change. So Crawford might be top 10, and then 1 week I'll put GGG in there. So it's like around 10-ish. Like,
who's the
I don't
9
know where
ahead
to
of
put
him?
him specifically.
Who's the 9 ahead?
Jeez, it's gonna.
Bro, he has
Can I do it without any particular order?
Yeah, no order. I just want to hear the names.
All right. Well, number one in my opinion is Usyk. That's number one for me. Number two is Lomar, despite him losing to Lopez because of his previous work and him being that lightweight and fighting bigger guys. Who did I say was number three? I think I said. See, I forgot already. I said Niue, I think. Did I say Niue? Niue, Canelo, Pacquiao. I'll put Lopez in there because his last two performances were really good, even though that fight with Lomachenko was close. He beat him, in my opinion, so he deserves to be on there. Gonzalez, and how much was that? Was that 6, 7?
7.
Okay, Josh Taylor, Triple G, and I'll put Beterbiev in there as well.
Beterbiev?
Yeah, I'll put Beterbiev. But you can have Crawford over Beterbiev. No, I'm just saying it's open to change week by week. I'm just explaining why currently I have GGG over Crawford.
Yeah. I know some journalists that don't have Lomachenko on their lists. I know journalists that don't have Usyk on their list. I know journalists who don't have Nello on their list, Golovkin on their list. I know journalists who don't have Crawford on their list. Believe it or not, gentlemen, I do know people who don't have him there because they think his resume's dropped down so much he's not on their top 10 anymore because he ain't doing anything, which you might agree or disagree with. But at the end of the day, everybody has a list. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to offer anybody who wants to take part, you can send me an email, right? You can send me an email. I'll give the email now. Give me a second, boys, if you don't mind.
Send it to me. Or you can send it to me because I'm going to get a lot of people too, Mark.
Yeah, you can send it to D or you can send it to me. My email's at unrivaledboxing@gmail.com, and it's unrivaled with 1 L because we don't take 2 L's over here. We ain't Lomachenko.
I'm triggered. I'm triggered. Mark, what the hell, Mark?
Second place for both of them L's. That's what it is.
I'm dropping off. What the hell, Mark, man?
Hey, Mark, I have a question. I feel like there should be two lists. One for people who've heard of Henry Armstrong, and another for people who haven't.
Bro, that hurt me earlier. Did you hear how many times I said Henry Armstrong? Like Henry. That hurt. I've never heard of him, bro. What?
I had to jump off because Mark triggered me so much. How dare you?
I mean, it's a fact.
14-2 previous work. Man, get out of here. But for beaten by a guy who's not on anybody's top 20 before that day.
Look,
all right.
Everybody
he barely got beaten, but okay. Go ahead. Sorry, Mark. Go ahead.
Listen, the email I put there, unrivaled with 1 L, boxing@gmail.com. No spaces, right? No caps. Email me a top 15 list or mail it to D. D will send it over to me. Just leave your name, and at some stage, what I'll do is I'll just add it to a spreadsheet. If your list changes over time, resend me your list. I'll put it into an index, and I'll do that, and I'll put them all together. I don't care if I've got 20 people, 70 people. I don't care if I've got 500 people, to be honest, because either way, we'll get a consensus.
I think that would be an excellent tool for the community. Yeah, rock out.
Hey,
I just put my
that goes for anybody, by the way.
he got
YTBC, UGC, LBBC, fucking NBBC, fucking BBC, fucking Brazzers.com. I don't care.
he gonna send that list through email. They gonna shred that shit before you even get it.
Oh man, I'm gonna get a lot of money. I want you to send me yours too. Because everybody should be involved in something like this. That way the input is in, right? We shouldn't just have like certain channels involved because there will be people, whether we agree or not, there will be people that have Spence and Tank and Jamel and these guys higher than others. So that means they will get points. So everybody should put them in.
Yeah, this way we got the boxing fans pound for pound list.
What you doing, D? The top 15?
Yeah, the top 15.
Top 15.
Yeah, I don't care what names you send. I don't care if you rate heavyweights, you don't rate heavy. Just send me whoever the fuck you want. Anybody.
Yeah,
send it to me.
I heard someone who routinely does not, who routinely criticizes the PBC, put Tank in their top 10, and he definitely put it. He definitely said it's because Tank was a two-weight champion.
Yeah, that was I'll say his name. That was Tony Reviews. Yeah, we got Tank up there. But again, man, he get to send his list in. So I don't know if Tank will get very many points, but he'll get at least 14 points, right, Mark? Because he'll be number 2.
I don't know. Look, it depends. It depends. He'll get some points, man. Like, I don't know where he'll end up. And if we get a fuck ton of different names and shit, like people, like I actually had a person put Ray Vargas on the list. Right? I'll tell you.
Wow.
I'll tell you. Doesn't matter. I had a person put Ray Vargas on there. I had Billy Joe Saunders in there. Like, do what you want, man. Do what you want. Just send me your list or send it to D. D can send it to me.
Yeah, I mean, can you make it the list really your list though, so it doesn't devolve into this absurdity?
Well, what I'm gonna do is people just send me over, right? I'm gonna take all the points. I'll just do the top. I'll do a top 25 out of all of the picks. I'm not gonna do like the honorable mentions and top 30. I'll do a top 25 and then we'll have the top 10.
Yeah.
Yo, so what are you guys sending? Top what?
Top 15 pound per pound.
Yeah.
All right, I'll send mine. I don't have Mark's info. I'll send it to you, D.
All right.
Rocky Balboa, but you're in the hangout.
To who?
Yeah, they just send it on.
Killer Z, make sure you send me yours too, Killer. And your top 15 pound for pound.
Oh, by the way, if you only send me a top 10, it's not included.
Yeah, I need top 15. I gotta change mine anyway because I had Leo up at a certain place, but he lost his pants, so I gotta change mine anyway.
Yeah, everybody does. I've got to change mine. A lot of people do.
Is Mikey in any of you guys top 15 or no?
Well,
No.
see?
Hell no.
Mikey was on there. Mikey was on 2 of those pound for pound lists. He was on 2 of them. He was an honorable mention.
I mean, I think if anybody puts Lomachenko in there, they should probably put Mikey too, no?
Mikey be on my
That
top.
comes down to the personal
makes no
opinions.
sense.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Hey, I got Mikey on my top.
I apologize.
Listen, gentlemen. Someone having to put someone on their list, not necessarily. Everybody has a criteria. Not everyone uses the same criteria you do. I don't have the same criteria as anybody else on this panel. I don't think everybody here is counting oil fight victories and everything like that, are you? Like completely all the way down, everything, percentage of wins to ratios and stuff. I don't think anybody's doing that. Other people are picking it based off of like knockout ratios and shit, because you'll see Beterbiev pop up there with fucking one champion on his resume defeated, but he'll make it into a list because of his knockout ratio. Well, he's knocking everybody out. Doesn't matter the level of competition, they'll still put him there. Other people will have people there based off of their style of fight and how complete they may find them based purely off of their eye. It's completely subjective, and this way we can just get a fuck ton of people together. They give in their lists, and then we just add all the points up together, and then we'll have a consensus on who was placed where the most amount of times.
Yeah. Well, if
Yeah,
they
I'm pretty
going
sure
by
everybody has
knockout,
different. You know.
they should have Edgar Berlanga and and Gary Russell's brother in there because they both like all fights, all fucking knockouts, right? Every goddamn fight. So if they knockout drunk, then those motherfuckers should pop up on their pound for pound list because they done knocked out every fucking thing they touch.
You know. Okay, no, never mind.
No, I was just saying because it's kind of similar. Mikey and Lomachenko, kind of similar. Not exactly the same, but
Nah,
Who's
see,
this speaking?
look,
Who's this speaking?
I understand where you're coming from, though. I got Mikey in my top 15. I still think Mikey hell of a
Raider.
fighter. You know what I mean?
Was that the guy before?
What's up, D?
Raider
It's cracking.
from LA.
Oh, was it Raider?
What's up?
Can you? I genuinely want to know his reasoning for his Mikey and Lambo comparison.
That what is Mikey a likable person?
No, why did you use that comparison you just did? I want to know your reasoning behind it.
Well, think about this. Lomachenko was a pound for pound fighter, right? When he fought Teofimo, Mikey Garcia was a pound for pound fighter when he fought Errol Spence. They both lose, and Mikey's out of the pound for pound, but Lomachenko still stays in. The only difference is that Lomachenko was fighting somebody in his own division, and Mikey Garcia went up, whatever you guys want to call it, 1 or 2 weight classes to challenge himself, and he lost.
And Lomachenko got 2 L's, and Mikey only got 1.
Yeah. So I
mean, Lomachenko fought the better competition, but if you want to ignore that, that's fine.
Lomachenko fought what better competition?
Hold on.
Recently, before anyone says anything.
Lomachenko.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Now, you can say that apology if we want to ignore that. But what you're ignoring is his loss recently, because that happened recently. As a matter of fact, his very last fight. You just want to ignore that, right?
No, I gave the fight to sorry.
Romo lost his last fight. And you just want to gloss over that, right? Ignore it.
So it was. Can you repeat what you said last? I couldn't hear you. What you said.
So even if you
Mikey
compare
won his last fight, hence Lomachenko lost his last fight.
So
and if I'm not mistaken, Vargas is more proven than fucking Teofimo.
Yeah, so even if you compare their last 5 fights, right? Somehow, some way, Mikey was up there in that pound for pound. He got himself there, same like Lomachenko did, right? They got themselves there by fighting certain fighters, certain fights, moving to different divisions, getting championships. So they got up there somehow, right? They both lost.
So
Radar,
did you just say that they had like last 5 fights that were similar, correct?
Somewhat similar, not exactly the same.
Okay. Lomachenko stopped or dominated all his opponents in his last 3 or 5 fights. Mike Garcia struggled with his last 3 or 5 fights. So to compare the two is a bit, makes no sense to me, because one guy does what, again, like I said earlier, what power fighters should do when they're in with, overmatched opponents that are like,
did Mikey struggle?
In the top 10.
Did Mikey struggle?
I think he struggled.
Did he struggle with Robert Easter?
No.
Robert Easter didn't deserve that title, man. Come on, man.
No, you said that he struggled with his last 4 or 5 opponents. Robert Easter is one of them. Did he struggle with Lipinets? No, not really.
No.
I think he did. He barely won the Lipinets fight, man. Come on.
No, well, he was asking me though, right or no?
I was.
It was marking apology talking.
No, let Ray do an apology.
I thought he was asking me. My bad.
Go ahead,
Ray. Let Ray do an apology.
No, go ahead. I thought he asked me. My bad.
Well, I'll just say this. Apology, you're saying all of these things about how what we're saying makes no sense to you. But you having GGG over Crawford really makes no sense to us, man.
But I just told you the reasoning. Go ahead, Ray.
No, so the fight before he lost to Errol Spence, he fought Robert Easter Jr., which he won easily. Then he beat Lipinets and then Adrian Broner. Those were easy wins. And then he knocked out Dejan, whatever his last name is. I forgot his last name. I mean, those are pretty good wins.
So,
and he didn't struggle in those, like you said.
Okay, can I say something about that? So not only did Loma fight fighters that are way better, but he performed better and got the guys out or like dominated most of the rounds. So if you use them for examples like Adrian Broner and Robbie Easter Jr., we all know Broner's like overhyped and was, built up to be this amazing Floyd defensive fighter, and then just lost a lot of steam, and was never the same after Maidana being. And as for Robert Easter Jr., he never deserved that title. Like Mike Garcia cherry-picked the weakest champion in the division, and we all know Robert Easter Jr. lost his last 2 fights before the Mikey fight. So I don't see that comparison as the same thing, but someone else can respond to that.
Hey, well, I want to respond by saying Corolla was a weak opponent. Lomachenko got dropped by Linares. He got hurt multiple times in the fight with Luke Campbell. So, I mean, like, if that's what you want to do, those are all.
You're comparing
and it was a
Easter
tight
Jr. to
fight with
Luke.
Campbell too. You know what I mean? It was a tight fight.
Hold on. What was that apology?
So you're comparing Lomachenko going up to a higher division of fighting guys to Mike Garcia fighting guys around his division who are either undeserving of the title or just way past it, like Broner was.
No, that's not what I'm telling you, because once Lomachenko won and unified 3 fucking belts and fought 4 valid guys at 135, this was a division he belonged into. See, you people always try to sit there and act like when you have success, this is what you do. You jump to a weight class, you acclimate and prove that you belong there. You cannot tell me, if you want to sit here and butt hug the fucking level of competition, you cannot tell me that Lomachenko went to this level, fought guys of level of competition like you claim, 4 different guys, but he don't belong there. He proved he belonged there when he became a 3-belt champion and fought these guys that you said was valid.
Sorry, you finished?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, but can we admit that Lomachenko was a smaller guy in each of those fights and had physical disadvantages? Is that not more impressive than Mikey Garcia fighting guys that are either overmatched or just like not that good in the first place?
But Mikey's also a 126 pounder. And here's something, right? So let's take.
I mean, he was. Apology. He fought at that weight, but he wasn't really. But
okay, that's fine. Apology. Remember how earlier you said, like, do we really rate Broner like that, right? Who would you say is Lomachenko's best win at 135?
I'll say Linares.
Linares, who beat Luke Campbell. The same Linares who lost at 135 to DeMarco, who got destroyed by Broner.
So you comparing, but that I'm talking about that Broner that fought Mikey Garcia, not that Broner who fought DeMarco. Those are 2 different fighters.
My bad, D. Goddamn tripping.
Would you say those are the same fighters, Mark?
I actually do think they're the same fighters. I just think the levels went. I think the levels went up as their careers went on.
I think Broner was like shot after like not shot's the wrong word. I think he just declined after the
They passed it.
I don't think that's the right word either, but I don't know what the right word for it. But I don't think they were the same fighters. That's my point.
I just don't think Linares was ever all that great, to be perfectly
honest. He was. I'll agree with that. He wasn't, but he was still a good win.
Do you remember how hard Eddie Hearn and Sky used to like plug Jorge Linares in the UK when he was fighting against Crawford, as though he was this invincible pound for pounder?
Yeah,
I mean,
he wasn't, man.
He's a hell of a fighter, though. But he got his hype off of rest his soul, Edwin Valero and shit. Cause they used to spar and shit. You know what I mean? But Edwin Valero was the real deal. But Linares, they were sparring partners and shit. But he made his name. He became world champion. So I like his boxing skill too, though. He just ain't got a chin.
I like him too. Did to him. Look what Loma did to him. That's very impressive.
And Crolla. How do you rate those guys as fighters? Apology. Crolla and Jose Pedraza.
Pedraza, so difficult with Pedraza, man, because he went in that tank fight and fought stupidly, and then he fights Lomachenko and tries to be a boxer. But he was a champion, so he's okay fighter, but nothing more, nothing less. And Chica did what he's supposed to do in that fight. So
is Pedraza overall a better lightweight? Honest to God, than Robert Easter.
They're about the same. I would say about the same. Considering Robert Easter Jr. lost to like small, what's his name? Shavakov. I mean, they're about the same to me.
Yeah, no, but I mean, we can dissect who Mikey fought the last fight against who Lomachenko fought his last, a couple opponents. The fact of the matter is that they were both pound for pound, right? They were pound for pound and they lost.
I didn't really like what Apology did there, but I'll let it slide this time.
No, explain it to me, man. Like,
when
I
you
want to
said,
know.
considering Robert Easter lost to Shafakov, you're not the official adjudicator on that. He didn't. He lost.
Oh, okay,
Like
okay,
Easter.
Okay, rival.
Oh, Robert Easter.
Rival. So you're saying every decision without history are not controversial, even though the official decision might say something differently.
Here, I'll say this to you, right? I'll say this to you. I'm not big-headed enough to say I'm right over everybody else.
Okay, but that fight was very, very close, and he didn't look good in that fight. And
but you said Shafakov won. Now you're saying it was close.
I believe he won. Well, I still can say it close and still believe he won. But if that fight had not been
he won and saying
the PBC,
considering he lost is two different things. That's suggestivism. That's suggestivism. What are you, BBC?
That was a good one. If that fight wasn't on the PBC, he wouldn't have got the decision. So I'll just leave it as that.
Okay,
you can say that's an excuse or whatever, but we all know it's true.
Just look at this. No, I'm just going by what Apology has done up here today. When he talk about others' opponents, he discredits them. He calls Crawford a cheater. You know, like, come on, dude. I mean, Apology, you're going to this lengths, you're calling guys cheaters, you're discrediting opponents. Like, you're going to these lengths just to say that your pound for pound list is official and Crawford shouldn't even fucking be on it. Like, look at the lengths that you're going to, fam. And we're the one that's not being honest. Really?
Yes, that's just my opinion. He shouldn't be on it. Just my opinion. But I will concede, like I said multiple times, I will concede that Crawford, if you want to have Crawford on it, that's fine. But I just feel like, based on his performances, he's not.
I have a question. If we're going by level of competition, how is a guy 7 years removed from being a bum in Chaz Witherspoon equal your guy's number one pound for pound?
That's a funny question.
Right. Because Usyk is number one, which we could really dig into that. But Usyk is number one, and Crawford, who's on a lot of people's number one or at least top five, not even existing.
Can I answer that with a question?
Yeah.
What's your guys' cutoff point before you guys say that's been too long or that opponent doesn't count?
My cutoff point on my list?
Just a question for the panel, because I still include Briedis and Gassiev and in Usyk's resume as well. But after next year, then you have a point. You have to say Witherspoon and Chisora.
You see,
because Usyk's been inactive.
When it comes to a person who, like, I don't really have many cut-off points. There's a couple here and there. For example, Manny Pacquiao versus Morales don't count on my pound for pound list today. It's too fucking long ago.
That makes sense.
Right, you know what I mean? That's not the same guy. It's just not the same guy. But when it comes to, like, my own thing, if a fighter is transitioning, right, I tend to remove someone if they've lost automatically, even if on skills they may be, but that's just me eye test. And to be honest, I think everybody's a bit blind when it comes to boxing because they do use emotions, including myself. So if a fighter loses a belt, he's gone. But if a fighter is transitioning into a new weight division, I call that a fighter in transition. He can remain on the list. So Usyk's still on mine, based off what he did on cruiserweight, and he has the benefit of a doubt because he was the last person out and out in this sport to be outright the man in a weight division. He was the last.
And that's
person
why I
to-
have him number one. That's
But
why I have him number one.
what Usyk did is good enough to keep him on people pound for pound list, but it's not good enough to put him number one, dog. But
Hey,
this my thing.
that
Wait a
comes
minute.
down to
Wait a
their
minute.
own
Wait a minute.
criteria, though, Monty,
Hold
don't
on.
it?
Hold on. But if you
No,
got,
I
if you
want
got,
to
wait a
know
minute.
why.
But if you
Go
got,
ahead.
but if you got Usyk number one for what he did becoming undisputed world champion, then Terence Crawford is an undisputed world champion as well. But you don't got him nowhere. And not only,
No,
wait a minute.
no.
Not only, wait a minute. Not
Sorry.
only, wait, not
Hold
only
on,
undisputed world champion, but he came up to welterweight, dog, and became world champion in his first fight. Usyk went up to heavyweight, and we see what happened with him. And that, don't get me wrong, there was bigger guys, but I'm just saying by your criteria, because you putting Usyk there because of what he did becoming undisputed, and Bud was undisputed and came up, he became a world champion in his first fight, but you're not giving no credit.
Because I give context, you guys don't.
You give
So
context.
no, you don't. Guys don't give context. Yes, because you guys don't give context.
How
So
did
I
Terence
have
Did I
to.
not just
against
give you
Jeff Horn?
Because I have no, you don't. Because Jeff
Did I
Horn
not
didn't
just give you
deserve that
context?
belt.
It don't matter
Because
what
Jeff
you
Horn
mean.
didn't deserve
It
that
don't matter if
belt.
you're saying he deserves it or not.
Pacquiao
Jeff
won
Horn.
that belt, and Jeff
Wait a
Horn
minute.
robbed it from him. Come
Come
on,
on,
man.
man. It wasn't no robbery now, dog. Listen,
Come on, man.
listen,
Oh
listen,
my
listen,
Jesus
listen, bro.
Christ.
Listen.
It was
I
a
got
robbery,
listen.
though.
I still have my
It was.
I still have my post fight up for the Pacquiao to Jeff Horn, which I thought Pacquiao won the fight and Jeff Horn went for it. But I'm not gonna call it a robbery, dog. A robbery is like a flat out robbery. I thought Pacquiao won too. But Jeff Horn was in that fight with Manny Pacquiao moving his little ass around. That's neither here nor there. Jeff Horn
I
won
mean,
the
he went
scrap. Wait a minute.
hospital
Wait a minute.
afterwards.
Jeff Horn won the scrap. He was the world champion, dog. Regardless if you want to face it or not. Crawford came up and beat Jeff Horn, and not only beat him, beat his ass decisively, dog. Decisively. I just watched the fight the other day. You know what I mean? And stopped his ass in the 9th round. But you still not gonna give him credit for it.
He did, but he did. That fight shouldn't have been for the world title. That's my point. That's why I'm not giving credit. I'll give credit for the win. I'll give him credit for the win because that was his first fight against like a top 10. I think what's his name? Horn was in the top 10 at the time. If someone can correct me on that or not, but that fight should not have been for the belt.
After he got
whether you agree with it or not.
After he got the victory over Manny Pacquiao.
So before he wasn't on the top 10.
No, he wasn't.
So if the fight actually went for Pacquiao, which he should, he wouldn't have been in the top 10.
The top 10 what?
That's
top 10 ranked. That top 10 ranked. Okay, but whether that'll still be a decent opponent for his first move up. But my point was that shouldn't have been a world title fight.
So you gonna get mad because Jeff Horn beat Pacquiao, and you go discredit Jeff Horn for becoming.
I'm not getting mad. I'm
champion?
giving you context,
That's
which
not-
you guys
that's
refuse
not-
to do.
that's
That
not
is,
context, man.
you're saying
That's discrediting,
Pacquiao.
man. That's discrediting, brother.
Yeah,
That's what
it's
you call-
discrediting.
that's what you call
Yeah,
discrediting.
because
Yeah.
because Crawford didn't deserve to be in a world title fight.
Apology. You've gone down the wrong road and wanting to defend Usyk against Crawford. Do you want me to do it for you? It's not that hard.
I mean, I feel like I did my piece, but go ahead, Mark. If you feel like I went the wrong road, go ahead, man.
It's going to be an easy one, right? What Crawford did, right, going undisputed 4-belt. A lot of people would argue that's the weakest 4-belt undisputed run in boxing history. That's the first part. A lot of people would argue that, and they'd be able to when you consider both Jose Ramirez and Josh Taylor at 140 have better unified runs. Prograde, Baranchik, you've got Cepeda, Morris Hooker, than Crawford has with Ndongo, right? They have better unified runs than Crawford has with an undisputed run. Usyk has beaten Maris Breidis, who's now a 3-time cruiserweight champion, right? One of the highest rated cruiserweights of all time now, according to many indexes. Outside of Usyk and Holyfield, he's rated somewhere number 4 and 5. He beat Gassiev, who had wins over Lebedev, another top 5 cruiserweight or top 10 cruiserweight of all time. He put himself into position to be number 2 in a division's history. He put himself in that position going into a tournament format by beating definitely the best available competition. Crawford, more or less, in his undisputed run, benefited from a weaker chain of level of opposition, whilst the prospects at the time have gone on to prove they were way better than anybody who was around from at that time, including Prograis, Barajic, Zepeda, Ramirez, and Taylor, which is absolutely phenomenal. He unfortunately didn't have that luxury. So if someone wanted to make the argument, Usyk's above him because his undisputed run was harder, considering he cleared out the division, and he's the first fighter since Bernard Hopkins to defend undisputed. Keep in mind, even Roberto Duran didn't defend his undisputed title. That's a rare feat in the last 50 years. It's a rare fucking feat. It doesn't happen.
That's one of my favorite fights. You're talking about the Betty fight. That's one of my favorite fights. I love seeing Betty get knocked out over and over again.
This now. Excellent job, Mark. Now, explain to me how Usyk is number one on the pound for pound and Crawford doesn't exist. Explain that one. On a top 10 pound for pound list, break that one down for me. How Crawford doesn't exist and Usyk is number one and GGG is even over Crawford. Like, how does that work?
I'll tell you now. You'll have to ask that person their own criteria. And if they can give you their exact criteria, they can make it work. I can create a criteria to get all these guys on a list and not have Crawford. There is actually a criteria I can use.
I gave you my criteria.
There's no criteria you can use to put.
There is, but you're not. Sorry, what?
Calling the guys cheaters and discrediting their
That's
opponents.
not my criteria, but you didn't listen to all my other points, but that's fine, D. It's all good.
Hey, I got a.
You didn't listen to my other points. That's not fair. But okay, that's cool, man.
I got a two-part question for you guys. Does anybody here have any heavyweights in their pound for pound list?
No,
I don't even know about that anymore. I used to.
I got Usyk. People
convince
me.
me.
Heavyweight now, but I got Usyk.
All right.
Oh yeah.
So a lot of people. There's a lot of people too that don't have. Smoke. You don't have any heavyweights in your pound for pound, right?
No. And hold on, one question, Raider. Does anyone who doesn't have Usyk? No. I'm gonna let you go. I just want to know if you could amend your question. Do the people who have Usyk have any other heavyweight in their top pound?
All right, hold on. Let me finish though. Let me finish. So now that this new Bridgerweight is coming in, if Usyk does not go to heavyweight and goes in that Bridgerweight, do you put him in your pound for pound now since he's not a heavyweight? Because I don't have him. I don't have heavyweights in my pound for pound, but I don't know if that'll be kind of biased or not, like controversial. You know what I mean? If I put him in my pound for pound since he's not going to be a heavyweight.
I'll give you my answer.
For me, it's real simple for me, Raider. There's zero fighters at Bridgeway.
Exactly. No, if they build something strong, like let's say the fucking inaugural titles between Alexander Usyk and Deontay Wilder, that's something that's going to be fucking interesting. You get me?
That's what I'm saying. So if
it's Usyk against like Manuel Charr, no.
And also at this point, it's just a WBC experiment. So all of the sanctioning bodies would have to get involved in it and all that stuff. It has to be recognized. You got to get fighters in there. Then you got to get legitimate challengers. You just can't say Bridgerweight, now where's the pound for pound? First, you got to go Bridgerweight. Is it even recognized? And then who the hell is fighting in it? Because that's the problem with Cruiserweight. It was terrible for a while. Like the light heavies kind of moved up, but it's had fits and starts. When you talk about the history, in history of the Cruiserweight division, you're not talking about that long a history.
Yeah, but there's a couple of fighters that'll fit in that division, right? So, and these sanctioning bodies, they're gonna charge these fees. So I don't see why they're not gonna do it. I think they are gonna do it. It might take a while, but I'm just saying, would you, if Usyk starts fighting at that weight, say next year, would you start putting him in your pound for pound list? My question.
Yeah, I got Usyk on my pound for pound list, and as long as he, if he get that title shot, I'm gonna keep him on. But I got to roll up out of here, dog. I got to drop these videos on the pound for pound champion Terence Bud Crawford and what Bob Aaron said about the man.
Like the minute Usyk starts fighting at that weight class, would you start rating him in your pound for pound?
I appreciate you coming through, Monty. My bad, I was on mute.
It's all good. I appreciate you too, champ. I appreciate the panel too, dog. Even though my man's got a word ass pound for pound, man. It's all love, man. But you gotta quit being biased, homie. You gotta quit being biased.
I wasn't. I laid out my points, but you guys clearly not listening. But it's all good, man. See you later, man.
Those are personal points, in my opinion.
Yeah. Apology. I ain't even gonna lie, man. I got no problem with you, but I think
I had a question about the Chaz Witherspoon since we're
I mean, I
chopping it up
keep saying that
opponents and
I
all that stuff.
concede, but whatever.
I don't see how you got a telemarketer, right, who had 4 days notice and was considered a bum 7 years ago and is not fought, but now you want to pick apart somebody else's resume and talk about your guy's number one? It makes no sense. It sounds like it's just convenient.
You're picking one opponent out of Usyk's resume. You're picking one opponent out of Usyk's resume. Okay, that's fine.
Derek Chisora. His last two opponents.
So we're gonna know. So we're gonna know his run at cruiserweight then. So what's your cutoff point?
I don't need to
What's your
ignore
cutoff
you years
point?
ago.
I asked this question and no one, only unrivaled.
Tony Bellew.
asked
Okay,
this question.
I'll give you the last 3 fights. Tony Bellew. That's now spans like 3 years, right?
Okay, but that goes to one of my other points. Usyk performed pretty good in those fights, despite their level opponents which were bad, and the fact that Usyk's moving up to fight Chisora while Crawford is fighting his natural division against guys who are not any better than any of these guys really. I mean, is Benavidez better than like Bellew? Like based on what? Like, I think Benavidez is. Go ahead, man.
No, when Mikey's opponents, when we were talking about Mikey's opponents, you're like, oh well, they're not what they used to. But when it comes to Lomachenko's or Usyk's, it's either it was a good win or they had a good performance.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's discredited everybody else and their opponent, and none of that with Usyk and GGG.
What because? What should I not discredit them? Are they good opponents or not?
Listen, apology. No one's saying that.
Hold on. Are they good opponents or not, man?
Do it both ways. If you're going to do it for one guy,
hold on, Smoke. You asked me a question. Hold on. The question that you're asking, are they not a good opponents or not? First off, everybody don't agree with all of your discrediting. That's number one. But when we mention guys like Steve Rose and shit, you made excuses about that. And GGG handpicked them, right?
Did I make this
about Steve Rose, or when Smoke makes it a point about Chaz Witherspoon, is but. So anytime it comes to Lomachenko, Usyk, or GGG, it's only but. We give you context and we offer it, but with you it's always but. And then with you on the other guy's opponent, discredit. Crawford's a cheater. Ward's a cheater. This is what you're doing, fam.
But are those not valid points or not? Yes or no? No. So they're not cheaters then. Okay, so they fight within the rules. They fight within the rules. Okay.
We just want you to be a little bit more consistent. That's it. Be consistent.
Smoke. Hold on. Nobody, apology, and I mean nobody in this chat. We're going to revisit this on BDA. Who agrees with you that Crawford's a fucking cheater, fam? Who agrees with that? Who?
It doesn't matter. He does not fight within the rules. If you know the rules of boxing, he does not fight within the rules. Okay, so you're going to know the rules. Okay.
GGG
that's cool.
Because you said that he's done illegal things. You said it yourself. Mark pointed out how he did illegal things.
He definitely did in multiple fights, though. Come on, man.
Mark pointed out how he did illegal moves against the Reverendchenko. But it's but.
I never got to comment. I never got to comment on that fight. See, you're putting words in.
You say you can't talk to us because you can't listen. You don't want to hear anything that goes against your point. Mark pointed out things to you about how GGG could have been considered cheating. Yeah, go ahead and leave. That's the thing. Like these guys we can point out how they could be considered cheaters, but it's but. But everybody else is a fucking cheater, fam. That's just not. And then we are dishonest. Come on, bro. That's certain things like don't even really meant to be. There's no need to even debate them because that shit is obviously biased, fam. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't care who agrees or disagrees with that. And as a matter of fact, everybody but Mark, because Mark hasn't spoken on that, agrees that it is a biasness.
I just want to amend one statement because I went a bit overboard on Usyk. It was his last 2 years, not his last 3 years. His last 3 fights spanned 2 years, not 3.
Yeah, I was gonna let you go and fact check yourself there, Smoke, because I know you'll do that. You're a good boy.
Apology, I'm not putting words in your mouth, fam. I'm not putting any words in your mouth. These are the things you said. You called Crawford a cheater, fam. I didn't put that in your mouth. Apology, come on, stop.
I think the part is when I mentioned the Ravianchenko thing and you said he said yeah, but he didn't, and I remember he didn't.
Okay, so no, yeah, okay, my bad. I misspoke. Apology didn't say yeah, but okay.
He just
But my thing is
glossed it over like it didn't happen.
hold on. But my thing is this. Okay, apology, you didn't say yeah, but my thing is this. Mark pointed out some things about how GGG's cheated in that fight. He didn't say yeah, but here's my thing. If you're gonna take a fight and you went way back to Postal what Crawford did, right? And you call him a cheater for it, then you need to call GGG a cheater. Or you need to call neither of them a cheater. Because the reality is some of these things are not done intentionally. And you know this, Apology. It's not like Crawford is going in there and intentionally trying to rabbit punch guys. Stop that shit, man. Low blows happen a lot of time incidentally when guys hold the other guy's head down, hold the back of their head down, and they're throwing fucking punches to the body and they go low. But you try to make these indiscretions if Crawford's a cheating fighter. And that was one of your points that he's a cheating fighter. Come on, bro. This shit, like, oh my gosh, bro. I don't even know, man. I've never seen. Mark probably has because he sees. I've never seen Usyk #1 on anybody's pound for pound list, and I would bet any money if Usyk is #1 on somebody's pound for pound list. I'm pretty sure Crawford's somewhere on there in the top 10. But he has Usyk #1 and Crawford non-existent. GGG at number 8 and Crawford non-existent. Lomachenko just lost at #2 and still Crawford non-existent. Like, dog,
I've seen. Look, I've seen Usyk on pound for pound list and Crawford not on there, and I've seen Crawford on pound for pound list and Usyk not on there. But generally, those lists tend to have 8, 9 white fighters or 8 or 9 black fighters, so they tend to be excessively
biased. And also, which is a fucking bias clearly, but also I can't guarantee you. Well, I don't even. Well, just the fact that you told me that it's just bias list as well. So you've seen them, but they're bias list as well. I'm calling this out as a bias fucking list. That's what I'm calling this out as a bias list, fam. If you give me GGG, Lomachenko, and Usyk, all three of these guys in your top 10, but you don't have Terence Crawford, I cannot see how that list is not biased. And then your reasoning is because this guy's a cheater, that guy's a cheater, that guy's a cheater. He had Canelo in his top 10. How many times has he been accused of cheating? Smoke don't even have him there because of the computer raw. But you want to accuse him for fucking cheating. Like, seriously, Smoke don't even have Canelo there because of the computer raw. So
Smoke's got my favorite pound for pound list of all time. Because it's
like. PEDs? Did Crawford ever take PEDs or was accused of it? No, he's talking about some stuff that could be incidental or maybe not. Because that's the reality of it. I don't even see Crawford as a dirty fighter. I see Crawford that swings, he's got a fucking long fucking gorilla arms. And I think sometimes he unintentionally hit guys back there. I don't think Crawford's going in there trying to rabbit punch. If a guy's going in there trying to rabbit punch, then you can say he's cheating. If a guy's going in there intentionally trying to low blow, then you can say he's cheating. That's why I didn't really fuss too much about the Andre Ward situation. Because I think some of those low blows were intentional. But Crawford, I've never seen Crawford intentionally try to cheat. And this man calls him a cheater, an all-out cheater. That's bias, bro. That's bias to me. I'm sorry. That's just bias. Clearly biased. And then the whole run with Usyk. I have Usyk on my pound for pound list. That's the thing. I do have Usyk on my pound for pound list. So it's not about discrediting Usyk. No, the fuck I don't have him #1. Because that's a whole nother argument how he belongs over Canelo. That's a whole nother argument. So, but I have Usyk there. But I have Crawford there as well. Crawford's not even in your top 10. There's got to be some kind of biasness going on there. And cheating, man, you don't have any validation to call Crawford a cheater. I don't think anybody can really validate Crawford being a cheater, fam.
Yeah, so if I had any heavyweight on my list, it would be Tyson Fury, not Usyk. The reason why Usyk's not on my pound for pound is because she's a heavyweight, really. He fights at heavyweight, doesn't campaign at cruiserweight. So
what I said, apology, is that they are not. I don't think that Crawford is going in there intentionally trying to rabbit punch. And you're right. I never said Crawford's cheated because most of the time I don't talk about Terence Crawford in that sense. Errol Spence is my number one guy. So I'm not like generally in Crawford defense. I'm really not. Like I'm not sitting here defending Crawford, but I'm going to defend boxing. And there are guys that you know that go in the ring that try to do certain things. I've never really seen Crawford as that type of fighter. And that's not about being dishonest or anything. I'm not even a Crawford fan. Apology. I'm certainly not a Crawford fan. I was just getting heat because I'm saying that he don't get full credit for the Kell Brook fight. He gets partial credit. So I'm no Crawford lover. But my problem is that I'm not going to call this guy a cheater either. I don't have to be a Crawford super fanboy to say that he's no fucking cheater. Like, why you going to challenge this dude's credibility just so that you can put DDD over him on a pound for pound list? Or hell, even Usyk for that matter. Let's leave GGG out of it. Usyk. I thought Mark gave you the link. Yeah, I'll put it back in. Well, come on, man. Like this whole Usyk shit. No, it's in there, Mark. Oh, Usyk shit number one. Like Usyk is on all of our lists, I believe.
I'll tell you this right now. I'll go through. I'll give me a second, and I'll tell you how many lists he's not on. Okay, out of 18 that I got.
Oh,
he was definitely on my list before he moved up. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, yeah.
I think he's like number 6 or something like that. I mean, again, like the cruiserweight division isn't the strongest division, right? And he did what he did the job for the guys that was available in the division. So I give him all the credit for it. But there's other guys who are just fighting, to me, stiffer competition.
Yeah.
So
go ahead, Mark.
There is. Hold on. He wasn't on.
Hmm.
13 people had him rated, and all those 13 bar one person had him inside the top 5, and he was inside the top 2 on 6 lists.
And do those people have other heavyweights on their list?
Some do, but I mean, I think other people, the way he's gone into the heavyweight division, those heavyweights who were in there, they're not doing like the pound for pound shit he did. Well, he did that cruiserweight as he went undisputed, but they're doing up there right now. Like, yeah, Fury has 2 really good wins or whatever, but Usyk's fighting with massive weight disadvantages, and he you can tell he ain't a heavyweight, bro. He is a cruiserweight. He's a proper cruiserweight, even though he's tall and stuff. Did you see him next to Chisora? Chisora's arm covered his chest. The whole thing. He's just the fucking bicep. Like, it's crazy, fam. It's crazy. So if other people do that, they're probably rating Usyk. Like, I think Usyk is heavily rated off of what he did in the World Boxing Super Series, man. And I understand it. That was a hell of a tournament because that's the only World Boxing Super Series where all the belts were on the line.
That's why I rate him high, because it was a phenomenal way to get his 4-belt undisputed. So like I rate Usyk high, don't get me wrong, but I don't put him over Canelo. I don't put him over Crawford. I don't put him over Naoya Inoue. I don't, but I do rate him high.
Like if he was still at cruiserweight right now, right? And he defended his belt 2 or 3 more times, like he'd probably be undisputed on nearly everyone's list, because undisputed title defenses, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Like imagine all of his mandatory since then would have been he would have had a mandatory with Glavatsky, which is a rematch. He would have had a mandatory with Makabu and Arsene Goulamarian. This dude's resume is fucking Teflon. It would actually be the greatest resume of cruiserweight. Right now, it's close.
The only really it's a blessing, it's a boon and a curse, right? So he pretty much cleaned out the division. That Super Series gave the impression that was definitely representative of the best of the division. So a bunch of defenses against the guys who aren't considered the best is I don't know if how much that would have helped him, but maybe.
Well, I'll say this, right? All those dudes right now, except for Glavatsky, are champions. Right? Breidis beat Glavatsky. So if Breidis and Glavatsky fought anyway, he would have had to fight one of them. Glavatsky's about to fight for a world title. Goulamarian's a champion. Makabu's a champion. His first defense of the title was against the only person technically who wasn't a part of that tournament because he moved up to heavyweight to fight David Haye and came back the champion in recess. You got what I mean? So he did effectively clear that division out because one way or another through those guys, all the top 10 had lost. The entire top 10 of the division had lost, which is actually fucking that's dynamite to be fair, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's class.
That's the issue, right? And that's what I mean by staying there. Like, there's not really a lot more that you can prove by staying there, and you pretty much you've sucked the life juice out of the best of that division. So, whatever you think of the competition in that division, Usyk is definitely the cream of the crop, and there's nothing to prove. There's no guy that says, "Oh, but you didn't beat that guy," right? It just.
Well,
hey, let me say this because apology. Now we found something we on common ground because I've said this shit before. I think most athletes are on some form of PED. Every fucking one. I've definitely said that shit. And because I used to talk about this, considering basketball. Look at fucking LeBron James, the way he rolls his ankles and keep playing. Don't fucking tell me that dude ain't on something. All right? Don't get me started on these athletics and PEDs. So we agree with that. Because I said I think it's in the high 90 percentile. You got very few, like Daniel Cormier. I don't think he ever used. I don't think Daniel Cormier ever used. But there are a lot of people, what was the guy? Matt Hummel, the guy that was partially deaf. Matt Hummel, I think he was a legitimate competitor. I don't think Matt Hummel ever used. But they're far in between, man. Most of these guys are using something. Either things that have not been banned, synthesized where they recreate them so that they don't pop up, or something they just taking their chance with and is on the fucking list. I think most of these fucking athletes use something.
And see, that's the problem with the clenbuterol, right? Because there's a difference between assuming everybody's on something and then actually failing a test, right? Because I think Pacquiao was definitely on something, right? And I have all this stuff and just what I think, but I'm not gonna discount. Like, while I may say that about his career, when it comes to his pound for pound, I'm not I don't know. I think there's just a difference between guys who popped and guys who I just think are dirty.
Well, here's something you might not like, Smoke. I think Floyd was on something.
Hey, I'm not saying that he wasn't. See, here's really the thing, right? So there's illegal things like if you're using IVs, right? You could say there's cheating, but I don't know what the hell is in the IV. Like, cortisone is approved if you get approval for it, right? But if you don't, then it's banned, right? But it's not about the substance; it's about the approval for the substance.
I ain't talking about no damn cortisone and
I was just talking about. Right. The issue though, right, is for me, Floyd Mayweather using an IV in a fight doesn't actually diminish or enhance his legacy. To me, what does enhance Pacquiao's legacy is that run through the division that he did in like 18 months.
That was sick.
Yeah, well, whatever, man. I think Floyd, it makes sense to me for Floyd too, because his hands was fucking terrible, but he kept fighting like they won't, right? No? Like it's shit we can say about all of these guys. But I firmly believe that shit. I think that the guys that don't use something, they're cutting themselves short. Because they're at a disadvantage. Because most of the guys is winning every fucking thing or at the top of the line. I think they're using it. And if you come in here trying to be honest Joe, you're gonna cut yourself short. You're gonna be shortchanged. That's how I feel about it.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, go
Do you
ahead.
feel like some of the fights have to use because of the weaponized drug testing? Like, I'm not calling any fighters out before. People call me biased, but certain fighters and certain promotions of those fighters use weaponized drug testing.
Yeah, I do. I really do.
Even some of my favorite fighter like Klitschko, for example. I mean, he 41 and looked like the same body as Anthony Joshua. Like, looked a bit suspect to me.
There's a lot that are suspect. I mean, look, man. Like, I've got mad controversial views on PEDs. My first view. Smoke can tell you this because Smoke knows me probably the longest here. I've been saying this for a long time. I think we should have a PED league in boxing, right? That's the first thing.
Yeah, you told me that.
Because if a dude wants to punch another dude out of the arena, I say that. Honest to God, it was way better when they were all essentially getting away with all of the drugs they were on. They were on everything. We missed the days of that, like Evander and Mike and all that shit and Lennox and crap. And I think all those dudes were on roids, and I think a lot of these guys today are on roids. They've just got different masking agents. But then again, I think drugs, like in boxing, have been prevalent with stimulants going back to the early 1900s with different ways of being able to mask pain with stimulants, right? And I've even seen serious body changes in 2 years with fighters in the 40s who will leave nameless, but some of the biggest fighters of all time. Like, and I've seen it in the 50s and the 60s and the 70s, and fighters' bodies completely changing over 2 years. Don't forget, like, during the late 30s, going into the 40s and World War II, that's when testosterone started to get synthesized. And people like, there's no way boxers got it. But what about the boxers who were competing at that international level between Germany and the US during that war period? The Joe Lewises and the Max Schmelings. People will be like, Joe Lewis on PEDs, you're fucking crazy. Maybe, maybe not. You never know. You never know. Max Schmeling on PEDs, I mean, he was associated with Hitler, and they weren't exactly shy about the testosterone uses they were doing. So I think that PEDs has been prevalent in boxing for a very long time, and I, for one, support it. I say back it. Look, man, if you want, look, Usain Bolt, right? This dude ran 100 meters in 9.58 seconds. It took me 10.5 seconds just to watch him do it, right? That's the first thing. If a dude wants to run 100 meters in 5 seconds, go ahead. If another dude wants to jump over the Statue of Liberty, do it. If another dude wants to punch a dude into outer space and the other dude is going to come down like it's Dragon Ball Z, go ahead. Let's get it. It'll be crazy.
Mike, I'm going to tell you like this, Mike. He said, I bet you GGG will look spectacular in his next 3 fights. Well, Mike, I'll tell you like this. In his last 3 fights, he didn't look so spectacular. I'm sorry. He lost.
I'm a GGG fan. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Hold on, fan. Yeah, that's a fellow GGG fan. He might be even more nuts than you because Mike done said some crazy shit about GGG. But he lost to Canelo Alvarez in a majority decision. Now, even if you feel like he was robbed in that fight, it definitely wasn't spectacular because it was a close fight. He didn't look spectacular. He struggled. Both guys struggled in that fight. The Steve Rose fight, although he knocked Steve Rose out, Steve Rose was piecing him up. So he didn't look spectacular in that fight as well. And the Derevyanchenko fight, whether you believe it or not, I don't. I think GGG won, but people believe Derevyanchenko was robbed. So it was no spectacular fight there, Mike. So you bet that he will look spectacular in his next 3 fights. My only question to you next, Mike, would be how much? Because I don't gamble, but I'm willing to make that bet. How much would be my, and then also I would also put a stipulation in there. It depends on who, because if he gets 3 more Steve Rose, get off. You know
I'm one of those 3 voices against Camille Cesar-Mete.
Right, that's why I say who.
I know Mark's a big fan of that guy.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic fighter. That dude has the same amount of knockout power that, like, I'll be honest, he has the same amount of knockout power as caffeine, mate. That dude will keep you awake.
Does he have more knockout power than Paulie, or are they the same?
He's got 5 knockouts, bro.
Damn.
How much credit does GG give for this apology? How much credit do you give him for this one?
It depends on if he gets him out quick. I mean, he's supposed to do that, so he gets just the same amount of credit if he would fight like Willie Monroe or whatever. So just not that much, but
apology. Here's my stance. I think Triple G, when he was in his 5th fight, would knock out Camille Cesare-Mata inside 2 rounds.
You really don't rate him that much at all. Damn. I haven't seen him fight, so I'm just going off what you're saying.
Bro, I've seen him go the distance with difference with really bad fighters. Really, not bad, but not good. You know what I mean? I've seen this dude go the distance with dudes who were 12 and 14.
Is this guy his mandatory or is this a voluntary fight?
It's a mandatory.
So can we be too judgmental on GGG? Or, since he has to be a mandatory?
I don't care if it's your mandatory or not. If you're fighting a mandatory and the mandatory is garbage, I don't give you credit.
All right.
I was the same way with Tank. Look, whoever has to fight Jack Catterall and they ice him, mate, it is whatever. You know that Kong Song dude who Taylor just knocked the fuck out in that IBF mandatory? Do you think I gave Taylor massive credit for fighting him? No.
I didn't either.
True.
Taking him out with a blasted body part like that. But look, apology. Okay, the request that you just, had for GGG, I would offer you that same request for Terence Crawford and not just chalk him up as a cheater. I would ask you for that same request for Terence Crawford and not just chalk him up as a cheater.
But okay,
I think it's unfair to label Terence Crawford as a cheater, fam. I think that's completely unfair.
But you finished?
Yeah, I'm done.
So here's my thing about Crawford. When he's in his own hometown and the judges and the ref are more favorable to him, and plus he does all those illegal punches and stuff, versus GGG, who has to fight out of his hometown in Kazakhstan, is really hard for me to put Crawford over a guy who has all these hurdles and still performs relatively good, even though his opponents may not be the best. He still performs pretty good. So you see where I'm coming from, at least. Crawford has all these advantages, still needs to cheat, man.
I do see where you're coming from, but let me ask you this, and I really don't like to go down this road, but you're playing the hurdle game, right? So Terence Crawford at fucking top rank, and the third part I'm not even going to throw in there because that's just a hurdle in this country. But Terence Crawford at top rank faced many hurdles, fam. Many hurdles. You got to be kidding me here. This dude is in a hurdle just being signed to them. Not to mention it's a certain American hurdle that he faced, which I don't really bring up, but that's definitely another hurdle that he faced. Don't think that Eastern Europeans are the only ones to get the short end of the stick, because especially here in this country, there's another nationality or race or whatever you want to call that gets the short end of the stick. And I know you're aware of this. I know you are, Apology. You got to be aware of it in America. Everybody around the world is aware of it. But Crawford, he has his own set of hurdles. And you have to acknowledge that if you're going to acknowledge GGG hurdles.
But we're comparing an American hurdle to a guy who's completely foreign. I don't feel like that's fair. Because the American fight will always get the backing of the what do you call it, establishment. Most of the time, I'm sure there's examples where it goes the other way around, but a lot of the time, especially with Crawford's career, he's gotten a lot of advantages which he didn't deserve.
I don't think most Americans feel like that about Canelo Alvarez, and he's not American at all. And I don't think that they feel like that at all. Apology.
Would you not count Canelo as how would I put this? American. I know he's Mexican, but he's still part of that American, South American.
He's not American at all, fam. Not at all.
But loads of Mexican Americans will still support with him, though. Still support him.
So here's the thing. Terence Crawford definitely, to me, got a knockdown, not called a knockdown, right? You could put it on an American thing, right? And he got that against an Eastern European fighter, right? But then you have Loma, who's an Eastern European fighter that got dropped by Gary Russell Jr., who's an American, didn't get called. So I don't know how you can call a guy cheating and giving advantages when he's knocking guys out. You can knock his level of competition, but he's ending those fights. Right?
It's not
inside the distance.
It's not just that, it's the fact that he has all these advantages when he should be, if he's a good fighter, he doesn't need all of these advantages. And a guy like, I hate to keep bringing them up, but it's the conversation like Triple G doesn't really have any of these advantages and is still able to beat these guys with relative ease, despite all
really?
these disadvantages and stuff.
He beat Jacobs with relative ease? Because a lot of people thought Jacobs won that fight. But Triple G and Jacobs is an American, right? And they did fight in America, right? And Triple G is the European guy, but he still got the nod.
Because he won the fight clearly, that's why. You might think, but if you score boxing according to the rules, but if you score boxing according to the rules, GG won the fight.
Here's the thing.
At least we go one at a time. I don't care.
There's three fights.
No, let him go.
There's three fights that Triple G, that people argue about whether or not Triple G won those fights. Right? It's Jacobs, Canelo 1 and 2. Those three fights, everybody goes back and forth about those three fights. So just because you have him winning it clearly, that's not everybody seeing that way.
Right.
But what it is an example of is the European getting the nod, at least getting the benefit of the doubt in one and getting the nod in one and then losing another.
How did he get benefit of doubt when he clearly won the fight? It doesn't make sense to me. And then the other two fights, he got a draw and a loss. That's not no benefit of the doubt.
Hold on for a second. Apology. That is your sole opinion. You sat up here and said that he won the second fight with Canelo, and a lot of people don't agree with that.
Did I say that? If I did, yes, I would say yeah. I did. However, I also said I would concede that Canelo won that fight. That's one of the reasons why I have him pound for pound, because he beat the best guy in his division. So if you didn't hear that, I'm sorry. I will repeat it now. Even though I'm pretty sure I said that, even though I had GGG winning, it was a close fight. I'm pretty sure I said that, but I'll repeat it now.
So why do you have Usyk over? Hold on. Why do you have Usyk and Lomachenko over Canelo?
I just feel like they're more skilled, but that's just my opinion. But if you want to have Canelo, if you want to count the Kovalev fight as legit, fine. That's all right. Go ahead. I'm not going to argue with you. I'll concede. I will concede. See, this is why I didn't want to mention it, but I'll concede that fight. Go ahead.
All right. Just one other, a couple other things, because that just went off into one. But like, I don't understand how how Loma is supposed to be the more skilled fighter. Is he more skilled than Teofimo?
I think so. Teofimo won because he outworked Lomachenko. You can outwork someone and beat someone and still be a level above them. That boxing, that's the thing about boxing. That's why we watch it, because we know even though a guy's way above the level, he still can be defeated. No one's invincible.
Right. But when that guy gets defeated by a guy who isn't as skilled, why would you then have his skills be part of your metric, right? Like it seems
because
like if you're going to do that, if you're going to do that, once the guy loses, that proves that his skills don't translate, right? So that seems like you should be dropping him a lot farther than 2. Especially if you're not going to put the guy that beat him above him.
I'm basing it on his total body of work plus the Teofimo Lopez fight. I'm also basing the fact that Teofimo outworked him in a close fight. Whether you agree with me or not, Teofimo Lopez winning, congrats to him. But I just feel like his body of work plus what I've seen with my eye test, and I know D doesn't like that. I don't really know how else to describe it, but I'll just use that word. And that's why I have him number 2. And I have Lopez. You can put Lopez on the pound for pound. It doesn't matter to me, but I just don't feel like his one win is enough to put him above Loma.
Right, but you also don't think that Loma's loss is enough to put a ton of fighters ahead of him. So the question is, where does wins and loses? How does wins and losses figure into this entire thing? And how much of it do you think is cooking the books?
It matters. First of all, if you won legitimately, like if you didn't like cheat or have a ref or anything in your corner. Also, if you like dominate the fight. See, come on, see, you're never gonna give me context in any fight. You just keep going, oh, come on.
Let him go.
Not giving no context. No, it's fine. It's fine. But if he doesn't want to give context, if you don't want to give context, you can put Lopez over Lomachenko. You can put Canelo over Lomachenko, and I'm fine with that. It's just my opinion. I just give context.
Giving context and giving personalized context are two different
context is not the issue. The issue really is I'm trying to get to your I'm not even discounting your criteria. I'm actually just trying to understand it, because as you speak, these glaring things come out. Like when you say that, you know, competition, and then you have a guy who's just fought Chaz Witherspoon and Chisora as your number one guy, right? So it just does. So for me at this point, I'm just trying to figure out, do wins and losses matter, and is that a litmus test for the skills? Do you win fights or lose fights using those skills? Does that matter?
Can I respond to the first thing you said about the Witherspoon and stuff like that? I include Usyk's cruiserweight run as well in that. If you don't want to, then I guess you can say he's not like number one, even though he is moving up a division and fighting bigger guys, but that's fine. If you don't have a number one, that's your opinion, that's your criteria.
So this is GGG's face after that.
Yeah, and then
Canelo, the one that he was supposed to have lost, Canelo. This is GGG's face. Like,
if I could just say something that I think that could be helpful to everybody who is talking about their opinions from their vantage point about these fights. Like a lot, at least I don't know how this works, if it's the same everywhere, because, you know, at these regional fight levels, sometimes it's the ref that calls it, or it's just one judge, or whatever the heck happens, right? But in America, a lot of the championship level fights, at least, you'll have 3 judges that sit at different parts of the ring. So there's actually different vantage points, right? So there's 3 judges seeing the fight from 3 different vantage points, but the audience is just seeing the television broadcast. So you got however many fans who are watching the fight from one particular vantage point, trying to tell the 3 people who are judging the fight from their vantage point what they should be seeing, right? That's just as a practical matter when it comes to these judging the fights and robberies and all this stuff. Like, give guys a chance. Just realize that you are seeing it from your vantage point, and as fans, we can talk about it because we're for the most part seeing it from the same vantage point.
I would agree with that, and that probably happens in a lot of fights. But there's difference between incompetence and corruption, and we know a lot of the time when corruption is happening, and sometimes incompetence can happen. You can see like a punch land, like in the Teofimo Lopez fight, for example. I saw Lopez land a shot. I was like, yeah, he landed that shot. It was a good shot. We watched it. He didn't land the shot. Then another round, he didn't land a shot. I didn't give him credit. We watched it. Oh, he landed that shot. So that's definitely a good point. This is why we need like 5 judges, maybe instant replays and other stuff like that. That's a wider issue. I don't really know how to explain it.
Yeah, I mean, there was just a fight recently that, you know, out of the UK, right, where one of the judges was looking at his phone during the round.
Hold on. It turns out that was a scorecard he looked at for a second.
Yeah, all right, good. So whatever it was, it wasn't the fight. The scorecard is not a reflection of the fight, right? So looking down, looking away from the fight. But I'm just saying stuff like that. Mm-hmm. But that's a really important distinction. He was not like, you know, he wasn't sliding into the DMs. He was at least like doing his job.
I see that picture you have on the screen. Can you show Canelo's face as well after that Triple G fight? Because I mean, Canelo took a beating as well. Let's be fair.
I mean, but most people, the judges that Smoke just explained, yeah, I'll pull Canelo's up. Most people and the judges that like Smoke just explained had Canelo winning that fight, fam. I know you said you could concede to that, but I'm just saying, like, Canelo won the fight. So we still, even if you, so if you say you felt like GGG won, but you're willing to concede, then you have to understand that there could still be a loss. Still be a loss.
Yeah, and he lost to a good fighter. I don't see. Does that make him like illegitimate now? He's not good or a good fighter. I don't see how that.
No, but
what's the point you're trying to get at? Is my question.
My whole thing is just, bro. I think you got GGG too high. I mean, that's basically what it boils down to. When you put a fighter who on most people pound for pound is consensus why should be there, and then you basically dismiss him, but you got GGG there, which on most people consensus GGG ain't gonna be there. Like, bro, I don't know. I
mean,
really don't.
I mean, it's like I don't know if I made it like seem like it's like Crawford 20 and GG's 10, but it's not the gap is not like wide or anything, but I just think GG is still above Crawford.
Yeah, when everybody else has Crawford somewhere in the top 5.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's their opinion.
Let me say this real quick, right? I'll give you where Crawford finished on every list I have here, right? On every single list I have here. Do you want me to do that, D? I'll tell you right now.
Yeah, for sure.
Right. So on Punch Drunk's list, he was 5th. On Ring IQ's list, he was 4th. On A-Sins' list, he was 3rd. On IBT's list, he was 3rd. On Spartan Icon's list, he was 2nd. Right, so 2nd, I'll stop naming names. 2nd, let's see, 5th, 7th, 2nd, 6th, 3rd, 7th, 3rd, 4th, 3rd, 2nd. So he was first on a couple of lists. He was on every single list and never outside the top 7.
All right, apology. There you go. That's both of their faces side by side after the fight.
Convenient how the huge gash is on the other side of the picture.
With that shit, L-Dog, don't come here.
And I'll tell you this, D, it doesn't matter to me. I just want you to waste time. I'm sorry. I'm just evil. I'm just evil like that. I was being a dick. Don't worry. I'm sorry. I was being a dick.
But also, hey, can I add something in? Because D, I heard you say most people thought Canelo won the second fight, but that's actually factually incorrect.
That's okay, L-Dog. No, it's not.
Canelo didn't win that fight.
No, he said most people thought Canelo won that fight, and I can actually disprove it with a number of sources. First of all, Triple G was the favorite heading into the final round on live betting markets by quite a bit as well. And if we want to look at unofficial scorecards, we can go on Eye on the Ring and have a look that Triple G on the averaged fan scorecard won 7 out of 5 rounds. So I've already brought up 2 points of evidence. Where's your evidence that most people thought Canelo won the fight?
May I interject?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
So this is the second fight we're talking about, right? Or the first?
Yeah.
The second fight.
Okay. Let me find it. Give me a second, because I've got a fight app.
Yeah, L-Dog always comes in here with this. Maybe most people, where L-Dog is from, thought that GGG won. That's like, maybe most people around your neck in Croatia thought that he fucking won that second fight. But hold on, I'm talking, L-Dog. You can go next. Just allow me to talk. Allow the host to at least get his words off. A lot of the people that I consort with, and I consort with some really smart guys, L-Dog, some guys that really know boxing. No, they actually thought that Canelo won that second fight. Now the first fight,
D-Cup.
that one's up in the air. I think that even myself, I think they could have gave that first one to GGG. And I'm a Canelo fan, and I have no problem admitting that. None at all. But facts are, it was a draw. Just like Fury, I think that he should have won that first fight with Wilder, but I accept the draw. On the cards, it's a draw, right? So one of my guys should have lost, but I accept the draw. One of my guys should have won, but I accept the draw because it's on the cards. But the second fight, no, sir. I feel like
the second fight, I've got 1,731 scorecards here, right, on the second fight, and the average score was 115 and 114 Golovkin.
Yeah, and I've got 17. I've got 1,773 right here. The average score was 116 to 113 Golovkin. So I've pointed to multiple sources, but all D. Jefferson has said is, well, I know people who know boxing and they scored it for Canelo. Look, it was a close fight, but the majority of people thought Triple G won that fight.
D, can I ask you a quick question before you respond? When you say most people, do you say most people in the United States? Where you from? Most people around the world?
I would
Like
just say
most people.
I would
Okay.
I would just say most people that I consult with. I won't even
That's
say
fine. That's fine.
like any nationality or demographic.
You know what we should do one day? We should get like a very different group of people, like from all different like groups, like everybody who has different opinions, right? As many as we can, and we should get as many up here. What we should do is we should do a rescore. Canelo Golovkin too.
Yeah.
Can I say something to that, Mark? I scored the fight 3 times. The first 2 times I scored it for G. The most recent time I watched this, scored it for Canelo.
I've watched it 5 times. Here's one for you. I've watched it 5 times and I've scored it to Canelo every single time.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
6-5, 1 even on my scorecard every damn time.
That's all right.
I've watched it 3 times, and each time has been 7-5 Triple G. I can't see it any other way.
Fanboy.
That's how Dog is. His bias is fuck, but he's already admitted. So that's why I don't listen to half the shit he says. So many times being biased over Eastern European.
Yeah, but he's biased to Eastern European. Golovkin ain't Eastern European. He's from Kazakhstan.
Yes, he is, bro. His father's Russian.
I don't give a shit.
We're not getting this. Are we getting this debate, really?
You know what the point is, Mark? That he considers him Eastern European, whether he is or not.
I mean, Triple G lives in Russia.
You know that his father. Where's his father from?
Asian, Chinese, Asian.
No, his mother's Korean.
His mother's Korean. Whereabouts in Russia is his father from? Because Russia does go over into Asia, mate.
I know, but he looks Russian to me.
Here's one for you. Technically, Kovalev is Asian. Chelyabinsk, where he's wrong. That just reaches the Asian map. Crazy, isn't it?
All you're doing is proving my point more. Their geographical location says nothing about ethnicity.
That's your
going down a rabbit hole. Oh, no.
I mean, where was Golovkin born?
He was born in Kazakhstan, as were many Russians.
Okay, fine. Where's his mother from?
Korea.
So he's born in Asia. One of his parents is Asian. He's Asian, mate.
Oh, come on. Triple G doesn't even consider himself Asian.
Triple G can do whatever he wants. I'll consider what I want. You can consider whatever you want. He's Asian.
Shout out Korea. Shout out.
I'll say this about Triple G. Look, I think people they want to shit on him for whatever reason. Look, the dude is not my pound for pound list. You know, supposedly I'm super biased, but I only have 1 Eastern European in my pound for pound list. But
Who's not? Loma?
Usyk.
Oh, did you remove Loma after he lost? Oh yeah, you threw Loma under the bus, didn't you, when he lost?
No, Loma's still a great fighter, but there are better fighters out there based on recent performances. Dude hasn't had a win since August of 2019, and that was against Luke Campbell. There are better fighters who have done more recently.
Fair enough.
I have a question for you, L-Dog. Do you have any other heavy...
Charlie said Canelo is easily more Caucasian than
Fucking hell, that's crazy.
Probably. Yeah, I agree with
That's
that.
funny right there. So let me ask you this, L Dog. Do you have any other heavyweight on your pound for pound other than Triple G?
Triple
No.
G's a heavyweight.
You mean
I mean,
Usyk?
other than Usyk. Sorry, other than Usyk.
No,
He
I
gave
don't.
he gave us this earlier. He didn't have another. Warp Speed, I appreciate you. You
So
said I love Warp
the reason why you have a heavyweight on your top pound for pound list is not because is not because he's European.
No, the reason I have Usyk on my pound for pound list is based on his cruiserweight accomplishments and the fact that he's going up in weight to fight bigger people and is beating them.
Yeah, that's my reasoning as well.
There's any argument with Usyk being on the pound for pound list because outside of you, Smoke, we all have him there. That's just the fact.
No, listen. Like I said,
hold on. Let me read this to the chat right quick, Smoke, so you can argue after that. Warp Speed, appreciate you with the super chat. He said, I love Mark's ideas. Let's rematch it, call the fight. Yeah, it is a great idea. All right, go ahead, Smoke.
Yeah, the only problem is going up to weight class and fighting bigger people. Everybody does that, but they don't go to heavyweight to do it, right? Everybody on this list has done that. Like Canelo's done it, and Crawford's done it. And they fought better people when they actually went up to do it.
Isn't Spence on your pound for pound list?
Yeah, but I'm not talking about my list.
Did
You're
he
the
go
one
up
who
in
said.
weight?
Wait, hold up. You're the one who said Usyk was because he moved up. I never said anything about this moving up thing. This is your criteria for your
but
pound for pound.
Usyk is moving up to fight bigger opponents, right? And the size discrepancy is so large. And I've actually calculated it in terms of percentage and body weight. Errol Spence would have to fight a light heavyweight to fight someone the same percentage of body weight differential. And you may say, oh, but what about rehydration? Well, Errol Spence rehydrates as well. So factoring that in, he would still have to fight a light heavyweight given how much Spence rehydrates.
No, the issue is there's no weight limit at the heavyweight division. So the reason why his body fat is that way is because of the division that he's fighting in. Like there's guys in there that are fighting people 50 pounds bigger than them, 40 pounds bigger. That's the division that he's in. So if you're going to just say that you moved up and fought bigger people, that's true for a bunch of other people, right? And they fought better competition. If you're going to just say that and Usyk moves up to fight the likes of a Chaz Witherspoon and a Derek Chisora at this stage of his career, yeah, I'm going to have to hit the book. Like I had Usyk on my top at my pound for pound for cruiserweight. But as soon as he moved up to heavyweight, I understood that what that meant, right? That means that you have to also consider all these other heavyweights. Like I don't even think he's one of the better heavyweights. I don't even think he's an elite heavyweight. So really, all you're saying is I'm going to extend his cruiserweight reign to this new division.
Well, get the smoke. When you say that's a good point that Elder brings up about the weight discrepancy and how hard that is for a guy to fight and look dominant against guys who are way bigger than them, whether they're level opponent or not.
Like I said, that is a feature of the heavyweight division. A lot of guys have that. Usyk is not alone in that situation. Guys who fight Big Baby Miller are at a severe weight disadvantage.
What about
That's cool, but are they moving up from cruiserweight to fight Big Baby?
Michael Hunter moved up and fought better competition.
You mind if I say something? How about when Derek Chisora was fighting Tyson Fury? Right. What about when Deontay Wilder just fought Tyson Fury? Didn't he give up like 50 something pounds?
Yes, but we're talking about career heavyweights.
Yeah, whatever, man. Deontay Wilder really shouldn't be a career heavyweight. If we're going to be honest, look at his size. Not in this era. He should really have been
6'7", 228.
Shit, you're getting annoying now, and I don't even really get annoyed. Stop fucking cutting me off. Deontay Wilder is small as fuck for the heavyweight division. He really should be cutting weight, going to fucking cruiserweight is what he should have done. It probably would have been more dominant, and I'm wondering if Usyk would have fucking went for a belt undisputed, and I'm being seriously honest with when I say that. Because it wasn't like Breedis wasn't touching Usyk up, like, right? So, I mean, again, just like Smoke said, this is just in the heavyweight division. You have guys that face 40, 50-pound fucking deficits. Usyk wouldn't be the first, and he won't be the fucking last. But if you decide to step your ass up to that division, then you know what's coming. Not to mention Usyk also fought heavyweight in the amateurs. So he's not a stranger to the heavyweight guys either. What's that?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is this idea that Wilder is a cruiserweight is bullshit, man. He weighed in light, but look at his last. Let's look at his last 3 fights: 223.25 pounds, 219.5, 231. Someone who is 6'7" with an 83-inch reach, weighing 231 pounds, is not a fucking cruiserweight.
Yeah, but the problem is the guy he fought was 6'9" and 275, and he looked like Mike Tyson's punch-out little dude next to him.
I mean,
so the point that
Usyk found a way to beat an opponent
this whole
who
deal
was bigger
about
than him.
saying that he's not a cruiserweight undermines your other point about moving up to fight bigger people. That is what happens in this division. Usyk does not get extra credit for doing that.
But unlike Wilder, he moved up from cruiserweight.
Okay, great. And he moved up to cruiserweight to fight Chaz Witherspoon.
And Derek Chisora, a gatekeeper.
Derek Chisora, a gatekeeper who actually might beat everyone outside of Tyson Fury on Wilder's resume.
Yeah, I don't care about that Wilder shit. He's still a gatekeeper. I don't. You can go and smoke with that Wilder shit, but miss me with that shit. He's still a fucking a gatekeeper. That's my point. You can go and smoke with that, but cancel that Wilder shit with me out, dog. Cancel it.
Yeah, and nobody is saying either Wilder or Fury is on their pound for pound. Both of whom I think beat Usyk and everybody Usyk ever faced. So,
truth be told, if I had to include another heavyweight, I would include AJ, because I think AJ actually has the resume to be on a pound for pound list.
He beats Usyk too.
Yeah, I think he beats Usyk.
Oh, yeah, I do too.
It'd be a good fight, though.
I don't know about that. I think he's too big.
I think it's 50-50, man.
Yeah,
AJ, hold on. Let me explain why AJ is. Because AJ in his recent fights haven't looked the same, man. Like, he took the knockout to Ruiz in the second fight. He looked shit to me, even the second fight. So if Joshua regains his confidence, he can definitely take on Usyk.
Well, I don't know what you've been watching, Apology, but Usyk in his last 2 fights didn't look the same as what we used to see. Because what we used to see in him look like at cruiserweight, he didn't look nothing like that in his last 2 fights. Let's keep it honest. Nothing like that.
Okay. First of all, I would say this in the Withers' fight. He looked the same to me. He just took a much longer time to get that guy out of there. Because I think he was way too cautious and should have stepped it up. And in Chisora fight, we all know they don't destroy the fight, but I can't mention it because you weren't take it as valid. But I won't mention the reason. But everyone else who knows boxing will know what I'm talking about.
See, that's the condescending. Hold up. Let me respond to that condescending, stupid shit right there. Like everyone else who knows boxing. Let me tell you something, Apology. I don't really do dick measuring contests about who knows what more than what, but don't fucking test my intelligence on what goes on in that ring or understanding this sport. Second, I was doing blow by blow commentary for that fight. Okay, so I know exactly how that fight went, and I know what I saw. Third, if you think you know so fucking much, just like I tell everybody else, you come join the Fantasy Boxing Prediction League, because if you know so fucking much like you claim you do, then you can win. You'll have a high success level at predicting fights. And I'll tell you something about me. Season after fucking season, I'm around the top consistently, always picking fights at a high level. So don't fucking sit here and be condescending.
And this is not dick measuring what you're doing right now. This is not dick measuring.
No. I'm breaking down to you with your condescending comment about everyone else who knows boxing. I know boxing too. I was condescending. Accept it. That's what that was.
Yeah, but you won't admit certain fighters have certain advantages, though. Okay.
I always admit things like that, but that doesn't mean I don't know boxing. See, like y'all got you and Precise do that same shit. Like take these
little
slick fucking condescending
remarks. The reason why I do that is because I want you to understand that what's going on in boxing. If you point it out, just things like this won't happen as much. Maybe not you individually, but if a lot of people point this stuff out, the corruption won't be as bad. Because I'm sick and tired of this corruption, man. It's just me.
There's
But,
definitely
oh, man.
there's definitely corruption, and these wise to it. I've even told them that there was corruption. Yes or no? The other week in our prediction league, I was watching the Russian betting lines, and I was able to figure out the way they were working at the time that there was fixed fights going on in Russia, and I hit exact knockouts on every fucking fight. Yes or no?
Yep, facts. Yeah,
There's
man,
a
that
lot
was
of corruption all over the place.
like,
We
you
know
don't know
this.
shit about boxing and Apology knows everything. That's that type of shit Precise does.
So
Like,
so why do
nobody
you
knows shit
so
about
when I call out what
him.
people cheating, why do you say, oh, this is not fight, oh, this is ridiculous, or I don't see it? It's not the first time you've done this as well. When a fight is blatantly cheated or blatantly bend the rules, and you say, oh no, that's not the way it is, or it's just the way it is, and stuff like that. But it's not. Whether you want to agree with it or not, it's not.
You said Terence Crawford is a cheat. Who says? But nobody says that Terence Crawford is a blatant cheat. This is
Because no one wants to admit it. Because no one wants to admit the truth. But that's fine. Fine. Ignore his cheating ways. That's fine by me.
Okay, great.
May I say something? I have these thoughts on Crawford, right? I think his resume is way overhyped. And people know I think this. I'm not a big Crawford guy, right? I think his resume is massively overhyped. I think for some level, or lack of a better term, I think some people overrate him way too far. Do I think that Terence Crawford is a cheater? I think Terence Crawford, like nearly every fighter I've ever watched in certain fights, including him, including Usyk, including Lomachenko, has done some things that are against the rules in boxing. If I were to point that out in all of their fights, you'd be surprised how many things. Lomachenko regularly uses this roll underneath a jab, and he dips below the hip of his opponent, which is illegal to do, but no one says it. It's an illegal move.
Can I also say something quickly? He also pushes down. I saw in the social fight, he pushed down his head a lot of times.
He does push down.
Before people call me biased, he pushes down a lot.
I'm gonna say I've seen Usyk, right?
So is he a cheater? Apology.
No, because he doesn't do it excessively like other fighters, and he doesn't have judges and referees in his corner, whether you want to admit it or not.
So Crawford excessively cheats. That's what you're saying. Crawford.
It's not just Crawford. A lot of American fighters, but it's fine.
You call Crawford a cheater, so you said that he excessively cheats.
Well, anyway, I'll say this: as far as Terence Crawford goes, right? Terence Crawford's never been in a position on a judge's scorecard where a fight's been close. Never once. He's won every fight comfortably.
Because he cheated to do it.
That's a gamble.
He won that one. Let me step in if I could, right?
I haven't finished, but go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, finish.
Anyway, when you start going with fighters and you label one a cheat, right? Like because of excessive. Let's say, Apology. What's the thing you dislike the most with Crawford? Is it some of the rabbit punching that he does in fights, or is it some of the clenching that he does in fights?
It's the rabbit punches mainly.
Okay, so the rabbit punches.
In recent fights, go ahead.
Yeah, I've seen Crawford. I've counted in some of his fights 25, 26, 27 rabbit punches in some of his fights. I've also seen his opponents do it to him more in some of his fights. I'm sure you've seen that too. But here's one. I've seen Lomachenko dip below the waist in 2 fights, dip below the waist over 30 times. That's more. That's illegal.
Would you say that's as bad as punches someone behind the head, which is like very dangerous?
Now you're gonna put a measurement on cheating.
Okay,
I would say,
don't worry, Daddy. Hitting someone behind the head is fine. It's cool.
Let me say this. No. Can I go, man?
Shit, go ahead, man. This shit ridiculous.
I would say they're both of the same level of evil. And here's what. The reason dipping below the waist is illegal is because of the endangerment it can do to yourself and your opponent. Because if you come up from below the waist, it's harder to see as you're shooting up. You can headbutt them, right? You can get away with that as an accidental move. But the other thing that can happen is you leave yourself open to be hit with a power shot going down on the top of your skull, which is reckless endangerment. A rabbit punch Normally, rabbit punches are there on the back of the head or on the top of the head, and they're little taps because you're clenched up. But if you take, let's say, for example, Derevianchenko, when he dipped below the waist of Golovkin, he got punched on the top of his skull, and he was fucking all over the place all of a sudden. That's worse than any fucking rabbit punch, and he put himself in there, and that was an illegal maneuver. So that's why I say they're on the same thing, because they're both about protecting fighters, specifically.
Look, when it comes to boxing, it is a fight at the end of the day. Certain roughhouse tactics will be used. But the problem is when you get fighters, in my opinion, like a Andre Ward or an Errol Spence in that Sean Porter fight, who low-blowed the living hell out of Sean Porter. You know, instances like that, I agree there is corruption protecting the A side. But when it comes to, you know, maybe hitting your opponent behind the head once in a clinch, or holding and hitting, or leaning on your opponent, though, I think those can be excused because it is a fight. But when you get someone like Spence blatantly throwing low blows, Salido blatantly throwing low blows, this weekend, Greer, you know, using his forearm and his elbow and excessively after the referee had warned him, and fighters like Ward, you know, headbutting, low blowing, doing just about everything. That's when I'll start to call them a cheater.
Okay, so I'd like to just address a couple things, right? First off, the reason why Andre Ward won the first Kovalev fight was not because of low blows or headbutts or anything like that. The reason why Kessler lost the fight wasn't because of headbutts. The reason why Terence Crawford, the reason why Errol Spence was hitting him low was because Sean Porter kept leading with his head. Right? Both guys, when you're in a fight, like the same thing with Arthur Abrams, right? Abrams was dirty as hell, and Ward met him, dirty tactic for dirty tactic. Now, Kessler wasn't necessarily dirty in that fight, but he also wasn't trying to move out of the way, even though it was actually Ward who had the position, right? So, yeah, there's accidental clash of the head, and then just because there's a headbutt doesn't mean that there's one guy initiated, and that is actually the reason why that guy lost. Like, if you want to say that he low blowed Kovalev to the point that Kovalev gave up, right? Okay, that's your opinion. I don't think anybody has shown conclusively that he was hitting Kovalev low, right? And that's why Kovalev lost the fight. As a matter of fact, he hit him upside the head, and Kovalev did the stanky leg and was almost knocked out then, right? Then I'm talking about the rematch. So if you want to say he got robbed in the first fight, right, of the judge's scorecard, cool. But you can't then say that he was fighting dirty.
Okay,
why not? Why not?
Okay, let me step
exactly,
in. Let me step
both.
in. Yeah, because I haven't said anything yet, so let me step in now. When I hear about this one is a overall cheater and that one's an overall cheater, I like to hear some proof and some facts, not hearsay and all of that. I've watched Ward, and there's this guy in the ring called the referee, and he has better position than you, and has better eyes than you because he has better position. So what exactly is he missing that you sitting on your couch seeing with all this excessive cheating that's going on? And there's a guy here in the chat that said Crawford's a cheater, but he has yet to break down what exactly does he do that makes him a cheater. I mean, because when you talk about roughhousing tactics, that's a part of the sport, man. So yes, I'm not saying it's all illegal and all that. It's not. But the whole to call someone a cheater because okay, he might for something as simple as, you know, a headbutt or something like that is no. You got to come with something better than that. So to the man who's saying Crawford is a cheater, break that down and give some factual details of what you're talking about.
Hold on, let me address something.
I mean, I did,
real quick.
but
When you ask what is
no, you cannot. No, you cannot. You can let the man answer, and then you can go after him. Go ahead.
It's cool, man. Let our dog go, man. Right. Let our dog go.
Yeah. Just to quickly touch on something. When you ask what is the referee missing that we can see, He ain't missing a damn thing. They see it. They just choose not to act on it because there's a clear A side. They know they won't be employed if they call out the A side and go against the system. You know, these guys, you know, these guys, they know that they're not going to be employed if they go against the A side and deduct points like that. But you know, if they offer some favorable treatment, these promoters, whatever, will continue putting them in, and the powers that be, like the athletic commissions, make more money from these guys if they continue to win.
So that is an argument for the A side.
Hold on, smoke. Come on, bro. Let Apology answer the man's question. Like,
no, let Smoke. Let the conversation flow, man. Let the conversation flow.
I want you to answer that. Like, he asked you.
I'll answer in a sec. I just want the conversation to flow. I'll let
I thought he was talking to somebody in the chat. I didn't realize he was talking
more than anybody else. Go ahead, Smoke.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't realize he was talking to Apology. I thought he was addressing somebody in the chat. So that's all. But I was just going to say that what L Dog is saying is, I think, is more about the A side and not really about America, right? And I think that's where we're getting caught up, because there's plenty of examples of a Tyson Fury getting away with any number of things, right? In America, and it's still, and people still roll on. We understand that dirty fight. There's a difference between being dirty in a fight and being a cheater.
Fury had a point deducted, and it's funny how Lomachenko never got the A-side treatment in that Teofimo Lopez fight.
A point deducted? I'm talking about he knocked out Steve Cunningham by holding his head. He was holding Steve Cunningham's head.
Smoke. L Dog. Mark this game examples of how Loma probably did something over 30 times. Y'all don't consider that cheating? You an apology.
Bro, screen share, and prove it.
No, see, okay, fuck
I think,
because now you want to challenge Mark.
Okay, but Mark,
fuck out of here.
Yeah, well, I think we all saw Lomachenko initiating headbutts against Tio. I think everybody saw that.
And what happened, Smoke? What happened? What happened afterwards? No, the referee said, "Watch your head." Lomachenko headspots. Exactly. Hold on. Watch your head. Teofimo Lopez low blows, nothing. Low blows again, nothing. Low blows blatantly. Watch. Keep your punches above the belt. Finally, he warned. Finally, he warned Teofimo Lopez after 10 low blows.
Okay, apology. Now, this where you crossing the line. Because what I won't let you do is sit up here with your fucking biases and sit up here and say that Teofimo intentionally threw low blows. You can get the fuck out of here with that bullshit.
Okay, I will. I said he did.
Teofimo didn't intentionally throw no fucking low blows on Lomachenko. That's your fucking biases again. And when Mark sat up here and told you that Lomachenko did something illegal over 30 times, you tried to minimize how legal or illegal it was. Well, you are completely fucking biased, fam. And L Dog ain't doing nothing but fueling your fucking bias for his foolishness.
But the other part of it is it was 10 times. It was 10 headbutts against Ward, and now it's 10 low blows against Tio. So I think it's just the number 10 is stuck in the dude's head. But beyond that, I find it fascinating that Dillian White does not get this reputation for being a dirty fighter amongst all of this rhetoric about how the Americans just look the other way.
Yeah, Dillian White benefits from that same thing.
Yeah, I wish he didn't leave because I really wanted to ask a question. But anyway, L Dog, you went from saying that, the fighters are cheating to the ref to slandering the referees now. So which one is it? Is it the fighters that cheat or the ref or the ref is bought and paid for? Or what? What is going on?
It's a mixture of both.
Didn't say that shit. It was fucking Apology that was saying that shit. It's just L Dog sitting here backing up his point about certain fighters. But it was Apology that made those claims, not L Dog. He's just backing up point of your Eastern European fighter because of his fucking bias.
Yeah, there'll be a trolling.
Okay, well, if you didn't say that, then my apology. I thought that was you that said that the referees know the A side and they get favorable treatment. Was that you or was that not you?
Yeah, I believe that. I think the referees, they know the A side. They know that promotional companies, sanctioning bodies make a lot of money from the A side, and that they'll be more likely to instate them if they give favorable treatment to the A side.
So Lomachenko got favorable treatment there, right, dog? And he got away with the
No,
30 fucking right,
believe it or
good.
not, he didn't get favorable treatment
Right.
at any
Marcus
point to
explained
his
how he
career.
cheated, man. And he didn't get fucking admonished for it, but he doesn't get favorable treatment. Like, listen, one
When did
thing,
he cheat?
here's another thing, L-Dog, about Lomachenko. Man, that motherfucker got favorable treatment just going and signing with Top Rank. Like, stop it, bro. Admit it. Admit it.
All right. Well, you know what? I just like facts, so that's why I asked the question. But I'm sorry that old boy left because I really want him to answer. Now, L Dog, if it's favorable treatment on like one side, then it has to be favorable treatment all around. So you can't say that Lomachenko didn't get favorable treatment if he was the inside, and then if Ward fights now, oh, he gets favorable treatment because how does that balance out? How do you say that one gets favorable treatment because he's the A side, but the other A side is he don't get no favorable treatment? You know how? I don't understand the math on that. So why don't you break that down for me?
Well, it's simple. One has a significant financial backing. The other doesn't. You look at the American market; they financially back their fighters more than the Eastern European market.
He was backed by Top Rank and Bob Baron.
But there still wasn't a financial backing behind him. I'm talking about potential pay-per-view buyers.
Didn't both fighters fight on pay-per-view?
No, Loma never fought on pay-per-view unless he was on the undercard.
He never did. Okay, well, I thought he did, but
listen, man, check this out. It's Troy. I don't even know why you feeding into this shit. It's clear bias, man. It's clear bias. Like again, he just who the fuck? I have never once heard anyone call Terence Crawford a cheater. Now, if L Dog was actually up here attempting to keep the same energy, he was no, Crawford ain't no cheater. But he backed up some points that apology said. Now he didn't say that Crawford. Hold on, I'm talking. He did not say that Crawford was a cheater. But some of these points apologies were used when he says this crazy shit. L Dog was backing up his points for GGG and Loma, right? That's what you was doing, L Dog. But you should have came out if you keeping the same energy, you being consistent. You should have came out and said, "Well, no, I don't agree with that. Crawford's no cheater. No, I don't agree with that. Crawford should be over GGG on the pound for pound list." But you did none of that. You just backed him up on everything he said about GGG, Usyk, or Lomachenko. Hell no.
I'll say this: me personally, I haven't seen Crawford cheat. I wouldn't call him a cheater. I think he is a clean fighter, but I'll have to look into it. If he's got video evidence of him cheating multiple occasions, well, cheating. I'm gonna say like fouling excessively. Then I'll say maybe he cheated. But in my opinion, Crawford's a clean fighter.
Like so, you would call it like fouling excessively, like over 30-something times, right? As Mark explained, you would call that fouling excessively, right? And if Mark could prove that to you, then you would have to say Lomachenko was a cheater, no?
Yeah, go ahead, prove it.
No, I say if that's proven to you, you would have to say that Lomachenko was a cheater, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to make sure.
Okay, and also you would say that a fighter that leans on another fighter excessively, that would be considered cheating? He puts all his body weight on the other fighter and wears him out. Is that cheating? L Dog?
I don't know if leaning on a fighter is actually against the rules.
It is actually, yeah. And who do we know that does that? Which 6'9" gypsy do we know that does that?
I'm not a Fury fan. I think Fury's a cheater.
Okay. Well, there you go. You only like Lomachenko. Okay, good.
Yeah. Hey, Troy, keep Fury out of this. How about that? Because Fury won't even involved in this discussion. So you just keep Tyson Fury out of it and go back to hating on Floyd. Cut it out.
I'm not. See, I didn't bring up Floyd. You did. I'm not talking about him. I'm trying to point out some examples.
Well, I've already pointed out plenty of inconsistencies with L Dog and Apology. They've been inconsistent all night long. You know, and that's easy to do. Inconsistent. Look, it's inconsistent to sit here and moan and bitch about cheating, but when somebody reputable, such as Mark, points out how you could say the same for Lomachenko, then you try to rationalize that he did less of cheating. It was a lesser offense. Come on, bro. Like, stop this nonsense. That is fucking absolutely ridiculous. Well, no, see, because it wasn't as much cheating. So if you cheat at a lesser rate, then you're not a cheater. Get the fuck out of here with that, man.
All right, so let me touch on. Let me bring y'all back to something, because before I came in, I know y'all were discussing this. Is there going to be a new weight class for heavyweights, and Wilder's supposed to be going into that, or you all believe he should go into that weight class? Before I bring that up, you know, what were y'all talking about before I put my foot into that? Go ahead.
Listen, man, this midweight between cruiserweight. Let me tell you something about this whole fucking narrative. This is another narrative that I'm probably going to put a live up and debunk with this fucking Wilder bullshit. Listen, man, Wilder is no spring chicken. Even if they come with this new fucking division, he don't have so long to even achieve in that division. And as Smoke said before, how long is it going to be before all the smoke clears in this division? Till it's recognized, till it means any fucking thing? So, like, they might come with a new division, but let's not crown Wilder the king of that division, or even look at Wilder as if he's going to be around 3 or 4 years to compete in that division. He's going to be, what, 40 almost? Wilder, with his skill set at 40, still trying to beat people up? Come on with that, man.
Wilder has a skill set?
That's why I said again, Wilder with his skill set, trying to beat people up, his skill set is the 1-2 in that right hand. That's where it stops.
I feel like just to keep it a buck, since we're talking about cruiserweights and move it up, Michael Hunter has a better resume at heavyweight than Alexander Usyk.
So who's his best win?
Okoli.
First off, it's not even an argument, Eldo, because he
Holy, hold up.
Is that his name? The big Nigerian guy? Something like that. It's something that sounds like that.
Yeah, hold on. I was talking, and you can go there, because I was speaking before you said, hold up, Eldo. But first off, Usyk has 2 fights. Okay? He has 2 fights. Chaz Witherspoon and freaking Chisora. So whatever you get ready to come out your ass with, Eldo, it don't equate, man. A Chaz Witherspoon, which is definitely not a cream of the crop fucking fighter, and then Derek Chisora, who's definitely a gatekeeper in this division. What are you gonna say? What are you getting ready to come out your ass with?
Derek Chisora
is better than a win against those 2 guys, and he also has a win against a guy who had one of those ceremonial belts.
Okay. Derek Chisora, in my opinion, is better than Bacoli. You look at Bacoli, if you actually watch that fight, but you'd know there are some shady circumstances around Bacoli, but I'm not going to get into that. What I will say about Bacoli is he's relatively unproven. Derek Chisora has wins over Carlos Takam. That's better than anything Bacoli has done.
Yeah, Carlos Takam, that victory, he was 2 years removed from that, right? And the Bacoli fight, I did watch it, and I don't know what you're alluding to.
Maybe the fact that Bacoli's shoulder gave out on him because the dude decided not to eat 48 hours before the fight.
Oh, wait a minute. So that's your weird circumstances? What the hell that got to do with Michael Hunter?
Well, I'm just saying Michael Hunter beat him because the dude, look.
Michael Hunter beat him because he gassed.
Look, but Bacoli still ain't a great win, man. I'm not going to get into the circumstances because I want to take credit away from Hunter.
I'll give you that one.
Shout out to Michael Hunter. You're going to be the next name on Hrgovic's resume.
Michael Hunter's going to be a forgotten man.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like
Bro,
they like
I
want to
just
give
want
all
to
this
say this,
pound for
bro.
pound. They want to give pound for pound consideration.
I just want to say this, bro. You cannot rationalize to me, dog, no matter how hard you try. Okay? You can call Chisora whatever you want. But fighting a Chase Witherspoon and just Chisora does not justify having a better resume than a guy who has fought over 20 guys at heavyweight. Are you fucking kidding me right now? One fight, basically. Because you can't really count Chase Witherspoon. He doesn't count for anything. Okay? So basically, you're counting one fight. Derek Chisora means from 20 fights of Hunter, he has the better resume. With one fight, man, go smack yourself with that.
I mean, that's the thing though. Usyk's resume, he's got a better win at heavyweight than Hunter does.
No, with a resume, it has to be something established, L-Dog. And you don't establish a fucking resume with one fight. This is the silly shit that I'm talking about. The lengths that y'all going to push these guys. The lengths. 2 fights versus 20. And we even talking resumes here? Really? That's the lengths that you actually going through. 2 fights versus 20. And he has a better resume. And one of the fights are pure shit, which is Chase Witherspoon. That's the fact. I'm not even making it up.
Chase Witherspoon is about as good as Hunter's win over Iago Kaladze.
It's
okay,
2 fights versus 20. You can keep saying what the fuck you want. It is 2 fights, one being worthless versus 20 fights. And not only that, since you like to use your fucking eye test, we all know that Michael Hunter's a pretty good damn heavyweight. But he's established at heavyweight. And a 2-fight resume surpasses his 20 fights at heavyweight.
He hasn't had 20 fights at heavyweight.
Listen, I don't look. Put it this way, man. Put it this way. He got way more fights than Usyk. Okay, you can sit here and fucking dip around with it. Let's say you're right because I know he fought at cruiserweight, so I'm not even gonna argue that. But I can guarantee he got at least 10 fights at heavyweight, at least. So even if it's half of 20, you're still not making sense with this, fam. You can't take one fight with Chisora and tell me he has a better resume than a guy who's established with 10 fights at heavyweight. It doesn't make sense. This is just showing the lengths that you would go through to prove this shit. The lengths that you would go, you start getting out of what's rational about the sport of boxing to go to these lengths. Come on, bro.
Did you?
Here's what I just wanted to say that triangle theories are never determinative of anything, and if you're going to use a triangle theory, you should probably not use one where the guy that knocked out your guy got just knocked out by a guy who drew with the guy, right? So while he didn't beat Povetkin, he did at least draw with Povetkin, and Povetkin certainly knocked out Dillian White, who certainly knocked out Derek Chisora.
Hey, Hamza in the building. What's up, Hamza?
I think that's MMA.
Is it?
What's up? What's up?
Yo, we can't hear you. We can't hear you, bro.
Man.
Yo, Justin.
Yeah.
Also, real quick, I like to. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm just kicking him off the goddamn panel. This dude
Yeah.
is
Also.
the worst troll in the whole goddamn DC.
Jeez. I like to maybe see. Sometimes I might use excessive hyperboles or things that basically I'm not that good at communicating, but maybe calling him a cheater, outright cheater, might have been a bit too excessive. Will concede on that point.
Yeah, I appreciate that because that was quite a bit excessive, but yeah.
But
and I'm not even a Crawford fan, bro. I always have these arguments defending Errol Spence going against Terence Crawford, or like me and Mark just mentioned, we always have these arguments with people talking about how Crawford guys might be pushing the pencil, or like how he's overrated. But if I hear somebody call him a cheater, Like, I can't go for that because this dude competes and he competes at a high level. And bro, he shows character. Like, yeah, he's a dog in the ring and he'll try to beat your ass up, but I've never even looked at this guy as being a killer, whether I'm a fan of his or not. So, but I'm no Crawford defender here. Let's get this shit straight. I'm no Crawford defender at all. Not even a little bit.
However, I would say this: in one or two fights, he did break the rules. I would leave it as that. But it does that constitute him being an all-round cheater? But I don't know what's your definition, but he did break the rules in one of two of his fights.
Which one?
Well, so did Lomachenko. No?
Okay. Excessively, he broke the rules, while Lomachenko did it a few times, maybe. Who keeps on echoing?
Actually, a feature of his boxing style is cheating. It is actually outside of the rules. If you want to go there with cheating, that is actually an illegal move that he does. Like, for me, rabbit punching is not just like a shot that lies behind the head. It's to intentionally, repeatedly hit somebody behind the ear, right? That's actually what rabbit punching is. And really, it's successively right then and there. That's really what rabbit punching is. Like a shot that just drifts behind the ear because the way you're moving, or if two heads clash because one guy threw a punch and leans in or something like that. All that is what happens in boxing, right? That's not just that's not using your head like it's a third glove in there, which sounds like what you're accusing people of doing, right? And it's also selective because the entire 4 rounds, the first 4 or 5 rounds, Sean Porter was completely leading with his head, but you would just want to talk about Errol Spence low blows.
I personally didn't see that, but after we watched the fight, and I'll look out for that because I last time I watched the fight, all I saw was Errol Spence cheating, and Sean Porter finally retaliates back. But I'll rewatch the fight and look out for that.
That Spence fight. I'm gonna tell you like this. I think he had something in excess of 21. I counted this. I think it was like 21 to 23 low blows in that fight.
Yeah.
I think it was about 23. But I counted this because I was fussing with somebody about this. Now you guys go back and watch the fight yourself. Sean Porter had 18. I remember that. Sean Porter had 18 low blows. Now Spence had like 23. He had more. But Porter had 18 low blows. Here's another thing. It was because of the way, which Mark explained this before. When fighters come in a certain way or they grab you behind the neck, you know how many times we want to talk about Errol Spence's low blows in that fight. Let's talk about how many times the ref warned Sean Porter for holding Spence behind the neck. You guys know when a guy is going for a low blow and the fighter pushes the back of their neck down, what happens when they go for a body punch? It ends up being a low blow a lot of time. And it's because the fighter on the other side is pushing the back. Sean Porter was continuously warned about that. So we can sit here and bitch and moan about Errol Spence's low blows, but Sean Porter had 18 of them himself, and he was warned excessively, like you guys like to keep mentioning, about pushing the back of his neck down, which causes low blows. We know this. If you guys analyze and watch boxing like you claim, you know that when a fighter pushes a guy back of his head or neck down like that, and he's going for a body punch, you often get low blows. Is this not true? Do you guys not agree with that?
Would you say Errol Spence does it in other fights as well? Or was that just one instance?
No, what I will say is this. Canelo, Marvin Hagler, Errol Spence, guys that are known for body punching, we see more low blows from them than most other boxers. I will say that. And that's a fact. Guys that's known for body punching, that throws a lot of punches to the body, we see more low blows from them than we do the average guy. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, that's a sport, but I'm talking about excessive and intentions. Like you can plainly see he's definitely going for a low blow.
No, that's where we disagree. Intentional, you call it an intentional, is 100% your opinion. But I don't see a lot of times. I see a lot of times shots going too low because he missed. I see a lot of times shots going low because guys are pushing the back of his head down because those fucking body shots hurt and they go to hug up and they end up pushing his head down and he's still throwing. I see that happen. What you see for some reason is excessive intentional shots. And you can't make me see that when I take in the other intangibles of boxing, when I take in other reasons why these low blows can come. You can't make me see it your way about it. I see those as often reasons why he's throwing these low blows. One, because of how many body punches he throws. Two, because of guys pushing the back of his neck down. Three, because he's not intentionally doing it. He's winging those shots and they're going low. Now, will I say, do he throw some blows intentionally low? Yes, but I think more than just Spence does that. Because hold on. Let me finish. Because this is something that history of boxing will show you. Even guys that we look at as honest boxers, when the referee is on that blind side, they will intentionally hit that hip. They will intentionally hit that low because that is a tactic, right? You hit that hip and you slow down their movement. Don't tell me you don't know about this. Let's be honest about it. So a lot of guys who are not really cheaters, when they get that advantage and the referee is on the blind side, they intentionally throw that low blow right on the hip to slow down movement. Do you agree with that?
But I will say this. If you low blow someone 20 or something times, A, do you want to give me a benefit? I'm not giving you the benefit of the doubt, and B, it shouldn't matter whether it's intentional or not. At that point, there should be like points taken off or like a disqualification, because you can't tell me you went to the belt line, blew the belt like 20 times, and it was someone else's fault. Someone putting down your head, or you just accidentally because you're going to the body. Like, you're a professional boxer, you should know what's below the belt and above the belt.
Yeah, you should know, but again, apology. We see these things go. Look, like you got two fighters, pure sportsmanship, right? And they're not cheaters. They're not known to be cheaters. And they get in there and they bang it out. And a fighter goes for an uppercut and pounds a dude right in the balls. Then they meet and sit in the ring. They tap each other up. No, it's all good. I know you didn't mean to do that intentionally. That shit happens, fam. This is in boxing. This is boxing. These guys are trying to hurt each other. So they throwing fucking blows. And sometimes they miss, fam. But when you have a guy who throws a lot of body blows, he's going to miss more. This doesn't mean that he's intentionally trying to cheat, fam. You're talking these guys up as cheaters. You're talking Spence up as cheaters. Crawford up as cheaters. Okay, and I know you say you conceded, but it's still at first, this is what you're saying. But then when you're giving an example for Lomachenko, he's lesser of a cheater, so it's not cheating.
Maybe I worded that wrong. I meant to say as that more of a question, as in, because Mark mentioned a fight where he did it like 30 times, and I can't remember that. So if he could like tell me, then I could watch that and be like, oh yeah, then
he's really just talking about like what rules a ref is going to enforce, and very few refs enforce that dipping below your opponent's waist. Like, you have to do, like, really it takes a corner to complain about it and stuff like that. Like, refs don't generally call that, right? But it is still illegal, what he's saying. But also, when it comes to this whole idea that a professional knows where the zone is, like, a professional doesn't know where his opponent is going to wear his trunks, right? Like, a guy, your opponents could be different sizes, where the trunk's different, the circumstances, like most exchanges are circumstantial. And so the idea that you're going to win fights by low blows would be a feature of somebody like an Andrew Galata, right? I don't think that's going to, and I don't even know that he won fights by low blows. Mostly he lost fights by low blows. So
get the smoke. Doesn't the referee account for that? In fair fights, I've seen many times where the referee will say you can hit there on the belt line because the trunks are a little high. When the fights are fair. But most of the times they ignore it.
Right, but again, and a lot of that belt line shifts because you could be bending backwards or going backwards or bending down, because boxing in these exchanges, like I said, are situational.
Well, I asked you guys this too. When Eldad was on here, I asked you guys this too. When the referee just lets this shit go by over and over and over again, and you guys think the fix is on or whatever, isn't that the referee cheating?
Only if, well, who's the referee cheating for? Is it not the A side fighter?
Hold on. It doesn't matter who he's cheating for, but you just answered your question. You said, who is the referee cheating for? So that means the referee is cheating, right?
Yes, but he's cheating for a fighter, so it still makes all those points correct.
He may be cheating for a fighter, right? He may be cheating for a fighter, but if a fighter is just in there winging shots, right? This is a possibility, okay? If a fighter is in there just winging shots and the referee's missing it, so he doesn't warn the fighter, say, hey, get him up, get him up. He doesn't tell the fighter, you do it again, I'm going to give you 1 point. And he's just in there winging shots. We're talking about adrenaline flowing. These guys in the battle. Could it be that he's just throwing punches and he may not know that he's hitting low? That's why you need the ref to say, hey, get him up. You're going low. You're going low. Right? But if the ref is not doing that because he's cheating for some agenda, isn't it also safe to make the assumption, because you're making an assumption that these guys are doing it intentionally. So isn't it also safe to make the assumption that maybe they're not?
Well, if you do it more than a certain amount of times, I can't give you a benefit of the doubt. Like, you should know the rules and know where the belt line is. Like, do you watch other sports? Do you watch like football and stuff like that?
Bro, I'm a sports fanatic. This is why it's called
So do you see referees do it as much as in boxing? Like, I watch like football, for example. I've never seen that nowhere near as much as in boxing.
Man, well, you need to get around, because I see don't even get me started on that. I stopped the NBA playoffs this year. I didn't even fucking finish doing.
Sorry, I meant soccer. I meant soccer. Sorry.
Okay, no. I say basketball. I'm just talking other sports now. But I'm just giving you an analogy. The NBA playoffs, I seen the most horrible officiating. It was so bad that I did not even do the last 5 games of the season. I didn't even do live commentary for it because the officiating was so bad. Well, when it comes to football, they're knowingly fucking calling intentional plays. Don't get me started on that Los Angeles Rams debacle. It just happened where they intentionally just let 2 fucking pass interference go right by, and the ref is standing right there, and the Rams was kicked out of the fucking playoffs. Don't get me started on officiating, fam, and different sports. Please don't even get me started. Yes, it happens in all sports. These officials are fucking terrible, not just boxing.
Okay, would you say terrible or corrupt? Because those are 2 different things. You can be terrible and competent.
Fucking disgusting, crap, terrible, whatever fucking adjective you want to put on it. They're no good. They're no good.
But
because
you still have to make.
Bookies are tied into this shit, fam. You think the bookies are just tied into boxing? No, the bookies are tied into all sports, and that element causes these fucking referees to take side money and be fucking fugazi, fam. All sports, not just exclusive to football and boxing. I didn't say football. I say football and boxing. It's not just exclusive to that.
But doesn't not favor certain types of fighters that the referee ignores certain things?
You know what? Apology. It probably does favor certain types of fighters, but let me take this one a step further. If it does favor certain types of fighters, then that would trickle back to the promoter or the network that set it up for the cheating. So they would be the cheaters. The referee would be the cheaters, and the fighters, again, which we could assume, are just beneficiaries of it. Not meaning that they're intentionally trying to cheat. That is an assumption that can be reasonably made.
I feel like you're being way too modesty about these fighters. Maybe you see the world and boxing as too. Maybe it's just me seeing it way too corrupt, but I thought, in my opinion, I see what's going on. You might have a different opinion. That's fine, but I'm not giving these boxers benefits of the doubt.
So I don't like, if you'd have just said A sides, right? I wouldn't be sitting here arguing, but you put it on the Americans, right? So I'm seeing all kinds of people come over here that aren't Americans get over on your Americans for what you're accusing them of, right? That is the issue. Like, that's 100. Like, if you say Tyson Fury was the A side in the Cunningham fight, therefore he was able to hold SS Cunningham's head and knock him out, and nobody gave a damn about it, including the commission once Cunningham complained about it because he's the A side. Fine, but then you go a step further and say the Americans are cheating the Europeans when we're watching the Europeans come up cheating the Americans.
Can I respond to that? I meant Westerners, not like Americans specifically, and I can't UK as a Western influence.
Yeah, whatever.
You can say UK is East European all you want, but it's a Western influence. That's where I make my decision.
I just said European. I didn't, and really European, like is UK Europe? I'll let you guys work that out. When it's a European style of fighting that you come over from that part of the world, you're coming over the seas to fight here. And when you come overseas to fight here, that whole idea that now you can't get a fair shake and you're not getting the advantage of home cooking. We are watching you get the advantages, the same advantages of home cooking. As a matter of fact, when we get these egregious examples of home cooking here, we're looking at you guys over there. We're seeing AJ call his own timeouts for hand wraps. We're seeing Dylan White get headbutts called knockdowns. We see this stuff also.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm saying Westerners versus Eastern Europeans. That's what I meant. I didn't mean Americans.
I got a question for you guys, you three guys on the panel. In this day and time right now, right? In this day and time right now, who gets more slighted? Is it the Eastern European fighters or is it the Japanese fighters? Who gets more slighted? Now, let's see how honest everybody can be on this one. What do you think, Troy? Eastern European fighters or Japanese fighters? Who gets more slighted?
Well, I would have to say the Japanese. They don't have a really big audience over here, so I'd have to go with the Japanese fighters.
How about you, Smoke? Eastern Europeans or Japanese?
Slighted? Yeah, Japanese. They don't do that. They fight in vacuums. Right. Nobody cares.
Right. Now, I say it's the Japanese fighters as well. And this was my point. What about you, Apology? Eastern Europeans or Japanese fighters?
I'll say Japanese because they're even below Eastern European fighters by far.
Right. So
they have no influence at all.
So let me make my point with that. Ain't no fucking reason to sit up here and cry about people from a certain place getting slighted, because the facts are it happens all around boxing, all around the world. And one thing I didn't want to mention, but you go talk to channels of the LDBC and talk about who gets slighted. I guarantee you black fighters will be on the top of that list too. And they have valid points on that. I don't get into that type of shit. Right here in America, in their own homeland, here, Apology, they get slighted. Don't make me take you back into history where they weren't even fucking allowed to fight white people, right? They weren't even allowed to compete against them, whether they could beat them or not, right? And that history followed them till this day. Now, this is a harsh reality that we must face, but it's still the truth. So this is why I don't accept all of this fucking woe is me. Oh, the Eastern European fighters get the shaft. A lot of boxers in this sport get the shaft, man. A lot of boxers. And that's the fact.
D, can you give me an example of how it trickles down from today? Because I see it the other way. I think more than enough time American fighters get their fair shake. But if you can give me an example, I could be wrong.
Bro, the reason why Tyson Fury has a belt right now is because somebody gave him the benefit of doubt that he should not have gotten. As a matter of fact, he said, Jack Reese said specifically, the reason why I'm going to give you guys a shot at this is because both of you guys are champions. Tyson Fury wasn't no champion.
I mean, didn't Wilder pick Tyson Fury? Wasn't that the fight he wanted? So I don't see your point.
Okay, here's my point. Tyson Fury is not American. Tyson Fury was in a lot of different other situations. If that fight was in the UK, Tyson, there wouldn't have been any count, right? But what Tyson Fury got was a benefit of the doubt against an American champion who was the A side.
How so? You're talking about the first fight, right?
What do you mean? The fact that he got a count?
No. He's talking about a fucking count. And as a Fury fan, I have set up here. See, I ain't gonna be like you. I have set up here in a minute to the fact that fight could have been stopped by plenty different referees. Let's fucking be honest about this shit here, man.
I really don't.
Why we gotta act like we don't know? Oh, what are you talking about? I don't get it. Oh. You know what the fuck he's talking about?
I genuinely didn't understand what you.
Well, I know. Well, now I'm getting you to understand. Because I don't even really, like I said, I don't even go down that road on this channel. I really don't. I stop people from going down that road. But let's not act like it don't fucking exist. If you want to cry roll with me about the Eastern Europeans, that's why I brought it up. Let's not fucking sit up here and act like it's absent or it don't exist or you need fucking examples. Open your fucking eyes to what goes on. You watch boxing, you know so much about boxing. Don't act like you don't see the African American fighter. Oh, fuck that. If you watch sports in general, get the shaft, man. They do get the shaft. I just don't talk about those things. But I know that they exist. And you do too.
Plenty of I'm not even getting to it either. You're completely wrong, but that's fine, whatever. The Fury versus Wilder example is a terrible example. I really don't want to explain the reason why, because you guys you're gonna think it's unbelievable, but that's a terrible example. Like,
okay, you can keep saying it's a terrible example without sustaining it, but the whole point is Fury got the benefit of a doubt. Period. He wasn't shafted. He wasn't like he got knocked down. So now let's just call it for Wilder because he's the A side and he's an American. Let's all go home. He got the benefit of the doubt. He was even given considerations that a lot of refs would not have given.
There's a specific reason, but I'll say it next time.
Knocked out. Like this comes from Tyson Fury's mouth. He said himself that I was knocked out. I was gone for 5 seconds. A lot of referees would have seen that, look it in his eyes, and they would have waved that fucking fight off. Seriously, man. And we know this. We know this. It's not even a question, not even a speculation, man. If that was in the UK and Wilder was on that fucking ground looking like Fury, it would have been waved off. Immediately.
I really don't, man. There's a specific reason why that happened, but there's no point of me going into it. You guys won't understand. You guys won't understand.
Who was more knocked out, Carlos Takam or Tyson Fury? Charles Martin or Tyson Fury?
There's no point in me getting to it, man. You guys won't understand the reason why that fight happened the way it is.
You're not explaining yourself. You just keep saying why we're wrong and how we don't understand.
It's not that necessarily you're wrong. Because you won't believe me. You were like, oh my god, you can't say that. So there's no point.
Then
all right, then it's cool. Then I won't mention it. Let's move on. Let's move on. Let's move on then. Let's move on. No, let's move on. I'm not going to say my reason. Let's just move on.
Yeah, man. Look, your reasons just got to be consistent, not double standard, fam. I get some of the reasons. Okay, no, I get some of the reasons that you're saying, and I'm not saying that all of those reasons are invalid, but when we turn those same reasonings back on your guys, it's always a but, or that's a different situation. Or so if you're not going to be consistent with it, then you can't use those reasonings. You can't.
I said this many times. British fighters
to your fighters, then you can't apply those reasonings to other fighters. You can't.
I said many times. British fighters are dirty as fuck. I don't like most of them either. So I would agree. I'll stand by you and say that. Like Fury and Joshua, they have their own little advantages, which is bullshit as well.
Well, I'm going to say that it happens all around boxing, not just fucking.
Dylan White's a bum. Don't worry, bro. Don't worry, get this man. I don't like him. He's a bum.
It happens around boxing, period, to all of these fighters, not just individuals. Like, we don't need to individualize boxers. This is just an element of the sport. But we can't cry, woe is me, and say that it's just this, this demographic or this race or this nationality getting slighted by the sport of boxing. They all get slighted. Fucking Manny Pacquiao from the Philippines, that fucking robbery versus Tim Bradley was absolutely disgusting, man. My God, my favorite boxer ever. Fucking, let me put him up here. This is my favorite guy ever. Favorite boxer. I'm not saying he's the number one or the best, but this guy is my favorite boxer ever. Had 2 fucking clear, horrible robberies, fam. Horrible. He was an American boxer. Got 2 horrible robberies.
Can I quickly say that you're talking about the Chavez fight, right? One of the robberies.
Goddamn right.
I heard some people. I never actually seen the fight. Like, only see highlights. I heard some people say the fight was close. I'm just gonna put that out there. People say that was the robbery. The fight was close.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna put that out there. Whether
he could have got a majority draw, maybe.
some people thought the fight was personal for him to win, so I never watched that fight. Someday I'll watch that fight and give my own opinion, but I've heard people say that.
Close enough to win? Like, see, there's a different... Whatever.
If I'm gonna tell you like
if you
this,
feel he lost, that's fine.
like this, when he watches that fight, if that was fucking Usyk, if that was Usyk, Lomachenko, or fucking DDD and Pernell Whitaker's corner and Pernell Whitaker's shoes, apology would call it robbery 100 times out of 100.
Come on, D, man. Don't do that, man. Come on, man.
You haven't seen the fight,
All
so
right,
you can't
all right.
say that.
So I'm just saying what people have told me. I'm just putting that out there. What people told
why
me.
are you putting it out there? They're not here to defend it. They're not here to explain why they said it.
I just want to see. I just want to see what you guys thought of that. That's all. And then you put words in my mouth. Don't do that, bro. Don't do that.
No, the issue.
You are saying if GDG or this fight was in there, I would definitely call it robbery. No, man.
Hold on for a second. I didn't put any words in your mouth. I made an assumption. Now, I will say I made an assumption. But if you watch that fight and you just imagine it being DDD, Lomachenko, or Usyk standing on Pernell Whitaker's side, you watch that fight imagining it was one of those guys. And what I'm saying is, I think 100 times out of 100, you will say it's a robbery. When you see that fight, you will see exactly what I'm saying. It was as. Do you think that Pacquiao versus Bradley was a robbery? Do you think that was a robbery?
Yes, of course.
Okay, it was as bad or worse than that, fam. I can guarantee you.
Okay. I'll take a word for it.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, so and I, I've been. This is the first time me being on a panel with you. So, nice to meet you, firstly. But then, secondly,
what's up, man?
Yeah, what's up? But the other thing is, it's just a little bit. I'm trying to like gauge where you're coming from, and you won't defend your own claims, and then you're making claims about somebody else's opinion.
No, I all I wanted to do is just to say that because he's saying objectively it's a robbery. I'm just saying what other people have told me.
Right, but
that's what I was saying.
They're not here though, right? So that's what's weird about it. It seems like it's just saying something to troll. It doesn't matter that somebody said something, right? Like, who cares that they said it? They're not here to defend it, and who knows if their opinion is valid. At least you're here. At least you're here making your claims, and you're trying to validate your claims. Sometimes, right? So, but there's other times where you're pressed for your claims, and then you don't want to defend it, right? So it's just a little bit weird, right?
Yeah, but my point was, people have different opinion, and you could ask someone in a different country, they'll say, I thought Chavez won based on this and this and this. So he's saying objectively it's a robbery. Well, I'll say if you ask a lot of people, they might not say the same thing.
Right, but that doesn't matter. That's why there's controversial. That's why there's controversial decisions. Clearly, the judges didn't see it that way. So you already have people who are actually in positions of power who don't see it that way.
Right, and I'm not.
I mean, I don't really trust judges anyway, man.
No, what you just described there, apologies. You've not once caught me doing that type of shit. Because I try to separate myself from all of that shit. I put boxing first, fam. I separate myself from all of that nonsense that these fucking crazy channels say. I pride myself in separating from that bullshit. I pride myself in doing my best to call it straight down the line. That's what I do here. So all of these things that you said people say, I agree. I hear them saying the stupid shit. But you don't hear me saying that dumb shit. You don't hear me saying that.
People are out here saying Loma got robbed against Theo. How that happened?
Yeah, that's a bit crazy. I always maintain that fight was close.
Why even bring it up? It doesn't mean anything. Like, yes, people are always going to say that their guy got robbed.
All right, I just wanted to see what you guys would say, but all right, don't worry about it.
I'll tell you one thing.
My son, like the entire boxing world, thinks that I mean, not the entire boxing world, but there's a lot of people in the boxing world feel like Fury won that first fight and he got robbed. My kid is beside himself talking to people like he thinks that there's no way that not only did Wilder win 7-5, but he got 2 knockdowns.
Right, and me as a Fury fan, What do I say, Smoke? What do I always say? It's a fucking draw. It's a draw. And I'm a Fury fan. I don't really argue either way. It's a fucking draw.
I disagree with both of you.
Wait, you scored that fight. You scored that fight a draw. Or is it a draw?
No. I accept the fight as a draw. I don't go back and talk about this fight. He was fucking robbed in that fight. I even stop people. No, fuck that. In the books, it's a draw. So we're gonna look at that fight as a draw. I say that all the time. You gotta go by what. Listen, there are fallacies in all kinds of sports all the time. You gotta go with what's in the books. That's what you have to go with.
But dude, isn't that a fallacy itself? Because you just brought earlier Pernell Whitaker was robbed. So if you go by the books, he wasn't robbed then.
Oh yeah, if somebody say, I say, yeah, it was a fucking draw. But I'm saying if we're gonna sit here and say robbery this, robbery that, that's why I bring that up as an example. Or just like the Pacquiao fucking Bradley. We can clearly see as the fans with our eyes that it's a robbery. We can clearly see that. But I don't want to hear no crying about another situation when I'm willing to accept these things as what's in the books. Which is what I'm saying about Pernell too. It's in the books. But you can't see, we can see that it's a draw, right? We can see that. But it's in the books, man. It's a fucking draw. But we can't make assessments or what we do because of fallacies in sports.
But
that's the
problem. We shouldn't just accept it like that. We should be actively saying no, it was a robbery, or this fight had this and this against this fighter, or this happened in this fight. It shouldn't be like that at all.
Okay,
and that's based on me and how I ranked in fighters and how I see boxing.
Right. All right. Yeah. So there's that, but then there's also this. There's a guy. Let's say you're a fan of a guy like Danny Garcia, who loses close fights, and then whenever the guy loses, he got robbed on the judges' scorecards, and so now you're going to go around and call him undefeated. Does that make sense to you?
If you can prove, but without shadow of doubt, to me that he was robbed, then I'll be like, okay, you can do that.
How are you going to prove without a shadow of doubt that he wasn't robbed when it's a close fight that could have gone either way?
Well, in the Porter fight, I thought it was a close fight, but in my opinion, I thought he clearly won the Thurman fight. I thought Thurman lost that fight, and Garcia should have got the decision.
Right. So, are you going to go around calling? Are you going to go around calling Danny Garcia 36-1?
Yeah, because I thought he lost to
Okay,
great. He won against Keith Thurman.
So that's what you think. So when a guy comes out and calls you a hater for saying that he's actually 38-0, then what do you say?
I say, look at. So we can repeat that.
Just because you thought he won one but lost one, right? But like a guy says it's two close fights. A guy goes, you know what? He was robbed both times. So instead of being 36-2, he's 38-0. Right? But you say, hey, you know what? I think he actually only got robbed once. So he should be what? 37-1 and not 38. But another guy says, you know what? The only reason why you think he lost that one is because, or you think it was close, that Porter fight, is because you're a Danny Garcia hater. So actually what he is 38. He's actually 38-0.
But having a close fight and having a clear, robbery or competitive fight are two different things. So I would say to that guy, was it a close fight or was it clearly for Garcia?
So you don't believe that the second GGG Canelo was a close fight?
Yeah, I said this. I'm pretty sure I said this earlier. I scored the fight 3 times. The third time I scored it for Canelo. I'm pretty sure I said that earlier.
Yeah, you did. So that's a close fight, though. Right.
Yes.
Right. So do you also go into their records and readjust their records based on your assessment of the fights?
I think everyone should do that if they want to, and if they can prove that it was this guy clearly won that fight.
How do you prove your opinion?
Well, isn't boxing based on objective criteria? Like this is a score and blow, this is not a score and blow.
No, it's about your subjective.
Actually, it is. It's quite subjective. He said, "Is it based on objective?"
No. There's objective criteria, but there's subjective judgment.
Right.
So how are you going to prove this subjective judgment? At the end of the thing, the end of the day.
Give me a chance, Smoke. Give me a chance. We agree, Smoke. It ain't. But what I'm saying is that pretty much validate why you can't prove these things. Apology. It's because of that line of thinking you can't prove these things. Look, that's why I say it's in the books. Because again, we can put fights on slow motion and watch from all of these different camera angles, but we got to keep something in mind. So the boxers have to win these fights, right? But they have to win it pleasing the judges that's sitting there, not us watching it on slow motion from all the special camera angles. They have to please the judges, the three judges that's sitting around that ring. And the reality is that all three of those judges are going to miss something. But when they're competing in the sport, they're not competing in this sport where judges have your angles and your camera views and your ability to slow down fights. That's not who they're competing against. They're not competing against that type of judging. They're competing against a judge that's sitting on one side of that fucking ring. And they have to do what they can do to win under those circumstances. So when you go back and rewatch fights or slow them down or do this and do that, that's not who the fighter was competing against. That's not what he was showing. You understand what I'm saying? That's not what the judges were seeing. Judges didn't get a chance to see what you see.
But definitely, but there's a lot of times where we all know. Well, I keep saying we all know. In my opinion, that clearly the judges were wrong. It doesn't matter what camera angle they had. We all know that was a robbery or this guy clearly won. That's my problem with the sport. That's why I go back certain times and adjust fights.
I will agree with that, but I think that fights that are like 7-5, 8-4, I don't think we can apply that. If a fight's like 9-3 or better, then I feel like okay, we can apply that. That guy was clearly robbed. The judges are drunk. But if it's a 7-5 or 8-4 fight, I don't think that we can apply that because the judges just don't have our finish point.
See, I think in the first Canelo Triple G fight that Canelo was actually robbed. I think Canelo not robbed, right? But it showed that depending on how you value those 4 criteria, you can get any number of results. Because if you don't score, depending on how you score defense, you could actually just give Canelo that fight.
But can you score defense? Isn't defense preventing your opponent from scoring?
That objective criteria you're talking about?
Okay. It's like a sub criteria, which I personally don't think should be correct.
No, it's not.
But it is.
Smoke.
Okay, but scoring a punch on the opponent is the most important thing. Would you agree?
No, I wouldn't agree. No, I would not agree. I agree that there's 4 criteria, and they're all supposed to be objective. It's supposed to be all weighed the same, but not every judge does that. That's why there's what D was talking about when you please the judges. Like there's this whole idea about keeping it out of the judges' hands because you actually don't know what they're going to be rating one thing over another.
Right.
So you're saying, you're telling me hitting the opponent is the same as just blocking the punch?
It's supposed to be. The objective criteria are the 4 things. It's not like one thing is more important than the other 3. It's supposed to be the 4 things.
I shouldn't have used the word objective criteria. I think that was my mistake.
No, but that's how you score.
That was my mistake because I don't score fights. I think the criteria that matters the most is punches landed, clean punches landed, and then everything else is a subcategory.
Did you make okay? Let me say this.
I think most of the stream was my bad wording. I think that's my bad.
Hey, look, apology. Let me ask you this: when it comes to the judging, right? Do you believe that these 3 judges and all of these different fights, the 3 different judges, are scoring these fights based on your criteria or their own?
I think, but because there's so many fights, I think they're doing it based on their own criteria, which I don't think is correct at all. But yeah, their own criteria.
Right. So now I want to just break this down for you. So judges, even there are some very good judges out there too. And they've been doing this probably longer than you've been living. And then you say that you don't think they're doing it right. So what is your level of experience and actually judging fights? Like, let's be honest here. Sitting at one side of the ring, not watching repeats of YouTube videos. What is your level of experience at judging professional boxing matches sitting on one side of the ring? If they're so
I need
wrong,
experience
and
to know
you're so
what's going
right.
on in the ring.
No.
That's a
I'm
fight
saying,
TD.
what
Come
is
on.
your level of experience from sitting at one side of the ring, not getting all of these YouTube angles you get, and judging a fight, a professional fight? What is your experience in that? If those judges that do it day in and day out, they get paid for it, they've been hired for it. If they know less than you and they're not doing it right, what's your experience in doing that? That's what I'm asking you.
I don't have any experience, but I know what I'm looking at. Like, I don't need any experience to know what I'm looking at. Neither do you. If anyone knows the proper criteria, we don't need to know have judges' experience at all.
Yeah, I mean, if you were a professional judge, then and I was a promoter that wanted a guy that is just going to do clean, hard punching over everything else, then yeah, then you go get Apology Man to come judge your fights, and then you say the fight's fixed because you get favorable judges because he will judge your fighter a particular way. But the actual way that you're supposed to judge a fight is 25% for all of the criteria, not just you favor one thing over another. And that's the issue of judges, right? Everybody has their own they have their own preference, even judges.
That's the facts. So that's why I was alluding to, because Apology, you said a couple of things up here where that's how you see it. So you put more weight on some things than the others, where the judges are not even really supposed to do that. You're supposed to look, they should all be in unison the way they score fights. Technically, that's how it should be. But the fact that you put a little more weight on certain aspects of judging, don't think that they don't. Some judges like effective aggression. You know, ring generalship. They give some leeway for those things, right?
I think that I respect those judges who do that because I think that's the way the sport should work.
Well, there are judges that do that, and so for the judges that do that, when they see a guy like Teofimo pushing forward and Lomachenko stands 6 feet away from him, then they're probably leaning toward giving him that round. But these Lomachenko fans, not you, but these Lomachenko fans, the fact that he wasn't robbed, don't see it that way.
Well, I think what they're coming from is that even though Teofimo Lopez did push forward, he didn't land a lot of punches. And then Lomachenko towards the end landed in the middle rounds, and then it was back and forth in the 12th.
Yeah, but I'm talking about those first 6 rounds. Like, if neither guy are landing an extreme amount of punches, but one's on the back foot the whole time, then, like you said, the effective aggression, and that counts, right?
Yeah, and those guys should be wrong, and we should have that criteria should work for all the fights. So those Lomachenko fans are clearly wrong. It should be like, okay, Lopez did enough, outworked Lomachenko, tried to land, went forward. I think that should be applied to most fights, or if not all.
That's why fans can't judge fights, and the damn judges got to do it. Fans gonna get it wrong, especially using their slow motion and multiple camera angles. Fans gonna get it wrong.
I think that should be a feature of boxing, personally, like some instant replay or something to give a different camera angle. Because, like I said earlier, I gave credit for punches like Lomachenko. I thought Lomachenko landed that he didn't, and same with Lopez.
Yeah.
You know, I appreciate I appreciate fighters that clear up controversy. I like the fact that Canelo ran it back, and you know, if he does a third one, cool. But I think that Triple G's a little bit past it because everybody still is talking about, was there really separation? I liked the 4 Marquez Pacquiao fights. I thought Marquez got robbed over and over and over again, but they kept running it back until there was conclusive what happened. And I appreciate that part about boxing more than I appreciate a bunch of fans complaining about results that they don't even know how to score fights.
Okay, can I ask you this then, Spoke? To that point, should Lopez give Lomachenko a rematch? What do you think?
Okay, so to me, that was not controversial. What's controversy is people saying that Lomachenko shouldn't be at 35 after that. But I don't think that fight was particularly controversial.
Well,
okay, but
I think
go ahead. That's fine.
I think that there was some controversy in the fight. and I said that that fight warrants a rematch. I have said that. My problem is not that I don't think there was some controversy in the fight because, you know, Mark and I, well, we had it basically. Okay, I had it 6-5 with a swing round. Right, so right there, that adds a question. Now, I gave the swing round to Teofimo. Some people actually had Teofimo 8-4, 9-3. I heard. It's okay. His dad had him 11-1, but whatever. Now, I gave the swing round to Teofimo. For people to say Loma won that fight, bullshit. If they say it could have been a draw, that's why I accept that there's some controversy because I had it 6-5 with a swing round. So I'll accept that there was some controversy and that type of fight warrants a rematch. But what I will say is when you're arrogant enough to say you don't need a fucking rematch, then fuck the rematch. And that's what happened. The arrogance of Lomachenko. I don't need no rematch. I want to beat this kid.
Yeah.
Did he say that?
The problem for me is that the swing round for me the first 6 rounds there were no swing rounds, right? So if you're gonna say the second round is a swing round, I don't, right? But I don't think that that's particularly controversial. That's just you can say either guy won, right? I don't think that there's any controversy really. That's just a hard round to score. And 7th round also a hard round to score. It's not like the controversy equals one guy clearly won that round and then but wasn't given that round. The guy didn't fight for half the damn fight and then was trying to make up ground with only 6 rounds to go. What you thought of his performance over the last 6 rounds, oh, okay. If you think he got a draw, cool. I think that he didn't fight for 6 rounds and then lost the 12th. So what are we talking about?
Well, my swing rounds was one of Lomachenko's round, not one of the rounds that we clearly gave to Teofimo. So just to let you know.
Yeah, but I'm just saying. So the first 6 rounds, you didn't give any of them to Loma, right?
Negative.
Right. So then the 12th round, you also didn't give to Loma, right?
Negative.
Right. So there's 7 rounds right there.
Okay. I'm not gonna argue with that. I see a different way, but I'm not gonna
I'm not gonna jump down your throat because I generally want to know. I generally want to know. Like, did you give was there one of the 6 rounds you gave to Loma, or multiple of those rounds the first 6?
The first time I scored it, I think I had it exactly how D had it. I think I didn't give Loma any of the first 6 rounds, and then I gave him the 7th through 11th.
So that's 5 rounds.
Yeah, but it was a swing round. Look, this is what I'm saying, Simone. If you got a swing round and there's 6-5 with a swing round, that means it could go either way. So if somebody says it was a draw, when I say that Teofimo won 7-5, they say no, it was a draw. To me, that's enough controversy and that decision to warrant a rematch. I'll give them that. Like, I'll give all the Lomachenko. So I have no problem. And I actually said if he don't fight Haney, you should give Lomachenko the rematch before he goes to 140. So I have no problem with the rematch. Or the people that say there's a need for a rematch, I'm cool with it.
I think the swing rounds were the ones that were given to Loma, not the ones that were given to. I mean, not the ones that are given to Tio. I think that idea that 7 through 11 is Loma rounds. I think there's a couple of swing rounds in there. The swing round, the ones I think actually Tio won, is just 7 rounds. I think he won 7 rounds outright.
Well, yeah. Well, I think that, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was the 5th or the 6th that I gave to Loma, but I had it as a swing round.
Okay.
I gotta see
people. I think you could have made it.
I gave it to Tio, but I had it as an understood swing round, in my opinion. You understand? So that's how I arrived at 7-5.
So I could see how a person could give the second round to Loma, right? Because Loma didn't do anything the first round, really. And so he kind of did something in the second. So just based on that contrast, I could see how you could do it, right? But even still, without giving it to, it's not like not giving it to Loma was robbing Loma.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, not giving Loma the win wasn't robbing him, saying that he deserved a draw, okay, I'm not going to argue with that. Saying, no, that should have been a draw, okay, I ain't going to argue with that, right? Because I'm one that believe in, a lot of people don't believe in this, but I'm one that believe in the old school adage where you got to beat the champion, right? Well, they were both champions, but if you're saying it's a draw, then really neither one of them beat each other. So I ain't gonna beat over that, and I'll give respect for that. But if you're telling me Lomachenko won, then you fucking drinking that sauce because I had a 6-5 with one swing round. So at best, it could be a draw, not no fucking Lomachenko win. That's why I'm
listen. I don't think it was even a draw. I think the only way you can call it a draw is if you're on some Loma affirmative action plan. Because
I can see how people had it for Loma personally. If he gave the second round and then the sixth and then all the other rounds as well, what's that? That 7-5 yard rain, right?
Yeah.
Well,
I agree with the 6. I think it was the 6. That's probably the round apology because I know it was 5 or 6. I said, well, that was a close round for me. But I gave it to Teofimo. Okay, so that's where I came at 7-5. So if you got some like Smoke, I think the second round was in question. So if you got some people that say the second round and the 6th round was in question, okay, then we could eke out a Lomachenko 7-5 there. But I didn't have 2 swing rounds for Lomachenko to steal up. I only had 1 on 6-5 Teo, which means that swing round has to go to Teo for 7-5 or Loma for the draw. So he could only get a draw at best of my vote.
I think it's fine if people had him winning, but calling it a robbery is a bit too far.
Yeah.
And that's really what it is. Like, if the best you can come up with is a draw, then I don't really need to see that fight. Like, I could get it.
Well,
even with like the whole idea of what is it, rematches, right? So Ruiz AJ trilogy, right? I mean, the second fight was so like the way that you think that if he fought the first fight the way he fought the second, then there would have been no need for a rematch to begin with. Right? It's just you got to do something, baby.
But Ruiz came in terribly out of shape in that second fight. So although AJ changed up, then the question looms if Ruiz doesn't eat too many goddamn chalukas and takis in between the fight, maybe it could be a more interesting fight, no?
Maybe. I think, well, listen, now that AJ knows he got to stay away from Ruiz, probably not. Like, now we know. There's no way to know. Because maybe AJ still would have mixed it up because he didn't believe in Ruiz's power like that. And he hadn't been stopped before.
It's only 7 hours. Look, I want to ask y'all this, and I'm going to gotta shut this down a little bit. But look, Anthony Joshua, right? I think I was just thinking about this the other night, and I know I'll probably catch some heat. That's why I'm glad I'm doing this at the end of this live. Anthony Joshua, so we seen him beat Ruiz in that second fight. But let's be honest, he looked a bit timid in that fight. So could the first fight with Ruiz, could that have changed his willingness to engage? Because I think we will kind of get a glimpse at that in the Pulev fight, right? AJ got knocked down by Klitschko, but he still got up and fucked him up. He got buzzed by Dillian White, knocked him out. You know what I mean? But then Ruiz put him down and then put him down again. Could that fuck with him mentally and say, oh, shit?
No, he was told by his corner. He actually wanted to engage him more, but he was told by his corner to chill out and just outbox him. He wanted to engage him more.
Oh yeah,
he
didn't want to engage him more. As soon as Ruiz touched him,
he wanted to engage him more.
He didn't need his corner to tell him nothing. As soon as Ruiz touched that chin again,
it's called the fight plan.
Stop that shit, fam. Let the man talk. Go ahead, Smoke.
As soon as, because there was some exchanges, and as soon as that exchange happened, AJ was out of there. He didn't sit there and needed to go back to the corner to get some more instruction. AJ made that in-ring adjustment. He, like, as soon as he got touched, he's like, oh yeah, my coach told me don't be here. Yeah, AJ. I think AJ is definitely. I think AJ is definitely coming into more of a complete fighter. He does not think he's indestructible anymore, but I don't know how that is going to translate moving forward. Like he still may have the killer instinct, but he's just not willing to trade close with the Andy Ruiz, which is a bad idea anyway.
Well, as I stated, he was told to chill out, and I don't see how you could base off of one fight that somebody lost their killer instinct when we haven't saw him fight after that. We have to, after a couple of fights, if he continues to fight timid, as you say, then you could say that he's lost his killer instinct. But we don't know where the man is. We don't know how he's going to fight when he does fight. We just know that he continues to win. It's not his damn fault this dude came in at 283. It's not his damn fault that this dude didn't take care of business. He took care of business and he won. I don't know why people keep knocking him for a win.
Nigga, shut up with all that. Hold on, Smoke. Shut up with all. Oh, apology back. Shut up with all that crying. You always talk about it's not this guy's fault. It's not that guy's fault. Man,
it's not his fault.
Take your goddamn attorney briefcase and put it away. Ain't nobody trying to hear it. Ain't nobody's fault. This is a fight game. Stop with all that goddamn shit.
Nah. Well, first
hold on.
No. Well, first of all, let me jump in here.
Hold on, Troy. Apology. Watch this. Just sit back and watch this guy on the other side now, because he's a goddamn AJ now. So now you can sit back and enjoy the show.
I'm not apologizing for nothing, but let me say this. I ain't your nigga, all right? So please, you got to refrain from that. I ain't your nigga, so you got to refrain from that. All I'm simply saying is you can't base anything on one fight. You basing, he lost his killer instinct. He ain't the same no more. What are you basing that on? What?
Okay, first off, I didn't say that he lost it. I said we don't know, because he might not just be willing to exchange with Ruiz, which is probably a good idea since we already see what happens when he tries to trade with Ruiz.
Yeah, he actually dropped Ruiz, and Ruiz got up, and then he dropped him, and the referee stopped the fight. Good. Then he came back and he trained and he beat Ruiz because the dude has no ambition. And what has he done since the Anthony loss? Why don't you tell me that?
Okay, neither one of them fought since then. Neither guys fought since they just had the rematch. Neither guy. So I don't know why you're talking about continue to win when the guy hasn't even fought yet. But anyway,
one guy has a fight.
The point is yes, they're both each other's last fights. Neither guy has fought since they fought each other. So anyway, what I was saying was in the rematch, there was times to exchange. AJ did not get the better of those exchanges. When it was close, that was not cool for AJ. And you could tell that he was very cautious. Forget cautious. He was scared. He was straight shook. He did not want to have anything. He did not want to have a repeat.
God.
He did not want to have a repeat. No, I'm gonna go there with you since all of a sudden you brand new. So now I'm gonna treat you like you're brand new. No, I'm not done. Hold up, I'm not done. When they got in close, when it became a fight toe to toe, AJ actually showed that he ain't built for this. What he did was get right back on his back foot and get to the bicycle plan, because that is the only way he was going to win that fight. The only way. So now the question is he still going to stay shook like he was against Ruiz in that rematch?
Catch your breath now and let me say my piece. If he ran so much, who in the hell swole up Andy's face? Can you tell me that? If he ran so damn much and he was a dancer and he was dancing and running, who put hands on Andy's face like that, Smoke? Tell me that one.
Apparently, you just didn't see the Bentley Ephraim fight where a guy just jabbed his eye apart.
I asked you a simple question, baby. Ask you a simple question. Answer it.
No, okay, I'll answer another one. How about Lennox Lewis versus Vitali? Right?
Joshua Anthony Ruiz.
What about Muhammad Ali? What about Muhammad Ali? Muhammad Ali danced all around the ring and just pieced dudes the hell up. They came out broken eyes, all that stuff from the outside from Ali's jab. What are you talking about, Troy?
Smoke, I asked you a question. Who put hands on Andy in the rematch since Joshua was running? Who put hands on him and swole up his face?
Okay, do you not understand how to fight from the outside that you can
answer the question, man?
Okay, what do you want? It was two guys in the ring. What is your question?
Who put if he running? My point is,
okay,
no. If the dude is running like you say, and he's a punk and he's a coward, how in the hell did the other dude's face get swole up like that? And how come he didn't put him out? Answer that question.
Okay, I see how you. Okay, now I get your deflection. You're saying that because I said he wouldn't exchange with him close, that now I'm saying he's running. What I said was he was too shook to exchange with Ruiz because he knew if he exchanged with Ruiz, there's a better than good chance that it was going to go the same way the first fight went. So when you're talking about this whole running thing, like you can't be on their back foot, circling and jabbing, and blacken somebody's eyes that way, and win a fight that way, as if we all didn't see that's what happened, then go ahead, spin that thing all you want. The whole point of it is, let's see if he's going to continue doing that from here on out.
I didn't see a track meet. What I saw was a man use his jab, use his reach, held what he needed to, and beat the other guy up. That's what I saw. The first punch he threw was the lead right hand. Why didn't the dude just walk through it and fire that hook back at him? Since he's such a punk and he's a runner and he's timid and he can't do nothing, why didn't he come back and just fire back his hooks and do what he needed to do and put the dude down at least?
Okie dokie. Okay, so now you keep talking about track meets and running again. So
no, you're talking about that.
No, that's what you keep talking about. You keep spinning it to that when I keep telling you the dude was too shook to exchange with Ruiz because the other time he tried to exchange with Ruiz, he got his ass handed to him. As a matter of fact, the ref had to stop it because if the ref didn't stop it, AJ might still be in that corner waiting for a mouthpiece.
What I said was the dude got outboxed. I didn't see a runner. I didn't see Usain Bolt in there. I didn't see Fred Astaire in there. I saw Anthony Joshua outboxing a 283-pound loser who didn't take care of business. You calling the man a runner and this and that. I don't understand. How was he running if he was putting hands on him like that?
Okay, so everybody keeps hearing Troy say runner and me say afraid to exchange, right? Everybody's heard this now 4 times. So now I'm going to tell you like this. Now I'm going to tell you like this. You are the only one talking about running. You are the only one saying it about track meet and Usain Bolt and running. You are the only person saying this. So stop trying to put arguments in my mouth and just understand this. Let's see if AJ exchanges in fights like he used to, or if he's going to be the back foot hooking off the jab like he became.
Oh, you mean to fight? You mean to box and win fights? I think a lot of fighters have done that before.
Okay, again, boxing, isn't it? We're talking about a lot of fights. We're talking about AJ.
We talking about boxing because this is a boxing conversation.
We're talking about AJ and Ruiz. So you can keep spinning
AJ, who is a boxer, correct?
But I'm being very specific about what I'm talking about.
Let me say this right quick. Let me say this because I know Floyd want to get it out, but he don't want me to get on him. Floyd made a living out of doing that. All right, that's all I want to say.
Exactly, he's a boxer. Keep going.
Right. So is AJ so AJ before that, right? So you know what? As a matter of fact, you know what AJ did? AJ said, according to AJ, he was trying to outdo both Wilder Fury and Wilder Brazil, right? So he went in like he was he was just going to he was going to steamroll Ruiz, and then he got knocked out himself. He got stopped himself, right? That's what happened. And then in the rematch, when it came down to exchange, where he thought, you know what, this is some easy pickings, and he felt them Ruiz bees on his head again. And you know what happened? He got feet. He got back to the game plan. He got back to the strategy of being on the back foot, of using the entire apron, of having his back to the ropes and moving all around. Now he's a boxer. Now he's Mayweather. Now he's Sugar Ray Leonard. But before, he was sitting there toe-to-toe trying to get the dude up out of there. Now, not only that, there's not a single fight before that Ruiz rematch where AJ fought that way.
Okay, Smokey Smoke, let me explain something to you. You can't blame a fighter for being a multifaceted fighter who understands how he has to fight his opponents. If he knew that he had to outbox this guy because his punch is dangerous and he could get shook from it, why would he stand there and go toe-to-toe with him when he could simply outbox him, which he did? Because if he would have stood there and got beat again, he would have been like, ha, I told you so. Just because just because Andy is not multifaceted, he does not know how to change his game plan and then step up for the fight. You can't blame Joshua for his faults. You should be praising Joshua for being multifaceted instead of knocking him down. Go ahead and speak now, Mr. Smokestack or Smokey, whatever the hell you're
Okay, great. So now you're arguing my point. See, you're too busy spinning my point to some track meet, and now you're arguing my point as if it's yours. I'm the one who told you that it was a good idea for him to fight that way because he would have lost otherwise. I'm the one who said that to you. I'm not saying I'm not knocking him for it. I'm telling you that is the only way that he was going to win that fight. Now let's see if that translates to a strategy moving forward. Like when it comes down, when the going gets tough, is AJ going to bite down in his mouthpiece and try to knock the dude out? Or is he going to remember that Ruiz put his ass down 3 times and he had to get saved by the ref so that people could come up with some plausible deniability about whether or not AJ is a quitter?
Well, the only thing I can honestly say is that we shall see. I don't even know the date of his fight with Pulaev or whatever the guy's name is. We shall see because the man is a very intelligent fighter and he will do what he needs to do to win the fight. I don't really, and believe me, I have to tell you something. You're very good at this. I'm going to label you a monster because the other dude on here, D, is a beast. But understand something. You being a monster and him being a beast, I'm a celestial being. Y'all can't touch me. All right? So I get what you're saying, but y'all still a notch below me because I am not corporeal when it comes to my thinking and boxing. Now, go ahead and answer that.
Hold on. You ain't nothing but, hold on, Smoke. This is real quick. Not even a lot of words. You ain't nothing but egotistical, nigga.
I ain't nothing but the prettiest thing on 2 feet. You're damn right.
You couldn't beat me if you had a bat in your hand. Cut it out. Go ahead.
And also, it is not compelling that you are going to consider it, crown yourself victim. This is not the self-congratulation society, right? That's first off. Secondly, everybody is a hero of their own story.
That's right. That's what I said. I am the hero and you the hero of your story. Now, we'll just say that we disagree to agree or whatever the hell you say. I wish y'all gentlemen well. I got to finish my cleaning and I'm making some cauliflower rice and some dinner for tomorrow. So I wish y'all well.
Every time you get done up, you always got an emergency.
No. Okay, then I'll stay. I don't have no emergency. I'm simply saying I got to prepare for tomorrow. But I'll stay here. If y'all want to draw swords with me. I'll definitely stay. I ain't gonna run from the fight.
I'm enjoying the show, but I know every time somebody start digging that,
I'm here. I'm staying.
Prepared. You got something to do.
I'm staying. What did you say about White now, Smoke? What did you say about White, son?
I'll let y'all rock it.
I'll tell you what I said about White. I said White is a PED cheat. I said White ain't that good. As a matter of fact, if you want to talk about gloves, he's the guy that started the entire glove controversy in the modern era.
Yeah, are we back on the gloves again? My Lord.
Well,
are we back on the gloves again?
You brought up the great white hype, Mr. White privilege.
The great white hype. That's a great play on words.
Like, listen, if you want to talk about that funny head dude that just got shot by an old man, go ahead.
Oh man, the dude is 9 years younger than me, so he ain't old. So what I saw happen with White, let me do it up here. Hey.
Yeah, let him do the floor.
Yeah, Smoke. Let me go ahead. What I saw was a damn well-schooled boxer who's never been knocked. As far as he's only been stopped once. He's a damn well-schooled boxer, probably the most well-schooled boxer out there because I don't know anybody else who could have pulled off that move at heavyweight currently. And he caught him good. He put him away. And it didn't take 9 months to make a rematch. Wow. How did that
You know why it didn't take 9 months to make a rematch? Because the rematch hasn't happened yet. But one of the guys got COVID, right? So we don't know when the rematch is going to happen. And then also there wasn't a worldwide pandemic. And I would posit that the only guy that Povetkin was going to land that punch on is whack-ass Dillian White because he's old.
Dude, I talked about cheating earlier, and Dillian White goes in that category.
Did you just speak about cheating again, Mr. Apology Man? Did you just jump in here with another?
He uses his head in multiple fights. I've seen him use his head deliberately, in my opinion. But
I used to be a porn star. I use my head too.
Hey, apology, real quick, so that they can go back at it. Was it similar to the way Lomachenko used his head in the 12th round to ramsack Teofimo Lopez?
It wasn't as bad as the low blow D, but yeah, we went there.
I just want to take a jab.
Yeah, man, it's all good. It's all fun and games.
Yeah, so the low blow, right? So the low blow, you get 5 minutes to recover, right?
Okay, Mr. Chimney, let me do my thing, man, because you're gonna smoke, because you very long-winded. You speak with volume, I speak volume, so just let me do my thing.
Oh my God.
What I'm saying, hush up, let me speak. Let me speak.
It's terrible.
What I'm simply saying is he got beat, he got up and said, I want my rematch. That was that. There was no controversy about gloves, egg weights, or whatever, autopsies, crackheads, or nothing. Like a man, he said, I got beat, let's go. It's amazing how other fighters can't do that.
Yeah,
but they can twerk and do everything else.
Right. Why would they be doing that with him? Since he's the one with the Fugazi gloves, why would other guys be doing it? So see, here's the thing. For some reason, you don't understand that Dillian White isn't that good and is a proven cheat. At this point, like just give it up. Like the guy's been knocked out, separated from his senses. Like Povetkin did not knock out Huey Fury, did not knock out Michael Hunter, right? But he separated Dillian White from his senses as if he was shot, as if he got assassinated and we're playing video games out here. Like, as a matter of fact, is he okay at all? Like, he's fine that he's out there talking crap, but people are still thinking that Povetkin's going to do it again, even being older in the rematch.
Okay, well, just because Povetkin didn't knock out all them other people that you said he knocked out a whole bunch of people. Wilder never knocked out any top current fighters, any top current heavyweights. He didn't knock out Parker because they never fought. He didn't knock out Joshua because he ran from that fight, which he admitted he did. Never knocked out Fury, which he fought for 19 rounds. Never fought Hay, never knocked him out. Never knocked out Jajora. So we keep going on who didn't knock out who. But the fact is this, we're talking about White here. And overall, White's resume reads better than your boy's resume. But overall, my point to this is knocked out Cole. 2 months later, he gets a rematch. The dude catch COVID. He's saved by the referee. Saved by the referee. 9 months later, no fight because of XYZ, and he died on an autopsy table, and blah 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 blah.
Yeah,
there's fighters that are characters, and there's
Smokey, cut him off.
Right. Okay. Well, there's guys that have character in the sport, and there are guys that just play a character. If he dies, he dies. Come on, stop it.
Oh, really? Play a character like saying Ortiz is too old to fight, but then fighting Walk and Povetkin, and incidentally looking shit against Walk, and then getting knocked out by Povetkin. But how about playing a character by saying Deontay Wilder got knocked out and was convulsing on the canvas, and forget you and your character. How about the fake ass brother that anyway? When you talk about top heavyweights and you mention David Haye, you already exposed yourself. Forget what you're talking about, man. For real, if you want to go by a top heavyweight, at least go by an objective list, not by your whatever it is you can come up with to talk about Wilder as a negative and Dillian White as a positive. Because I got to tell you, Joseph Parker is not hurting nothing, but he was able to drop Dillian White. And if it wasn't for the ref standing there so that Dillian White could pull himself up by the ref's waist and ankles, right? If he wasn't able to hang on for dear life, as if they were dancing, as if there was a prom dance, right? If the guy wasn't actually awarded headbutts as knockdowns, then we wouldn't even got the Povetkin knockout. We would have got Parker dropper. We would have got Parker who dropped nobody, winning by dropping White.
You know what I like about you, there, Smoke, is that you don't know how to walk in a straight line when it comes to Wilder. You don't know how to walk in a straight line. You have to blame everybody and their mama and everything. He has a fake brother. So what? Oh, he got the referee pulled him up by a shirt collar. He was wearing the shirt during the fight. Cut it
Okay,
out, Smoke.
okay, no. What I said was he used the ref to pull himself off the canvas, and that is not actually legal. You're not actually the ref is not there to lend a hand to a fighter that's on the canvas so that he can crawl himself up from the dude's pant leg. And first off, you are the one who deflected to Wilder. This is supposed to be about White.
Oh, I didn't deflect. I purposely turned it there. But now that you brought up referees and fighters, I think it was the referee in the first fight with Ortiz that all of a sudden gave Wilder all this time in his corner after he was hurt by old man, by an old dude, like you said. He was hurt, and the ref just came out of nowhere and gave him this time. Can you explain that?
Oh yeah, that's what.
No.
Yeah,
that was the doctor. That was the doctor. I'm sorry. That was the doctor that did that.
I can explain it if you allow. Right? We're talking about controversial results. Before we got into this little particular rabbit hole, we're talking about whether or not Loma and Tio deserve a rematch. Well, you know what? They did rematch it for exactly why you said what he said. Because of all those people like you trying to come up and say that Wilder didn't actually legitimately win that fight. You know what they did? They ran it back. And what happened?
I honestly didn't say that he didn't win the fight. I simply said that the doctor popped out of nowhere and gave him some extra time. I never wanted to see that the first fight or the second fight. Well, no, honestly, I didn't want to see the second fight. I didn't see a reason for it because he knocked the guy out in the first fight. So what was the need for a second fight?
The need for the second fight was what you just brought up. So I can body you in this conversation. They had a rematch, so I can tell you he knocked them the hell out. So what you talking about is a bunch of bullshit.
The need for the rematch was simply because he needed to fill space, and he couldn't beat nobody else. So he plugged in someone that he beat. I mean, because if that was the case, then he would have fought somebody else.
A minute ago, you were slick talking about the doctor.
No fan. Listen, Smoke. No fan was clamoring for that fight. Hence the numbers. How many buys or whatever was that? Like 15 people bought the fight. I mean, nobody wants to see that fight.
Oh, okay. Now, all right. So let's see if Wilder's next fight is on. But if nobody wanted to see that fight, why was his next? If Wilder didn't do so well on pay-per-view, why was his next fight pay-per-view and his next fight after that going to be pay-per-view?
Tyson Fury.
Was Tyson Fury pay-per-view before that?
You put both of them.
As far as I can tell,
Deontay
Wilder has done pay-per-views without Tyson Fury.
And it
Tyson Fury done pay-per-views without Wilder?
I don't think he has. But at the same time, when you put both of them together,
talk about Ortiz rematch too.
When you put both of them together, they will sell. Wilder by himself couldn't sell piss to a toilet.
Okay, that says you. But you know what the actual head of programming?
No, that's actually fact.
Fox Sports said? But Fox Sports said that was one of their biggest events of the year, and they included that with college football. So now because you don't think it's so, but the guy whose job it is to make sure that their network generates income are saying that is one of their premier events?
It's sold because of the UK fans, man. It didn't sell because Wilder has a huge fan base.
Where were the UK fans? He was still UK fans when it was Tom Schwartz. It was still UK fans for Otto Wallin. What happened?
Those were pay-per-view fights, were they?
Exactly. They were non-viewed fights. Forget pay-per-view. Nobody watched
pay-per-view fights,
including the UK fans.
And they weren't big fights either. They were fights that he was supposed to walk through these people, and he didn't. So no,
I get it. It's never. Okay, so where were all those UK fans for the Ortiz fight?
Well,
because that was pay-per-view, and it was also a packed house. Where was all the UK fans for the Brazil fight? Because that wasn't pay-per-view. It was a packed house. You know what's happening with Tom? You know what's happening with Tyson Fury and Tom Schwartz and Otto Wallin? Nobody. They actually comped more tickets than they sold.
Okay, so why would the UK fans show up for? You said the Brazil fight. Why would they show up for that when it was nobody from the UK fighting in that fight? And I think you mentioned the other fight.
Otto Wallin, Tom
No.
Schwartz,
You mentioned
Ortiz. I mentioned 4 fights.
Ortiz, yeah. Why would they show for Ortiz Wilder? Why would they show up for Ortiz Wilder? Why don't you break that down for me?
Okay, like I said, I gave you 4 fights for the UK fans to show up at. Right? I gave you Otto Wallin. I gave you. Tom
I asked you to explain 2 though, sir. 2.
I got it. Let me finish. I gave you Ortiz. I gave you Brazil, I gave you Otto Wallin, I gave you Tom Schwartz, right? The UK fans were at none of those fights. All of a sudden, Wilder Fury happens, and it's all the UK fans are showing up for just Fury, for just Fury. But Wilder don't have nothing to do with it.
They showed up because Fury's from the UK and Wilder has that dangerous punch.
And Wilder,
That's the mathematics.
Wilder
But
and Fury.
Let me
that's
finish.
the UK fans. So the UK fans showed up for Wilder and Fury. But you know who showed up for Wilder and Ortiz and Wilder and Brazil?
Nobody showed up for that fight, obviously.
Okay, great. So now do you want to check the gate for those fights to make sure
You
that
can
nobody
go ahead and
showed
check
up?
the gate.
Okay, great. Because you know who didn't show up for Otto Wallin and Otto Wallin for Tom Schwartz and Otto Wallin? The UK fans.
I didn't.
The UK fans.
You know, another thing too about that fight, even though I'm a Fury fan, I gotta keep it honest. They comped about goddamn 3,000 tickets in that fight.
Yeah, they comped more than they sold. Mr. UK fans.
Right, because he was fighting nobodies.
Correct.
That's
so
why nobody
when he's
showed
fighting
up.
Wilder, exactly. The UK
It's not
fans,
rocket science, baby.
Yes, exactly. The UK fans want to see Wilder.
They
They
want
don't
to
want to see
see.
Tom Schwartz. They want to see Otto Wallin, and they don't care about Tyson Fury enough to pay for that.
Hold on. Now I have to step in there and call you on bullshit. The UK fans want to see Tyson Fury roll Wilder's head around. They don't want to see Wilder. They want to come see Tyson Fury beat the living shit out of Wilder. This is why they took over the stadium and they were saying, there's only one Tyson Fury. They wasn't saying Bronze Bomber. No, they were saying there's only one Tyson Fury. So cut that shit out. They coming to see
Correct.
Fury.
You know who those UK fans didn't want to see Fury blow their hell around? Otto Wallin and Tom Schwartz.
Nobody wants to see
I'll
them.
tell you another thing. That first fight, most of the UK fans thought that Fury wasn't going to win that fight, but it was still pay-per-view and it was still a packed house.
Most fans thought
pay-per-view in the UK.
Okay, smoke. Let me say this honestly. Most fans, if you had any common sense, thought that Wilder was going to put him out because Fury was the biggest, safest name he can get because he wasn't 100%. He was making a comeback. He fought some cruiserweight and some heavyweight that had been knocked out 4 of his last 5 fights. So nobody, of course, and he was coming off of being obese and all his other issues. So nobody thought Fury was going to win that fight. I had Wilder knocking him out as well. But surprise, 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 you know, they gave Wilder a draw, which is, you know, he really lost the fight, but they gave him a draw. Then he got the rematch, and he had to be rescued by the referee. So
wait a minute. The reason I know you're not talking about rescue by the referee in reference to Fury Wilder.
I was just fair across the board, right?
Let me just clear up a little bit of controversy. Well, if you guys are not of a certain age, you don't understand that what he just did was a reference to Private Gomer Pyle, Jim Neighbors, hell of a singer, and Rock Hudson's gay lover, right? But that's a different subject for another day. What I'm going to tell you is this, right? The Private Pyle moment was when Deontay Wilder knocked dude the hell up out, and then Fury got back up. That right there was pure Gomer Pyle. I will give you that. That was Private Pyle right there.
He knocked him down, but
no. Okay, so you can say knocked him down, but Tyson Fury, the Gypsy King, said I was out.
Okay, smoke. Let me say this, right? You could complain about him being knocked down or knocked out or whatever. Here's what you can't complain about because it's fact. Deontay Wilder had 2 entire minutes to knock him out again, and he did not. That's fact. I mean, it was 2 minutes left in the round.
You know what? They also had 2 minutes. I get all of that, right? So if you're going to say that that Tyson Fury was able to beat a count, and that and that technically he should not be penalized in any way for the considerations that Jack Reese gave him. Fine.
Why would he get penalized if the referee gave him favors? It's not his fault that the referee gave him favors.
I didn't say that he should. Well, really, because consistency matters in the sport, right? And it's not just what Jack Reese says, because Jack Reese has made really weird determinations about the way fight should end. He does not have the best record in this regard. But whatever, it's his judgment. That's the way it goes, right? We're not sitting here crying about it. But I do notice we're going way deep into Dillian White and Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder, because Dillian White doesn't even garner our interest like that.
Can I ask you a question, sir? Why didn't you touch on the 2 minutes he had to finish him?
Well, first off, it wasn't 2 minutes. Well,
yes, it was. He had two whole minutes. You go watch that fight again. 2 minutes.
Great. You know what? They both had 2 minutes to finish each other, and nobody finished each other. The fight went to the cards. But whatever. Like I said, if you wanted, I'm not mad at people not being upset about the fact that Jack Reese did what he did. Cool. That's within the rules. But really what I'm interested in is how the hell did we get so deep into Wilder Fury? I'll tell you why. Because Dillian White, nobody gives a damn about that dude. First off, he got a cheat against the likes of Revis.
Hey, look, hold on for a second. Quick, George. Rapstar Boxing Knowledge going live at 10 p.m. Rapstar be having some interesting lives and get really greasy over there. So y'all check out Rapstar at 10 p.m. All right, fellas, proceed.
All right, if I'm still awake, I'll support the brother. But what I'm saying, if nobody really cared about White, why does he attract crowds and stuff in the UK? He's not going to do anything if he comes to America, but in the UK, he attracts crowds and he sells. Obviously, that's why he's still able to make money and things like that and still able to fight. And he attracts bigger crowds than Wilder does over here. So maybe you could break that down for me.
Oh, it's going to be a little bit dry and a little bit technical, but boxing holds a different place in their pantheon of entertainment than it does here in America. Those guys, like Dillian White, has had probably 4 pay-per-views. I think he's headlined at least 3 pay-per-views without ever having a championship fight. That don't happen here. That's how those guys get down. Those guys, when you're coming up as a young fighter, you got to sell tickets to your own shows. That's what happens in the UK. That's not how we get down over here. Dillian White is a club level, decent regional fighter. He's okay. He's no great shakes, but he's great. He's phenomenal but he's phenomenal for the boxing scene over there.
Smoke, come on, bro. Did you just call this man a club level regional fighter? Stop that, man.
Okay,
I would agree. I support Smoke. I support Smoke.
I'll tell you what.
I don't like
Here's really what it is. Here's what it is. I don't think he's better than Joseph Parker. Straight up. I don't think he's better than Joseph Parker. And and he hasn't proven to be better than Oscar Rivas. And Oscar Rivas has not proven himself to be anything other than a regional level fighter.
Damn, that's
okay.
Fucking, bro.
Okay, then. Okay, Smoke. Let me ask you a question, right? If you don't mind, if he's just a club level fighter and he's nothing, I believe Wilder called him a peasant. Why didn't he take the $8 million that he was offered and come over here and just knock him the hell out, man, and build up his stats over here in the UK, and that would have made the Joshua fight even bigger and better. We're talking about Wilder now.
Because at $7 million, Eddie Hearn said I'd want an 11-inch cock. He was offering 4. Wilder said 7, and Eddie Hearn's response was, and I want an 11-inch cock. So
he said 8.
Totally out of the question.
He offered him 8, Smoke. I don't know what you're talking about.
He offered him 4.
At first, okay, listen. At first, he did.
Wilder said he offered him 4. But first off, Wilder was trying to get a fight with AJ. Then Eddie tried to insert Dillian White in there for 4. At which point, Wilder said, "Cool, I will dust your dude off if you put AJ on the contract." He said it don't work like that. Wilder said, "Cool, give me $7 million." To which Eddie responded, "My penis ain't big enough for all that."
Yeah, but he was offered $8 million, Smoke, and that's the fact.
Great. You know what?
$8 million is more than Smoke, please. $8 million is actually more than 7, and that's simple mathematics. My point is, if you really want something and you want to advance your career, take the fight. Like you said, the dude is a club level fighter at best. He's a peasant. take the 8 million, come over here, knock him out in front of these rabid UK fans, and now those fans are your fans, and they saying, "Look here, man, AJ, this man came over here and beat White, tough guy, White. What are you going to do now? Because now we're looking at you sideways."
Okay, so I believe you're now talking about after the 11-inch cock that he came with the 8 million, right? So we're going to do the entire thing.
You never heard no cock come out my mouth till right now.
Oh, no, I'm trying to tell you, it came out of Eddie Hearn's mouth. I'm telling you what Eddie Hearn said. I'm telling you what Eddie Hearn said when Wilder said, "Give me 7." So when you talk about 8, right? So you must be talking about some other revised offer later on when Wilder was fighting the likes of an Ortiz and a Fury. So let me ask you this: in 2018, where was Dillian White ranked?
I don't. You know what? He was ranked. He was ranked in the top 10. He
Right.
was. He's still ranked in the top 10.
Definitely ranked in the top 10. Definitely ranked in the top 10. Definitely. How many years had Ortiz been ranked in the top 10 at that point? And where was Ortiz ranked?
I'm so sick of hearing about this 55-year-old dude,
I know you're sick of it, right? But when you say, so let me clear this up. Let me clear this up for you, Troy.
Hold on. In 2018, Dillian White was actually ranked top 5 in 3 different sections and bodies. But go ahead.
Correct. And you know what? And at that point, Ortiz has spent the better part of a decade ranked exactly that way, in the top 5 in multiple sanctioning bodies. So when you talk about extending your career and advancing your career, when you're talking about advancing your career, Ortiz at that point was the advancement. All Dillian White was a distraction by Eddie Hearn. At that point,
you know what, Smoke?
At that point, Dillian White's best win was Lucas Brown.
Okay, Smoke. You know what? I can see to the better man on this subject. You won. I'm completely out of breath now, and I'm just completely out of breath. You won, man. You won.
You gotta have stamina for smoke. I'm telling you, boy. I didn't went back and forth with this dude like about 5 hours straight. But let me tell you something. First and foremost, I just wanted y'all to get that off, and I wanted to tell you this: cut out your bullshit, Troy. I done called you nigga about 100 times, but you got.
I must have missed it.
You ain't missing that all them goddamn times I done called you nigga. But from now on, since you're so damn dark, since you're offended by nigga, I'm gonna call you black ass. How about that one?
I ain't calling no grown man black ass. I ain't calling them delicious either. So
black ass Troy. You black ass Troy. That's what I'm saying.
And I'll just keep calling you. I'll keep calling you Grady, man. It's fine with me. But yeah.
Oh, Grady had the nappiest of beards. And what color was it too?
I don't know what the hell you talking. I don't know what the hell you talking about, man.
Right, bro. You know Grady's beard was the nappiest on TV. That dude, there's not been a single beard that nappy ever. Maybe Bill Cosby in those Uptown Saturday Night movies, but that man had the nappiest damn beard on TV, and it was a weird color. It was like white and champagne or something.
It was white, dude. It was
bruh.
No, it was white on black and white, but when they turned that show to color, that motherfucker was all kind of colors. You put that shit in the sun, it looked like a rainbow. Cut it out, dog.
You know what it was, Smoke? You know what it was? I can tell you what happened with you in your childhood because it happened with me. You spilled milk in the back of the floor model TV, and your people went out and punished you and got you a 9-inch TV, which didn't show that. That's how you were able to watch TV.
I watched the TV in every house, in every room of the house.
Give me some closing thoughts, Troy. You and Smoke ended the show. I think you pleased everybody, both of you.
All right, all I can say is, man, congratulations. You actually beat one of the greatest at it, and congratulations. All right, and I enjoyed it back and forth to an extent, and I respect what you do over here. I might mess with you there, D, but I respect what you do. Smoke, I respect what you do too, but you sound like you crying all the time. Are you sure you're not Keith Sweat?
Hey, now, man, I ain't talking that I'm gonna. Listen, I'll tell you what, though. I'll make it last forever if you come with that bull.
Look, next time you better do some pull-ups and some stretches and come to that next banger with your damn stamina up. Because goddamn, you ain't having no stamina. You gassed out of this one. You gassed out in the 11th round.
You damn right. I gotta cook my dinner for the next 3 days. I'm driving the truck, man. I'll talk to y'all later. All right, man. All due respect and all that. Ain't no harm, no foul. I'll see you later.
Nah, hey Troy, you came with the references, man. You got what? Private Gomer Pyle, and you got Sanford and Son. You all right with me?
Apologies. I know you enjoyed the show, but the heat moved off of you. Well, give me some closing thoughts, man.
Yeah, I feel like it's my fault, but I feel like I didn't explain myself properly. So what I'm gonna do is leave a comment and reiterate why I have Crawford where I do to make myself a lot clearer. But thanks for having me on, man. Peace.
I appreciate you coming through.
There's a comment in the chat you need to read, Smoke, and I'm going off that.
Yeah. I'll check it out. You know, they always accusing me of crying. They gotta hang their hat on something, because it certainly isn't their arguments. But anyway,
I don't know what comment is in the chat. Smoke done seen it all. Give me some closing thoughts, Smoke.
Yeah, man. Big fun. I can't even remember where this thing started. It was so long ago. It's good to be back. You're the man. Peace to the panel. Peace to the chat, man.
Hollering, man. That's why I gave it 7 hours and 39 minutes. That's why I gave it a break and let y'all two go at it.
Yeah, that was a good one. We got guys who can't figure out why they picked the people that they picked for pound. Let me give you a hint. Because you were born where you were born. That's why you picked those guys. That's it. Where you live at. But anyway, yeah, man. I'm glad. It's good to be back. And it's Monday. Let's enjoy the rest of the week. Get these picks in. I did atrocious this weekend on the picks, even though I felt like I didn't actually get that many wrong. I guess it's just tough competition now in the league.
Yeah, I think we all it wasn't really from first place to 40th was like a 20-point split, 21-point split. So nobody really did that bad.
Yeah, it's about to get real it's about to get real in the league. And and I feel like Champ is trying to get the our UK competition a little bit of a leg up maybe. Maybe we can get some of these Honduras fights in there or something. Somewhere nobody's from and nobody knows who the fighters are. But that's a different subject, right? Who cares? It's been all good. I'll check you out tomorrow. Peace, guys.
I appreciate you, Smoke. Well, guys, I tell you like this. It was a damn good show. I agree with all of you guys. This one went long. This is probably one of the longest ones I did in a while. But, Canelo, Crawford, pound for pound, that was a really drawn-out situation. Smoke and Troy closed the show out. Pretty good excitement there, them two going back and forth. I'll say it like this, man. Canelo, Crawford, in the top pound for pound, I don't really care where you have a place. I just think that Canelo's over Crawford. Crawford slid a little bit from his last 4 fights. But, he get a good win, he's right back in the conversation. That's the thing with this pound for pound list. It can change from one fight to the next. I just don't think that Brook did enough to boost Crawford up. Either you keep him where you had him, or if anything, you drop him. But a win over Kell Brook doesn't boost him. And I didn't have Crawford particularly in the first place pound for pound. And, we did a pound for pound list not too long ago, which I'll put it up there again. And this is basically how Crawford came out. So if anything, I can see Crawford still at number 3 or drop down to 4, but he definitely doesn't go number 1 over Canelo. Argument you can make for Naoya Inoue, but at the end of the day, man, let's be honest. Canelo's number 1 pound for pound, at least on my list, probably on a lot of people's list. Crawford got to do a little more. And that's just how I look at it. But I appreciate you guys. This was a long live, and everybody who stayed in. Appreciate you guys listening to DJ yak on and on like always. And y'all know how I always end this thing. for the love of sports. Let's talk about it. Peace.